Hello everybody and welcome to the final round of the Virtual Endurance Championship here for Season 14. Come to the north of France for the traditional ending at the iconic, legendary, irreplaceable Le Mans for the 9th time in the VEC's history. However, for the first time ever, the DPI cars will be tackling the long Mulsanne straight, the high-speed Porsche curves and the fiddly final chicanes, all over 13.6 kilometres of this circuit. There are also 10 cars that can win a championship today as well, so there's even more on the line, and there are more points available as well, so calculations are going to be going on left, right and centre throughout the next 24 hours. We've got a few commentators to take you through as well. My name's Ewan O'Leary. I'll be alongside Zach Sweeney for the first couple of hours, and Zach, today's the big one. It's the final day of the VEC and the biggest race of them all.
It's been boiling down to this, hasn't it, over the last couple of months, and we certainly cannot wait. It's the 24 of Le Mans. You couldn't really ask for a much better season finale. In all honesty, it's the true challenge of endurance racing. It's the one they all look forward to. It's the one they all want to win, and with the championship on the line as well, it will just make it just that little bit sweeter. But yeah, certainly cannot wait, and while we've got the pleasure of the first couple of hours, they're always the most exciting ones.
They certainly are. Looking at these conditions at the moment right now, it looks quite nice, but the prediction is that we are going to be seeing rain some point throughout this race. In the week leading up to this, by the way, we were very fearful we were going to see an absolute washout and it was going to be torrential rain for the entirety of the 24 hours. As we've got closer to the weekend, and we are here now Saturday lunchtime in Europe, thankfully, that kind of risk has abated a little bit. However, we are still maybe expecting a bit of rain at some point here, Zach, and that obviously does present a challenge within itself.
Yeah, well, we had a rain, I think, a couple of times this season, most notably at Sebring, and well, that certainly was a challenge. And yeah, Sebring and Le Mans both are challenges in their own right, but Le Mans in the rain is certainly not something that I would want to challenge. So yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult, but it would be the true testament of skill and separate the good from the great. But yeah, over 24 hours, I think us as commentators and the drivers as well are thankful they don't have to put up with that, because while it's still the same amount of time, those 24 hours would certainly drag on.
They certainly would. 6 years it has been since we've had rain in the Le Mans 24 hours here in VEC, by the way. I know we have in real life more recently than that, but 6 years ago it was a complete washout that year. In the season that we had two 24-hour races in one season. That was a long season. 7 laps was the winning margin at the end. Just shows how much of a difference it can make. Let's dissect then the 3 championships, shall we? Because we already know where everybody's going to be starting today. Normally in VC broadcast, qualifying will be going on right now, but it already has happened last weekend, so we can update you kind of as to where people are as well. With that, we'll get to the grid though as we get towards the formation lap. Let's just dissect these championships, starting of course with DPI. By Collins Burst Esport lead by 10 points ahead of Ceteris Nitro Velix, then Seawolf Netrace is the other team involved, 20 points away from Burst Esport. However, we got the news last night, Zach, that Nitro Velix might not be starting, and that's been confirmed this morning as we have all woken up and seen that Nitro Velix will not be attending this race due to not being able to field enough drivers to get a car on the grid here today. So that's a real shame for the show here today. Burst Esport now only have to finish in the top 4 to guarantee this championship.
Yeah, well, top 4 sounds easy on paper, but over the course of 24 hours, anything can happen, anything will happen. So, yeah, Seawolf just need to do their thing, need to do everything they can. 20 points, it's more of a championship hope than a championship contention. But hey, 24 hours of Le Mans, weirder things have happened. But yeah, it is certainly a shame that we don't have the three-way fight for the championship that we certainly would have hoped for. But these things happen, and it is a shame for the Nitro Velix crowd that they couldn't get the drivers together, because yeah, I certainly would have loved to see Collins Burst, Nitro Velix and Seawolf all go at it over the course of 24 hours. Unfortunately, we're only going to get 2, but hey, we'll take what we can get.
Yeah, Nitro Velix, by the way, are the most successful team at the VEC Le Mans 24 hours in the 8 editions that we've had already. This is the 9th race that we have had. 6 wins for them, and one of only 2 teams to have won it more than once. So there you are. A shame not to see them on the grid here today. Let's go down to LMP2, shall we? And have a look at this championship fight. Now, this is the biggest margin between first and second in the 3 championships here today. However, it is the most cars that are available to win this championship. Racing Team are leading with 382 points. They've got 32 points over Go Team Racing. Waveframe Esports a further 7 points back and a further 4 points back Black Hawk Racing. All 4 of those cars can win. However, Racing Team only need 12 to secure this championship here today. And looking at how many LMP2s there are 15. So they would have to have a real disaster to lose this championship, but you've still got to do the business on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. You've still got to turn up. You've still got to deliver, and you've still got to do your bit. And yeah, the 24 hours of Le Mans, we always say it's something we'll say over the course of the 12 hours that we are broadcasting the race. It is just such a challenge. You've got so much going on. You've got to, overcome the absolute mammoth of the circuit that the Circuit de la Sarthe is. And well, you've just got to get on with it. You've got to do your job. You've got to do the strategy, which is going to be the biggest headache. These races are always won or lost in the pit lane. And yeah, the teams have done the weeks, the hours in terms of preparation. It all comes down to this one day.
It certainly does. And finally, just as we get on the grid for the formation lap, just quickly, the GTE standings with Red Bull Racing Esports leading those at the moment. They have 22 points over Vargas Sim Racing and John Lacey Esports Academy, who won this race in GTE last year and have 11 wins between their 4 drivers. That's an outrageous Le Mans record for John Lacey Esports Academy. However, they do have it all to do as we get underway for the formation lap at the moment. At GT, Red Bull leading here at the moment, Zach, but they also have to get through this race cleanly and finish in the top 6 if they want to win this championship.
Yeah, well, Red Bull certainly have been the team to beat. They've set the benchmark. They've set the standard over the course of the season. They've been the ones always at the sharp end of the field, even not on their day. They've been up there inside the top 5. So yeah, Red Bull you would expect, consolidate this championship. But again, never say never. You can never be sure. You can never get complacent in endurance racing and motorsport in general. So yeah, they're starting P4. I'm sure they're going to have a more conservative outlook on this race. Just get to the end, finish the race, score the points, do their bit, because yes, it's nice to win the championship on a win, especially when you're winning the 24 hours of Le Mans, but the championship, it's always going to be a sweeter victory. So they've got to bide their time, get to the end, and yeah, just hope that something catastrophic doesn't happen to them.
Absolutely. We are doing a full formation lap here today, by the way, so don't worry. We're not having the Mulsanne straight start again, as we did in Season 9. Let's not remember that, shall we? But we are indeed having a normal start, and then the 24 hours will get underway. Let's take you through the grid for this race then, shall we? Since we're on the formation lap, and you can see the front of the field here. It's Chris Shepherd leading everybody around in the Wanaka car. He didn't, I don't believe he qualified that car. He might have done, but I don't think he did. Either way, he is going to be taking the start from the lead. Tony Meller alongside him, previous race winner here at Le Mans back in Season 11 in the LMP3s, when he also went on to win the championship. Honda Super League winner last year will be starting for Azure Racing alongside VRS Satellite Racing. That's DX Droids and Rookie Monsters. Ground Effect Sim Racing 7th, headed by Collins Burst Sport. Only 8th position. Robin Panzo was pretty much the only driver out of their 5 who was actually able to qualify that car. And so he did, but unfortunately doesn't really get on with this car. And so was only 8th. Colin Borchers will be 9th for Revolution Sim Racing, who spent most of this season in Division 2, but have managed to get themselves up for Le Mans. In LMP2, we've got Daniel Visner, who won the championship with Vargas Sim Racing in LMP2 last season. He's driven for Juicy's Motorsport Club this time. They're alongside Netrex with Colin Spork. Then it's Mugen Sim Racing and Go Team Racing, the first of the championship contenders, only 4th. On-Off Racing 5th, Wave Free Me Sports in 6th. Racing Team Championship leaders are 7th, with Timothy Zandanowski starting that car. The other Go Team Racing car with Remy Delorme start in 8th. Butler Power Motorsport and Arms Cyber round out your top 10. Then we've got Undercover Rajin Racing, DSG Motorsport with Tony Jansen, Burst Esport, our very own Cam Roger, not in the commentary box here today, but he is in 13th. And Wave Free Me Sports, the other car, Rick Van Earl, starts from 14th, ahead of Black Hawk Racing in 15th position. Then finally in the GTE category, 19 cars to get through here, so I won't do them all, but Vargas Sim Racing will be leading us off. Second place in the championship, doing all they can so far. Juicy's Motorsport Club with Jean Barbosa alongside them. Martin Dyland, 2-time winner at Le Mans, will be three-time winner, I should say, at Le Mans. He will be starting that car in 3rd. Red Bull Racing Esports 4th, with Dennis Jordan. Christian Marclera, the defending champions, won't be defending their title today. Unfortunately, they're 5th, head of Angry Bull Racing Team. Moradus, Satellite E-Star 7th. Black Hawk Racing, Team Iris, and Go Team Racing, your top 10. There we are. Some words from Jimmy Harrison just before the start. I'm not sure if you heard that on broadcast. I hope you did, because otherwise that was just awkward silence. But these guys will be getting themselves ready, Zach. It's decidedly overcast, it has to be said, but a dry start at the very least for everybody.
Yeah, that is probably the best they could have hoped for because, yeah, settling into a 24-hour race is difficult in of itself. To do it in the rain is even more of a task. So, yeah, luckily for the drivers, they can settle in nice and easy, let's say, in the dry. Just get those tyres up to temperature, set themselves into the rhythm. And, maybe the rains can still come a little bit later on. As you said, it is overcast. That rain might well and truly be on its way. But certainly for the start, it's going to be nice and clean. Hopefully, it's going to lack some chaos and drama because they got 24 hours of this race. They do not want to be winning the race or trying to win the race on that point.
No, absolutely not. We've seen over the last couple of years, as well, in real life at Le Mans, some incidents into turn one. We don't want to be seeing that. Since we've had this start, by the way, we haven't actually seen that many incidents, thankfully, over the first lap. We did, obviously, on that Mulsanne straight start, but we didn't really, or we haven't really, when we have used the Dunlop chicane to start this race. But let's see how season 14 goes. It's the 9th Virtual Endurance Championship 24 Hours of Le Mans and the 8th time that this great race has ended off this championship, and it will do once again in season 14. Chris Shepherd is going to be leading the field around to the start for Monaco. Seawolf Net Race alongside them. Can they steal a championship here today from Burst Esport? Let's see. Through the final 4 chicane, and we get onto the front straight. The Virtual Endurance Championship 24 Hours of Le Mans in season 14 is underway. It's a great jump from Chris Shepherd as they all fan out across the road. A wonderful start from Mitty Hoyer there in the Bicolis Burst Esport car, already making up positions as they go through the first corner and into the first chicane for the first time in this race. Azura Racing get themselves into second ahead of Satellite Racing, who have got into third. It's not a good start for Seawolf Net Race. Tony Mellor is dropping down the order quite quickly. 6th position for him already as the 54 car gets underway. I'm not sure if they were possibly from the pit lane. They're already quite a long way off the back of the field. But through test routes for the first time, Chris Shepherd converts, but it's not a good start for Seawolf.
Absolutely not. That is not the start they'd have wanted, but probably being more conservative, letting everyone through as to not cause an incident. But is Chris Shepherd going to be under pressure? That is Jira Arne Schlumvliet is going to be all over the rear end as they go down the Mulsanne straight for the first time. Arne is going to go to the left-hand side. That is Jira. Are they going to get themselves into the race? Chris Shepherd having to fall into line, and we look at it a little bit further back. Colin Spork in the Netrex P1 Sim Grand Prix lead the way, but closely followed by Daniel Wisner behind as they go through for the first time. A little bit of a look, but everyone, I think, just at this point trying to find a gap, find some space, and just get their way through.
Absolutely. Colin Spork still leading then in LMP2, or taking the lead, I should say, away from Juice's Motorsport Club, and Daniel Wisner, who started that race on the front. In GTE, Varga Sim Racing have held on to the lead ahead of Juices, then John Lacey, then Red Bull, then Waveframe, and then Satellite and Angry Bull Racing Team. It really is very similar to how we started this race in the GTEs through the first Mulsanne chicanes for the first time. Here they are. Wojciech Polesny leads at the moment as John Lacey Esports Academy do just get up into second place there. You can see them slotting in front of Juices Motorsport Club. John Lacey doing all they can at this stage to try and snatch this championship away, but it's going to be difficult for them. They're 42 points adrift with only 40 points available. It is very difficult. 45 points available, I should say. It is very difficult to see them winning the championship here today, but as I mentioned, they have got some very experienced drivers to possibly try and snatch it away. Let's see what's happened up here a little bit further above, because there was a yellow flag there, Zach. I'm not entirely sure if you saw what went on. I certainly didn't. But there just seemed to have been one or two small things going on throughout these opening laps.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't, unfortunately, catch that one, but hopefully we can get a bit of an update on what's going on. Arne Schlumvliet, though, in the Azura Cup, absolute domination so far. 1 second clear of Chris Shepherd as it stands. Of course, we are less than a lap in, but yeah, Chris Shepherd falling a little bit backwards and into the clutch of the Vera Satellite car, the number 23, as, yes, Arne Schlumvliet just trying to get on with it, get into a rhythm. But I think we can say that was a really clean start overall. No one was drastically in the barrier and no one was smacking into each other. So that is a success for the first lap and counts us down. 23 hours and 56 minutes left of the race to go. I don't think we've got quite long left.
We have got a fair amount of time remaining. Unassumingly, though, really pressing on here. Started the race, of course, third position on the grid here today, but has really jumped up the order very quickly early on and through the Ford chicanes for the first time at racing speed, bouncing across those curbs. He does indeed take the first lap, but it's all about the last one, of course, in nearly 24 hours' time. Shively, a winner here last year, as you might remember, from season 13. That was in the LMP2s, though, because we didn't have the DPIs at the time. He was alongside Jordi Zwiers and Nick De Silva on that day. He's not going to be alongside Zwiers today, I don't believe, anyway, who's won this race on the overall on the last 3 occasions. However, might be alongside De Silva. We'll have to wait and see, really, who joins him for today's race. But it's a wonderful start. It really is. Chris Shepherd, obviously, second at the moment. I don't think you can blame him too much for this gap opening up. 2 seconds in just already. However, he has done. And, yeah, simply not much else to say about him. He's broken the slipstream already at the end of lap 1.
Which is exactly what you want, especially at Le Mans. You just want to sort of get on with it, get in some clear air, get into your own little mindset, get into your own little race, and just get on with it, get into a rhythm, get that consistency, because consistency and pit strategy are what's going to win this race. Yes, you might not be particularly the fastest car on track, but if you're the most consistent car on track, you definitely have got a good shout of doing well. Yeah, and Chris Shepherd may be falling into the hands, as I said, of the 23, maybe even the 2 of the DX Droids car as well. But I think everyone just keeping single file. Of course, in that train behind, they are doing pretty well for their strategy. Of course, we've got this long Mulsanne straight. In the slipstream, you're demanding a little bit less of the engine. You're using a little bit less of fuel. You can go a little bit longer on your pit strategy. And over the course of 24 hours, that can add up and really help limit your time in the pit lane.
It certainly can, and that's going to be something we talk about throughout the day, of course. Chively, by the way, will be partnered by Nick De Silva once again this year. Ben Dutton and Kalakuri will be joining him on this occasion. This is Juan Carlos Fernandez in the DX Droids number 2 car, 4th place for them at the moment. There's a little bit of side-by-side in the background there between, I think that's Seawolf and Rookie Monsters. Tony Mellor getting overtaken by Malaj Maliki into Mulsanne corner, and Seawolf continue to drop down. So Burst Esport, despite starting at 7 positions behind them, have now got 2 positions ahead of them. Richie Hoy was very quick on that start, very good on the inside line. But Seawolf, Tony Mellor, has been dropping down the order almost like a stone early on in this race, and that is exactly not the start that Seawolf Net Race needed.
Yeah, no, certainly not, especially when they want to be fighting for a championship, especially when they're so far back in the championship. They're, of course, they're 3rd place at the moment, 20 points back on that by Collis Burst Esports car. So, yeah, Mitchie Hoy doing everything he needs to do in order to try and consolidate the team championship for the moment, and doing a great job so far on his stint. Just moving forward, didn't really do anything drastic, didn't send it on the first lap, just sort of picked his way through, found the gap, found the way through, and just drove his own race. And that's probably going to be the way to continue forward, because in a 24-hour race, what is the point in sending, on the first lap? Because, you go into the first chicane, you send it on the brakes, you get that position, they're just going to come right back at you down the Mulsanne, you're losing more time. And over the course of 24 hours, is that position going to matter? Probably not. So yeah, Mitchie settling in, as we said. But yeah, that is a shame for Tony Mellor. But to be fair to him, there is a lot of pressure going on. You have the team's championship hopes on your shoulders, and especially at the start of the race, where it's arguably one of the most crucial points of the race, to get a good start and get into a good rhythm. You can't blame him for maybe succumbing to a bit of pressure.
Absolutely. So we complete lap 2 of this race. 7 minutes into this one. Shumley with the fastest lap, of course. He continues to get away. There is Tony Mellor behind Majesh Maliki now in that Rookie Monsters DPI. The top 7 just getting away from Revolution Sim Racing and Ground Effect Sim Racing, who started this season, of course, back in Division 2. Ground Effect have been with us now in the first division since round 2. But obviously they started the season in Division 2, hence why they've got the number 200 next to their name. But there we are. Petrus here once again. We have had a change for the lead in GTE, by the way. John Lacey Esports Academy have got through on Vargas Sim Racing. Wojciech Polesny has been overtaken by Martin Darland, and there he is. Not sure if it's just me or the John Lacey Esports car just look a little bit different than it did before. It could just be me. But Darland certainly knows what he's doing at the VEC 24 Hours of Le Mans. Already mentioned the fact that he's a 3-time winner on a very experienced team. They are going to be hard to beat today.
Absolutely, and of course using that experience to good effect. And again, endurance racing, Le Mans especially, is going to be a race that experience will really, really help, knowing when to do things, when not to do things, how to tackle different challenges. And yeah, that's certainly going to use that experience to full effect. And yeah, and just do everything they can. Of course, they are championship hopefuls. They have got a mathematical chance of winning the championship. It's not particularly likely, but winning the race and doing everything they can would certainly be a good way of putting their best foot forward, putting their foot in the door, and having maybe a cheeky look at the championship particularly. But yeah, Martin Darlin just doing everything he can at this moment, settling in, as we always say. But that 1.6 second gap that it is now over Polesny in the 69 behind, yeah, just doing a great job. And as you say, they will certainly be a team to beat, because experience at the end of the day will win overall.
Yeah, Darland is also a two-time VEC champion, by the way, in the GT category, whatever GT was called at the time that he won it, because his first victory came back at season 5, which is 9 years ago now. So he knows what he's doing. He's been around the block, we'll say, out through the first Mulsanne chicane here once again, just 10 minutes into a very, very long race. Has to be said as well, in the background, the BMW of João Barbosa and Deuces Motorsport Club not getting off to the best start. Started on pole here, but has continued to drop down. Excuse me, started in second place, has continued to drop down, getting overtaken by Darland. And Dennis Jordan now is on his inside line. The Red Bull in that Corvette trying to get down the inside. There is Jordan, face of concentration. He is going into the second Mulsanne chicane, and so the German does indeed make his way through. João Barbosa having a shaky start to this race.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Similar to the Seawolf car up in the DPIs, because yeah, again, it is tricky to get into a rhythm. That BMW should be fairly quick around Le Mans, but yeah, again, it's that risk versus reward. Does he want to fight hard? Does he want to try and retain a high position, or does he just want to get everyone through, take it nice and safe? Because at the end of the day, finishing the race will put you in a better position than fighting, hammer and tongue for the first 5 minutes, which yeah, is certainly what he hasn't done. But he's still there, still in contention. He can still see the race leaders as our top 6. You can still fit them all in frame. In fact, you can fit a good portion of the top 10 in the frame. So yeah, they're all still there. They're all still in contention. And when this race comes back to him, he's just got to be patient. It's all about patience when it comes to endurance racing. So yeah, it's still not over for Barbosa.
Absolutely not. He's one of the only cars, though, in the field not to have the headlights on for whatever reason. Everybody else pretty gloomy and making sure they can see. Round the outside for Barbosa. Goodness me, that was contact into Indianapolis. Absolutely not what the number 77 team wanted to see. They've got a championship to win here, and they can't afford an early accident, and there nearly was one there.
That's the thing, is that Dennis Jordan has a lot more to lose than Barbosa. So, yeah, he has to be a bit more tentative. But yeah, I said Barbosa was just trying to settle in. No, he wasn't. Around the outside, going in towards Indianapolis. That is certainly brave. And yeah, he certainly made it work, but that could have very quickly ended in tears. Towards the Porsche curves, defensive goes Barbosa. Dennis Jordan going to look to the left-hand side. It's going to be the long way round. Is he going to keep that Corvette there, or is Barbosa going to claim the inside line? This is fantastic racing. We're only 12 minutes into a 24-hour race, but they're fighting very, very hard for this. But yeah, Dennis Jordan with the pressure of a championship on his shoulders. If he crashes and John Lacey wins, that could be very detrimental for the championship. So Dennis Jordan in 4th place. This is all I think that all they need to do to consolidate a championship. So Dennis Jordan, no risks taken, I don't think.
Well, there was a lot of risk into Indianapolis there, but backed off and decided this is not for him. And the move around the outside of the Porsche curves as well, certainly not for him either. But this is a very interesting battle indeed. It also involves the 2 Corvettes behind in the form of Satellite Racing, or Satellite E-Stars I should say, and Waveframe Esports as well. Christian Marglera, the team that won this GTE Championship last season. Marglera was on that team, of course, but won't be defending their title this year, unfortunately. They are already down in, well, only 4th place in the standings, but they are 53 points away, and so that is too many, with only 45 on the table here today. These 3 trying to give Corvette their first Le Mans victory in 4 years. Season 10 was the last time that this manufacturer took a victory at Le Mans, and the LMP1s were still in effect at that stage. That's how long ago it was, back in Season 10. It's coming through Tete Rouge now. Barbosa once again going to be punching a huge hole in the air for Dennis Jordan to just slip into. The slightly sleeker Corvette, the more modern Corvette in use on this occasion, into the first Mulsanne chicane. Last time it was the second, and he might decide to use it again. Bit of lifting off, and possibly the sensible thing to do, really. With so long to go in this race, the fuel is a lot more valuable than this position.
Absolutely. And, well, yeah, Dennis Jordan trying to just stay on the back, save some fuel maybe, or get that run towards the second Mulsanne chicane. No, he's just, again, going to sit back. We've seen before that the Red Bull car will just sit behind, put maybe some psychological pressure on, save some fuel, and play the long game in terms of strategy. What can Dennis Jordan do? Is he going to go for move into the second Mulsanne? But they are just nose to tail, are these three, third, fourth, and fifth. And all of them just in mutual agreement to sit behind each other, play the long game, I think, which, yeah, in a 24-hour race is certainly the game that you want to play. Saving some fuel because it will certainly save some, will save some time in the long run. But it's nice to see that our top five, I think, in the GTEs are very different. Well, they have got a very diverse set of manufacturers, different cars in. So, yeah, it's nice to see that all different cars can succeed.
I think 5 different cars in the top 5 at the moment, 4 different manufacturers, because there's 2 different types of Corvette on your screen at the moment. The first Aston Martin is only just in behind there, Moser Benamar in 7th place, just behind some of these shots. There they are. Just in the background, it's Ferrari leading. Oh no, there's the Aston Martin for Varga. Sorry, I had my last season 13 head on there, thinking Varga was still driving a Porsche. Anyway, here we go. Once again with Dennis Jordan. We saw what happened last time these two went side by side down this straight towards Indianapolis, but this time the Corvette looks to have the legs to even clear the BMW on the way in, quite possibly. Outside line, and it is enough. Through goes Dennis Jordan, and he's into third position once again. Now he's going to be hoping that he can maybe clear this BMW and get away until we get to the Mulsanne straight once again, because there are a few corners coming up where maybe he can make the difference. But let's see how close Barbosa can stay.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, look for Nisuda just behind as well for Maragnis in that Corvette. But yeah, still, I think Dennis Jordan maybe wants to get on with it. Maybe wants to get after Pelesny, potentially, maybe. But yeah, I again, don't really know what's going on, because one moment he wants to sit behind, save some fuel. The next moment he's going for an attack around the outside, going in towards Indianapolis. So yeah, not entirely sure. But Barbosa is still keeping him honest. And that slipstream is going to keep them in touch with each other, because yeah, down that long Mulsanne straight, it can make all the difference. And even if you are a couple of tenths slower over the course of the lap, you can make that back up in just a moment down the Mulsanne straight. But yeah, it seems that Jordan has got the legs through the Porsche curves over Barbosa, able to stretch his margin to about 6.5 tenths of a second. So it seems that Jordan is the quicker of the two cars, but thanks to that slipstream, Barbosa was able to stay in touch.
Absolutely. I believe, by the way, over the last lap or two, that DSG Motorsport and Tony Jansen has had a problem for DSG Motorsport. Not sure why or how. It might have even been for a drive-through, don't know. But he's definitely down in 15th at the moment and a long way off the back of the rest of the LMP2s, as lap traffic is not too far away from coming into effect. The GTEs, the final GTEs, are just coming through, coming over the line right now. We're waiting at the moment to see where there is the final GTE in 19th position. The 55 car of DX Droids, Ian Navarro, driving that car at the moment, 43rd overall. A long way down. There is Arnaud Schubert just coming out of Arnaud. So we've still got a fair amount of time until we get into the lap traffic. Couple of laps until we're there, Zach, but that is when the real race begins.
Yeah, absolutely. That's when experience will conquer overall, because yeah, being able to battle your way through traffic, being able to pick your moments and just use the advantage. Of course, ideally you want to catch the lap traffic down the Mulsanne straight, because that's where the biggest difference between the the prototypes and the GTs are, is you can just put your foot down and sail past them down the straight. If you catch them through here, though, that is where the danger happens, because that is where you're going to really have to back off. That's when the race can get a little bit interesting, because the cars behind you can close that gap back up. But Arnaud Schubert has done a fantastic job. That gap, 7.1 seconds. We're only about 17 minutes in to this race. So yeah, he's done a fantastic job to open up this race, and even if he gets to some lap traffic, he's got the margin just to take it a little bit easier and pick his way through. He doesn't need to take any risks at the moment.
No, certainly doesn't. You can see the way there, they just slightly shorten the distance on the run up towards turn 1. It's a thing that's only come into effect over the last few years in rFactor 2 in the 24 hours of Le Mans. Just slightly shortening the distance. Normally in real life, obviously, you stay right to the outside there and try and open up the corner as much as possible. And they still do that, but they just shorten off the road before doing that. Through the Tetrus Ashes now, and then Tetrus itself, the most important corner on this circuit. Have been noticing, by the way, and this is a point to bring up, have been noticing over the last few laps, Devin Browder, for example, last lap, even Nisler on the last lap, also seen Riley McKibben in the Team Irish car a little bit further down. All of these drivers, their last lap times are not showing up, which means they cut the track somewhere around this circuit on their most recent lap. Now, this is going to be a problem throughout the race. It's a long race, and surely we're going to see some cut track penalties for everybody at some point. Well, not for everybody, but for some drivers at some point, because it's a long race, and it is easy, because I've seen quite a few of them already. Dennis Jordan, for example, already has one of them today.
Yeah, that is going to be the thing. Just keeping it on the track, being consistent, and not racking up those penalties. It will be, some of the cases that penalty could decide your overall finishing position in this race. Michi Hoyer on the back of the DX Droids car. Is he going to go for the move and get himself onto the podium? To the left-hand side, down on the run towards the second wall sign chicane. He's got the DX Droids car to his right. He's going to get the corner and up into P3 for the Bike Wallers Burst Esports. So Michi Hoyer really doing a fantastic job.
Certainly is. He certainly is at the moment. Sorry, Zach's mic just cut out briefly, but he's back again. Don't worry about that. Back into third position, though, for Michi Hoyer, who drove in Le Mans Virtual the season just gone. And indeed in the first one, I believe. But either way, down into Mulsanne corner again and up into third. It pretty much is the dream start for Bike Wallers Burst Esport. A little bit worried at the start of the race and looking at the qualifying performance for them. 9th place with Seawolf in second, but it's been almost the dream 20 minutes for them.
Is my mic back now? Should be.
Yes, we're back now.
There we go. Okay, thank God. Yeah, just I genuinely am just flabbergasted at what's going on with it at the moment. But yeah, either way, Arno Schoenvliet has had a dream start, as you say. But Michi Hoyer as well doing a great job in the Bike Wallers Burst Esports car. Luckily for DX Droids, they're having a bit more fortune in the DPIs than they are in the GTEs, because yeah, they're plumb last in the GTEs. They're fighting for a podium in the DPIs, so at least one side of the team is having a good day so far.
Absolutely. So then, looking at Arno Schoenvliet again, 8.5 seconds now the lead for Ajira. But of course, it's all about all of your drivers. At the moment, we're seeing the differences being made in the singular drivers, their starting drivers. But as this race develops, it really just takes a long time for this race to develop as well, because we've got to wait a long time to cycle through a set of drivers. And that's when things do really get complicated for us. Because then you really do see the differences in the teams rather than individuals. This is looking back, by the way, from the final of the GTE cars. Ian Navarro, who's in this Aston Martin. Looking backwards, you can see him at the moment just making his way through the first few corners. Arno Schoenvliet coming up towards the chicane at the moment, gaining about 30 seconds a lap on these GTEs. But with a 3.5-minute lap time, that does take quite a while. Even though that's not many laps. The laps are very long around here, of course. So traffic is going to be upon us soon. And as we always say in these endurance races, this is the most dangerous run-through traffic there will be for the entire race.
Yeah, absolutely. The first way through, it's always sketchy. It's always just a waiting game, finding your way through, not being too impatient. But yeah, you've got the most cars going through the most. The largest set of cars going through the largest set of cars that you will pretty much for the whole race, because this is the closest the cars are going to be over the course of the 24 hours, you have to say. So yeah, going to be very, very dangerous, and traffic can give, traffic can take as well. Hopefully for Arno Schoenvliet, he can get through quite cleanly, because he's done everything right over the course of the start of the race, built up an 8.5-second gap over the Wanako car behind. So yeah, hopefully for him, he can just get through cleanly, no issues, press forward and keep doing what he's doing. But yeah, for this, again, as we always say with experience, this is where the experienced drivers are really going to show their own, because they can get through slightly more efficiently. They know when the gaps are coming, they know when to bide their time, and of course, maybe being more experienced, they can see it from both sides, both perspectives of both the prototypes and the GT perspective of things, and sort of get a better idea of what's going on, and can predict the better course of action to take.
I haven't spoken too much about LMP2 so far, but there's not been an awful lot going on. Moritz Mel has taken the lead for Go Team Racing in the 47 car, away from Daniel Wisner, 2 seconds to the good now, and just set the best lap of the race so far, just there, the 33.8. Moritz Mel continuing to run away at the moment at the front of the field. But here it is, the first bit of lap traffic throughout the 24 hours of Le Mans in Season 14. It's coming up towards Indianapolis for Arno Schoenvliet. It's on Ian Navarro of DX Droids, in the Aston Martin. And there it is. It's a dive down the inside into Indianapolis. That is one down literally thousands to go. There's probably more than 1,000 overtakes being made by these cars. Somebody will probably be able to calculate it, but I certainly can't. The amount of overtakes a DPI car has to do at a race like this is scary.
Yeah, absolutely. And between all of them, there's always a small chance that things can go catastrophically wrong. And that is how motorsport, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But yeah, you've just got to do everything in your power to not let that happen and to minimize that chance. But yeah, every time you go for a move, whether it be between classes or, on lap traffic, yeah, it's always going to be scary. There's always going to be a chance for catastrophe. So yeah, Shinvi just taking a nice cautious way of action. Luckily for him, he caught it probably at the best chance possible, which was when the cars are going there fastest. He can just pull to the inside. And luckily for him, it was a lone car, and he didn't have to get through some cars that were trying to fight position as well, because that's when things can really get dangerous.
Well, it's already had an effect in the battle for second place, which is really hotting up now. Chris Shepherd is coming under pressure from Michi Hoyer and Juan Carlos Fernandez at this moment. Three-way battle for second place going on. James Zuber and Tony Meller have also got quite close. Just that one little car. So two battles have developed just with one car. That is just an illustration of how traffic can affect things here. But Michi Hoyer is looking at overtaking the pole sitter after less than half an hour here. It really is a great start for the German here. Of course, it's streaming as well on this race at the moment. Chris Shepherd goes wide in the first chicane. Hoyer gets to the inside line, running down the hill now. Oh, it's very close, though. Not able to do it. Juan Carlos Fernandez fancies a piece of the action. Can't quite do it, though, and they'll wait for the Mulsanne straight.
Probably the best course of action. No need to take any risk. Use the slipstream and have it be a little bit more comfortable through Tetra Rouge. Just a flick to the right in this DPI. It's very fast corner, very important corner to get that run. And you have to say that maybe that DX car, Juan Carlos Fernandez, might have a look to get himself back on to the podium. But a three-way fight for second place this early on in the race certainly is welcomed by us. Is Michi Hoyer going to be under pressure? Is Juan Carlos Fernandez going to want to put any pressure on? But just look at the closing speed as he's a lot closer on the slipstream. Pulls to the right-hand side. It'll be the inside for the first Mulsanne chicane, or is he just trying to spot his braking point? I think that certainly is the case, and Michi Hoyer can press forward, look forwards rather than backwards, and try and get himself into second place.
Well, the problem that Juan Carlos Fernandez has there is that when he ducks out of the slipstream there, Michi Hoyer is still getting some from Chris Shepherd just in front, so that's a real problem for DX Droids if they want to actually make their way through. They might be able to take advantage of this, because Hoyer's got a great chance now into the second Mulsanne chicane. Chris Shepherd not willing to let him through, and he's going to squeeze Hoyer right to the left-hand side of our picture, although Hoyer is good enough on the brakes to just sweep around the outside and take Burst Esport up into second.
Fantastic job so far from Hoyer to get that car from where it started to where it is now, and that surely does show why they are leading the championship in the DPI category. They've done a fantastic job all season long, but Chris Shepherd didn't seem to want to let him through. So as we go towards the Mulsanne corner, he's going to look to the right hand side, he's going to send it under brakes. Chris Shepherd going to come right back at Michi Hoyer to the inside, has to back out of it, and Michi Hoyer can stay in front for now. But just look at that gaggle of cars, look at that traffic in front. This battle probably is far from over.
Absolutely is. This is incredible, the amount of traffic just up in front. It never fails to surprise us just how much this matters early on in the race. Here comes Chris Shepherd. Outside line into Indianapolis is what is turning into a fantastic battle, but he's going to find himself meeting a BMW. He's going to try and make sure that doesn't happen, and he does sweep his way through. Michi Hoyer, who almost gets into the back of him, and here comes Fernandez, almost down the inside of the left-hander, not able to do it, and here into Arnage, the traffic really begins. Shepherd ducks round the outside of one as Juan Carlos Fernandez takes advantage of the Butler Powell car. Tim Neuendorf just getting in the way of Hoyer, who muscles his way to the outside of the BMW. He ducks for a bit more slipstream off World of Sim Racing, and once again he gets a bit more slipstream off of one of the Corvettes. He makes his way through. This is high intensity racing with 23 and a half hours remaining.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Here comes Fernandez to the inside of the Porsche curves. What a move from the DX Droids car just to capitalise on the traffic. Michi Hoyer been absolutely swamped by that Aston Martin there. This is fantastic action, and DX Droids using experience to full effect, using the traffic to full effect, and same too with the one Acco car. Chris Shepherd is able to duck his dive his way through this traffic, and has absolutely capitalised the best of the three on this one. But yeah, that's how things go. When we say traffic can make a big impact, this is what we mean, because yeah, Michi Hoyer has gone from second down to fourth in a matter of half a lap because of it, and Juan Carlos Fernandez is able to get himself back onto the podium because of it as well. Wanako, Chris Shepherd also able to consolidate second place for a little bit longer as well, and well, yeah, they're still not even all the way through the traffic just yet.
What else has gone unnoticed by us, unfortunately? Martin Darling's now down in 10th place. I thought we were getting through the traffic quite quickly, but no, John Lacey Esports Academy have dropped down to 10th. There's clearly been a problem for the former race leader in this race. Not sure when that was or how that happened, but Martin Darling is now down in 10th, and there he is, 13.5 seconds away from the lead that he used to have. So no idea what that's about, but Wojtek Polesny now leads, as he has done for a little while now. And Martin Darland is way off. Here is Jimmy Nisela and Dennis Jordan. They're battling away, and they've got away from Juicy's Motorsport Club. So that's how those battles have turned out. But how has Martin Darland found himself down in 10th?
That is going to be a mystery, one that we don't know the answer to. But yeah, that is certainly strange. But to the welcoming eyes of the Red Bull Racing Esports cast that certainly probably have a bit less stress on the championship. Still not over, still 23.5 hours left of this race to go, and they certainly were the team to beat. But we said that those cars will be arguably maybe uncrackable in terms of pressure because of their experience, because of their consistency, and because of their past success. And they arguably have been one of the first ones in contention to make that vital mistake. Potentially it was a mistake, maybe they got caught up in something, we don't know. Down in 10th place, that's not where they want to be, especially when they're clinging on to a chance, maybe fingers crossed, that they can win the championship. But whether the way, whether they wanted to win the championship or not, losing potentially the 24 Hours of Le Mans might be equally as catastrophic.
Now then, big moment in this race. The first bit of rain is beginning to fall onto the circuit. You can see the wipers going quite quickly. This rain has started at quite a high intensity here, and so we are really underway now at Le Mans. This is proper Le Mans now because the rain is here. Dearie me, this race has just got a whole lot more exciting, a whole lot more difficult for everybody right now. The question is, when do you pit for these wet tyres? We don't often see intermediates really used at all. We never really have. It is all about the jump to the full wets. When are we going to see that? When is the spray going to start to get kicked up from these cars? When are we going to start to see cars going everywhere? Jimmy Nisela there sliding, and Seawolf massively sliding into Elnage. This track has got quite wet quite quickly.
Yeah, very, very quickly indeed, and you have to say, how long can they tank on these slicks for? But that Seawolf car, a fantastic save to keep going. Jimmy Noosa as well seems to be struggling in these conditions. Dennis Jordan is getting very, very close for comfort in conditions that mistake can come very, very quickly, and he doesn't really have much time to react if something does happen to the Maradnes car. But yeah, this is where, the good from the great are separated. How quick can you adapt? When do you know to come in for the wet tyres? Do you time that to perfection? And also with the long lap, if you time it wrong, you've got a long time to wait, a long time to stay on the wrong tyre, and that could be catastrophic.
It certainly can. By the way, John Lacey Esports Academy had a drive-through penalty to serve, which is why they are down the order just a little bit from where they started this race. Let's see, has anybody decided to come in early on here? No, because it is far too early, although the conditions are very tricky. You saw Nisela into Arnage there, really struggling, and Seawolf even more so, sliding backwards into that corner. But look at how fast some of these wipers are going so early on in this race. It's remarkable to see. Fret, by the way, just looking at the actual weather, the forecast, I should say, there is a warning for thunderstorms until 6 a.m. on Sunday, which is what's that, 17 hours into this race, maybe a little bit more or less, but roughly that. So that is a long time for there to be possible intermittent showers throughout, as there's a bit of a yellow flag going on. Who's off the road? It looks like whoever it was has recovered, and there have been a couple of cars diving down on pit lane. Most, the highest placed of them, 7th place, Mosa Benamar from the GTEs, as down the inside goes Juan Carlos Fernandez, who is taking to these conditions like a duck to water, if you'll excuse the pun. Chris Shepherd struggling, and Juan Carlos Fernandez is into second.
Yeah, he's really getting going on well in these conditions, adapting very well. A bit of contact side by side with the two of them as they were going to the first Mulsanne chicane. But yeah, he's doing an absolutely fantastic job as Juan Carlos Fernandez. Chris Shepherd not settling in very well either, because Michi Hoyer is already back onto the back of him. But just look at how wet that track is. Look at the reflection from the lights. Just goes to show how much water there is on the track. And these guys are still on slicks. They haven't got any grooves on those tires at all. So you have to say that pit stop is arguably inevitable, but they've still got over half the lap to go, and they've yet to go through the most twisty and turny part of the racetrack already. Wanako, Chris Shepherd going defensive. Michi Hoyer's got the task to go around the outside of the Mulsanne corner in the wet weather. That's going to be a very tricky task, but we've got a lot of people diving in for wets.
Look at how busy it is. The LMP2s are all in. David Koloksai, though, says, I'm going to carry on here. Timothys Andonovski feels the same way, and so does Devin Brown. This is championship implications as well, of course. Racing team and Blackhawk Racing both involved in that fight. Andonovski in the leading car, of course, and only needs to finish top 12. So you might think they might go for the safe option and just put the wets on. Even if it might be a bit slower, it's certainly safer than braving it out on the dries, but decided to go out there anyway and go for it. Hoyer is up to third then, ahead of Chris Shepherd, who's right on the back of him. James Zuber is not too far away for Satellite either, which is an interesting one. Wojciech Polesny still leads, by the way, in GTE, a class that hasn't seen too many pit stops so far in this race. And Speedy Bike Racing still in the pit lane with Sean Jacobs. I reckon they might have been off somewhere, if I'm honest. But not entirely sure. Couldn't tell you for sure. So we do have a yellow flag in Sector 1 still. Not sure quite why. Not sure who that was for. However, half an hour into this race, a little bit more. We have had great drama so far. And into the pit lane, I believe, comes Arnaud Schubli. It's surely time to come in. Schubli has got 18 seconds of a lead in only 35 minutes, which is astonishing. But even he has decided this track is wet enough now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks it certainly visibly. David Koloksai, how he's gone this far without spinning, I do not know. But that Mugen Sim Racing car taking a risk. Yeah, that risk, there's no going back once you pass that pit lane. You have to get around the 13.5 kilometer circuit that is Le Mans. And as he goes through Arnage, you can just see that's so wet. Surely it's got to be time for full wets. And that rain probably will only get worse. So it's time to come in for the full wets. But yeah, Fine Schoenvliet, the man who has 18 seconds, probably nothing to risk at all. Well, yeah, he's got the biggest margin. He doesn't want to take any risk. He's going to come in as soon as he can. But I think a couple of people followed him in as well. So yeah, pretty unanimous that it's time for wets.
This pit lane, by the way, is going to get so busy. Speedy Mike Racing, by the way, were boxed in by two LMP2s on either side of them. They couldn't reverse or go forwards, and they had to wait. And so Sean Jacobs is now over a minute off the back of the field, as we see, if we get pictures from the actual pit lane at the moment, the entire DPI field in the pit lane, all 9 cars, and all but 2 of the GTEs are going to be in. These conditions are awful. And you saw in the background there, the Ligier having big problems. Here is the pit lane. Look at it. Oh my goodness. Christian Marglera can't get into his box at all. The 222 ground effects struggling to get in. Everybody's trying to poke their nose out to try and get themselves a clear run out, but they're not able to. This is carnage.
To say the least, that's an understatement. Carnage is certainly an understatement. But yeah, of course, there is contact in the pit lane. You have got to be careful as David Koloksai tries to negotiate the DX Druids traffic as he goes around the outside. And yeah, even with the advantage that the P2s have over the GTEs, it is still very tricky in order to do moves like that. But yeah, David Koloksai very quickly bailing on the idea to stay out on slicks. It's very much time for wets, and yeah, maybe the decision to come in a lap earlier probably was the right one. But at the same time, I'm guessing by your reactions, Ewan, there's a lot going on.
Andonovski there off the road into the gravel slightly. He's still managed to get himself in the pit lane. But look at this. It's so busy in this pit lane. Where do you find your box and how do you get in? Luckily for Koloksai, he's found his way in. And head of Juices. Andonovski has a bit of an altercation with him there. Here's Arnaud Schubli. He has managed to get out in the lead. Revolution Sim Racing a second. Quarter Porsches, I'm not entirely sure how he's managed that, but he's into second. Michi Hoyer is third at the minute, ahead of Fernandez, Zuber and Shepherd. They've all roughly come out where they were before. We'll see where the LMP2s come out in relation to each other. Has that risk to stay out really paid off? We don't think so, looking at these conditions, which are awful at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've just got to adapt. You've just got to find some pace. And even if you are going, a couple of seconds a lap slower, you have just got to take that risk and just slow it right down to try and settle in, find some grip. There's no point going flat out for the first couple of laps. Find some grip, settle into a rhythm, and then that's when the pace will come back to you. Because yeah, this rain is torrential. These drivers have got such a challenge on their hands, and yeah, with only 38 minutes into this race, it's probably not the way they would have wanted to start. They probably would have wanted the first 2 hours to be nice and dry, settle into the race nice and easy. But yeah, the rain came very quickly. I wasn't expecting it to come this quickly, but once it came, it certainly did not stop.
No, and it doesn't show any signs of stopping for a little while yet. I'm not sure when this rain is going to stop here today, if at all. But I'm not particularly sure. I think there's going to be another big rainstorm at 5 o'clock local time, 5 hours into this race. Sorry, 4 hours into this race. However, are we going to see dry tyres before then? Is the question. This is the leader in GTE, by the way. You are not seeing things. This is the leader in GTE. It's Mugen Sim Racing, Christopher Kiernack. We've got Ben Crooks, Tim Neuendorf and Sebastian Pfeiffer who've all stayed out here. Red Bull Racing Esports have made a great strategy call in the wet weather here. Dennis Jordan is out in 5th and he's the first car not to have pitted yet. The first car to have pitted. So he will cycle out into the lead.
Red Bull Racing using their experience then to get them into the net race lead. And yeah, that's the thing, that's the decision. As you can see, the Mugen Sim Racing car really struggling. Kiernack going wide off the exit of Arnage and over those curbs. They're going to be so slippery with that water. You do not want to go anywhere near them because the track is slippery enough. The paint of the curbs as well is going to be even more slippery, even with the AstroTurf runoff as well. That's going to be quite slippery. So you just have to bide your time, keep it on the grey stuff and try not to spin is going to be the mammoth task. But yeah, Red Bull Racing have put themselves in the driving seat to have a fairly comfortable race lead potentially. I think they've got Vargas Sim Racing about 1.5 seconds back. But despite that, they've done everything they need to do to get themselves into the race lead, which, with some clear out in front, that's all they need to try and push forward for the rest of the race.
Oh, look at they're crawling through the Porsche curves. Look how much quicker the DPIs are. That's not just due to the downforce that they have. It's because they got the right tyres on. And through Maison Blanche, Christopher Kiernack is struggling to even let these cars through right now. Into the pit lane, surely he must come, and he does. Not entirely sure why they would have stayed out, maybe to avoid the melee in the pit lane, and there he is. Oh, it's such a tight chicane to get in to the pit lane. Sebastian Pfeiffer is carrying on again, and so is Ben Crooks, I think, in the Seawolf Net Race Motorsport GTE. My goodness, there he is in the Aston Martin. The two Aston Martins stay out, they remain 1 and 2. They are toughing it out in these conditions. Do they know something that we don't? Is this rain going to abate in the next lap or two? And are they going to make the strategy call of the century? Or are they going to end up in the wall? There's only one of two ways this can go, really.
Yeah, the battle of two extremes, really. You either stay out and it works and you look like a hero, or you stay out and it doesn't work and you look like a zero. So yeah, either way, they're taking that risk, and if it pays off, they can be right at the sharp end of the field and push forward. But yeah, they have to hope that this rain ends soon and the track as well dries up. Luckily, there is so many cars on the grid that can then clear some water off the racing line, which is going to be to the welcome eyes of those that are trying to stay out on these slicks. But they just have to hope this rain clears very quickly, the track dries very quickly as well, because otherwise they're going to be stuck stranded on these slick tyres.
They're only 30 seconds ahead of Dennis Jordan already, a 4:23 and 4:24 from the two of them last time around. Let's see what Moussa Benamar is doing, because he was the first driver to come onto the wet tyres. 4:10 from him. He gained 15 seconds on those on dry tyres. And if this rain is still coming down, which I believe it is, then it's still going to be quite bad. However, Ben Crooks is no longer... Oh, as Sebastian Pfeiffer goes off on the first chicane and rejoins, there's no windscreen wipers going anymore. I just wonder, has this rain stopped already? Has this been the quickest rainstorm ever in human history? And have these guys possibly pulled off something impossible? Their windscreen wipers are no longer going.
That is interesting. That is very, very interesting, because this rain has just come and gone very, very quickly, if that is the case. And now the task is to stay on these slicks, keep that margin as best they can, and just wait for a dry line to start forming. Because as soon as it does, those on the slicks, as long as they can keep those tyres in temperature, they're going to gain such an advantage over those on the wets that will then really start to struggle. Their tyres will start to overheat. They'll have to actively go onto the wet parts of the circuit to keep those tyres in check. They'll then have to make yet another pit stop. So those that have toughed it out on the slicks certainly have got a good shout if that rain has stopped. But again, it comes down to how quickly this track can dry.
Absolutely. This is treacherous, though, for Ben Crooks and Sebastian Pfeiffer. Fair play to them for trying this. Absolutely fair play. As some people have noticed, the wipers have stopped. People are saying that in the YouTube chat more quickly than we can say it, because they're more clever than us, to be quite honest. This is absolutely Unbelievable. What a start to this race we're seeing. 45 minutes into this race right now. And the excitement is indeed picking up because we've got a number of announcements to make throughout the day. And we're going to make the first of them in the first hour. Wow, a lot of people are here watching us, of course. We can, of course, announce the 15th season of the Virtual Endurance Championship, and we'll share a little something with you. There is season 15 announced, and there are the dates to put into your diary for the races as well, going over 2022 and 2023, the 15th season of the Virtual Endurance Championship, back to an 8-race format here after 6 races here in season 14. We're back to 8 races, Zach, and we're very much looking forward to season 15.
Well, it'll be my first season with 8 races if I can stay on the commentary team for next year, because I only joined for season 14. So yeah, certainly looking forward to season 15. And yeah, the calendar nice and spaced out, gives us a lot to enjoy. And of course, with 8 races, 2 extra races to enjoy as well, because the last 5 and 45 minutes worth of racing that we've had this season has been absolutely sensational. Have enjoyed every second of it, and yeah, certainly I'm sure the drivers and teams as well can't wait to look forward to season 15 as well.
Absolutely. It is going to be one to remember. So is this race so far. 45 minutes just about into it right now. Ben Crooks does lead in GTE, but his lead is now only 17 seconds ahead of Dennis Jordan, or these two's lead, let's say, is only 17 seconds ahead of Dennis Jordan into the final chicanes. Goodness me, the wipers have stopped, the rain has stopped, but this track has got so wet, these guys can barely stay moving. The 2 Aston Martins go side by side over the start finish line. Sebastian Pfeiffer now takes the lead. They have made an outrageous strategy call here, but will it pay off? Their lead is coming down dramatically with every second. A 4:28 and a 4:30 on that last lap time. Dennis Jordan, what is he going to be able to do on this lap time? I have a feeling he has got about 20 seconds quicker over the last few laps. These two, the only in the GT field to still be on the soft tyres. So is Corne Borchers in the DPIs, excuse me. That's how he ended up in second place. He also took a bit of a gamble. However, it looks like it's paid off even less than it's going to pay off for these two.
Potentially so, and well, if the track can dry quickly, then yeah, they have pulled an absolute worldie. But you can see how much they're struggling to keep it on the track, even on these slick tires, because yeah, they've got no grooves. There's no way for the water to be pushed out of the way. So those slick tires are just hardly on the circuit at all. They're getting none of that tarmac grip that they would get in the dry weather. So yeah, really toughing it out. But yeah, they just have to hope that the Red Bull Racing Esports car doesn't catch them. Dennis Jordan 10.5 seconds back. That's not that big of a margin considering how much quicker that Dennis Jordan can be over the course of a lap. It is a long lap, so he will gain quite a lot of time. Can this dry line form quick enough for them to stay in the race lead?
Oh my goodness. Sebastian Pfeiffer really sliding through the first Mulsanne chicane again. Just to update you, by the way, in the other categories, Onshubli still leads in DPI. 22 seconds nearly is his lead. He's still much quicker than everybody else out there at the moment. And Moritz Mell in LMP2 is leading at the moment as well. But this is very interesting in the GTEs. 8 seconds now is the gap between these two and Dennis Jordan, who gained 23 seconds on that last lap there. That is not enough, you would say, as they slide their way into the first chicane again. Pfeiffer and Crooks really taking a big gamble right now, but you'll be able to see the Red Bull in the background. He's bearing down on them, is Jordan. And so what are we going to see here? This track, it's not drying nearly quickly enough for them, surely.
Not at all. Even with the amount of cars that we've got on the track, even with the amount of cars we've got on wet tyres on the track, moving that water out of the way, it really isn't drying at all. But the advantage that we'll have is when it does dry, Dennis Jordan and the rest of those on wet tyres will have to make the conversion back onto slicks, and that is going to be an extra pit stop just to even them out. And either way, even if they come out in the race lead, even if they come out, second, third, or fourth, that's still a gamble that has paid off to get them a couple of places up the order. So even if they don't get consolidate the race lead, they are still certainly up at the sharp end and can do a lot with that once the track goes back to slicks.
Yeah, if the track goes back to slicks, I'm suspecting it will do, because this looks like it's been the shortest rain shower I've ever seen. However, as I said earlier, I do believe that 4 hours into this race, we are going to see another, or in hour 5, I should say, at some point, we are going to see another shower out here at the moment. And then it's going to dry up again, and then it's going to shower again. So, like the last time we saw rain in the VEC Le Mans 24 hours, back in season 8, I think it was. Yeah, it was indeed, where it was raining for a good majority of that race, and we ended up with a winning margin of 7 laps. That's not going to be the case this year. It's not going to rain constantly, but excuse me. But I do believe we are going to see 3 or 4 of these real short, sharp rain showers.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, we're going to welcome every single one of them if it means they get such gambles like this. And it might actually, if these two have success with their slick tire running, it might influence other teams to try and make that same gamble if a similar situation arises a little bit later on in the race as well, and if it lasts for a similar length of time as well. So yeah, certainly still a lot of gambles, and you do have to take these risks in endurance racing, especially if you're towards the sort of the lower end of the field. But look at Dennis Jordan already onto the back of these two. He'll surely make quick work of the Seawolf Net Race Motorsport car of Ben Crooks. Dennis Jordan all over the rear end of him, surely into the fourth chicane. He just has to brake a little bit later, get that stopped, and Ben Crooks has got nothing to say to that one because of just how easy it will be on those wet tyres to make his way through.
Absolutely. The difference between the two in terms of pace is getting smaller, but it's still enough for Dennis Jordan to be able to take the lead over the line to complete lap 12. Dennis Jordan takes the lead. He gained only 17 seconds on that last lap, though, which is a lot less than it was last time, 6 seconds less. However, it's still more than enough. Wojciech Polesny in the Aston Martin in the background is about to take second place. He's already got through on Crooks. He's about to get through on Sebastian Pfeiffer and the Your Name Here Racing. Traction for the Vargas Sim Racing car, more than good enough. And there it is, down the hill again. Dennis Jordan retakes the lead that he will believe is rightfully his. Now, can he stretch out enough margin for him to be able to come in for another tyre change onto the dries? The thing is, they're not going to have to come in after an hour, are they, at Red Bull? Because I'm almost certain that they will have taken fuel on when they changed tyres there.
Potentially so, maybe. We don't quite know, but
surely
it makes sense. But then again, it does put them off pattern. It does put them off schedule, maybe by about 20 minutes. But again, I guess over the course of the 23 hours that they've got left, they can sort of bring it back onto schedule. Either way, Dennis Jordan needs to make the most of these wet tyres. Same too with Wojciech Polesny, to make the most of the wet tyres while they still are the quickest. Stretch that margin so that if they do have to come back onto slicks, they can still rejoin in a decent position and maybe even still in that 1-2 that they have managed to get themselves into. But yeah, either way, this has really thrown a spanner into the works in terms of strategy. And with 23 hours left of this race to go, yeah, it's still a long way to go. Still, you know, these gambles, maybe if you've got it slightly wrong, you can recover a little bit later on, but it certainly does help to get it right the first time around.
It certainly does. I just want to talk about LMP2 ever so briefly here, because we saw the risk from Koloksai, Andonovski and Devin Brown to stay out one lap later than everybody else did. There's a yellow flag in Sector 2 at the moment, trying to work out where that is, but it's cleared quite quickly. Those three took a bit of a risk. We did think that was going to pay off for them. However, they've ended up in second, third and fourth. Moritz Smel's lead is a little bit smaller than it was earlier. Nicolas Lemoine is now no longer right up there. Neither is Colin Spork in that battle in second place. So it does look like, actually, it looked like the LMP2s were struggling on that final lap for Koloksai, Andonovski and Brown. They clearly were struggling just as much, or maybe even less, than those who went on to wets immediately. So lessons will certainly be learned by this first little bit of rain shower.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to use that experience. So probably not many drivers on the grid at the moment that have been in a similar situation like this, where it's absolutely drenched the track for about 5 minutes and then it's cleared up again and the track is now starting to dry. There won't be many people that have that experience, and so this is all a learning process. So if it does happen again, they can use that experience from this time around and make it work. But yeah, David Koloksai only 2 seconds off the race lead. Andonovski a further 1.7 seconds back, and same too with Devin Brown, 1.5 seconds back off him. So yeah, whatever they've done, it's worked, despite arguably taking the wrong call on strategy, and maybe that is just their pace on the wet compounder tire. But yeah, either way, it's always going to be a gamble. Whatever you do, as soon as there's a spanner in the works, it's always going to be a gamble. You can get it right, you can get it wrong. Either way, you have to work with the cards you're dealt.
You certainly do. Battle's still going on in GTE. These guys on wets, of course. So we go on board with Alex Broughtingham. You can see the spray is still generating quite a lot of moisture on the windscreen at the moment. Going to be difficult to follow for a little while. There's going to be spray about, and what is going to make things even more difficult for the lapped cars, for the LMP2s that are just coming through the GTs at the moment, for the DPIs, you of course have to go offline. Everybody's driving on the racing line normally, but to overtake these GTs you have to go offline, so these faster cars will stay on wet tyres for a lot longer than the GTEs will. So let's see how that plays out throughout. Wait to see the lap times for the likes of Jordan, Pfeiffer and Crooks, etc. They've lost 8-9 seconds on this lap now, and Jimmy Nisela is on the back of them trying to go through. But yeah, it's still very interesting to see these strategies, although it does look like the tyre gamble maybe has not quite paid off from what they were hoping for. Either way, it was very entertaining, and there's a case of kind of, why not give it a go? Why not? What is there to lose?
Absolutely, especially when sort of further back towards the back end of the top 10, or even towards the the bottom 5. You might as well. What if it goes wrong and you're back where you started? Goes right, you're up inside the top 10, top 5. It's worth the gamble. Potentially, it can put you into that crucial position where you can then contest for a decent position in this race. You might as well go for it. But yeah, maybe if you're Red Bull Racing Esports and fighting for a championship, it's not worth the gamble, and it's better to go with a safe option. But yeah, it just depends on circumstantial as to what's going on, what position you are in at that point. But yeah, either way, you just might as well go for it. What is there to lose? As Ben Crick, in the Seawolf car has got Jimmy Nisela for company in that Corvette on the way towards Tetra Rouge, and you can see just the Corvette is practically pushing that Aston Martin through Tetra Rouge. Surely he's just going to wait by this time, get the drive off, and then go for move into the first Mulsanne chicane, because there was no point risking it there, especially when that car on slick tyres is going to be so unpredictable.
Yeah, certainly was thinking more about those who are not involved in the championship fight here rather than those that are, like Red Bull, etc. But either way, Jimmy Nisela now is going to try and get through, although the Aston Martin has got great straight line speed, great top end, going down towards the first Mulsanne chicane. Nisela is going to pull to the inside though here, and will just be able to brake later. Even though he's on the wet line, he skates it on the brakes. That Corvette never looks that comfortable, but oh my goodness me, what a slide that was through the middle part as well. But he catches it, and he gets underway again, and he does take that third place away from Ben Crooks. However, the gap between the dry tyres and the wet tyres is narrowing. Once again, however, Seawolf and Your Name Here are going to have to come in and make a fuel stop before long, because they've run out 55 minutes now without stopping at all, haven't taken on any fuel. They might be able to go another 10 minutes or so, but it won't go much further than that.
Of course, with these wet conditions, they have been going slightly slower, probably short shifting a little bit more just to get the traction. So they might have saved a little bit of fuel just over the course of the wet period because of that, and can go an extra couple of minutes or so. But once again, they're going to get overtaken because Margera in the Wayframe car is going to get that move done over Ben Crooks to get himself into P4. But yeah, they are going to have to stop sooner rather than later. Are they going to go for the wet? Surely they just have to go for another set of stakes and just commit to it. But as you very rightly say, you can see dry patches slowly start to form in. So every lap that goes by, that gap between slicks and wets does certainly close, and it will get to a point where there is a crossover point as Ben Crooks does go in a little bit deep. But yeah, every lap that goes by, those slicks will slowly but surely come back into their own.
Nicolas Lemoine versus Colin Spork over 5th position here in LMP2. These two obviously pitted at the first opportunity after LMP2 to come in for wet tyres. That didn't actually pay out for them in the end, because it wasn't really wet enough for those wet tyres that they ended up using. However, they're still very much in this, only 15 seconds away from the leader, Moritz Mell, who's got a 5-second lead over Koloksai and Andonovski, who are fighting right now. This traffic, by the way, is really affecting the race in LMP2 at the moment. They're making their first run through GTE traffic here today. That's the Mugen Sim Racing Aston Martin. You can see just in the background as Colin Spork makes use of the straight line speed to get in front there of Nicolas Lemoine. So into 5th position goes Colin Spork, but as you say, this dry line is starting to form already. There are 43 cars out there at the minute, and while this is a long lap, so the track will dry out a little bit slower, 43 cars is still a lot.
Yeah, especially with the high downforce of the P2s and the DPIs as well, they're going to be sucking up a lot of water as well. And with the wet tyres, we'll be pushing that to the extremity of the circuit. But yeah, 13.5 kilometers of racetrack, 13.5 kilometers of racing line as well is going to be very tricky to dry up. And so if this was a case like at Sebring, if this happened, the track would be slightly drier at this point, and those slicks certainly would have worked a little bit better. David Coxeye fighting over second place. With Timotej Andonovski, who went off through the final part of the Porsche curves, and now probably feeling the pressure from David Coxeye behind, who was one that took the gamble for a lap or so, decided to come in, and he didn't really pay much of a price for it either.
Crooks and Pfeiffer are now both into the pit lane. There is Martin Dylan. Oh, that's not Martin Dylan, is it? Surely, because he's fiddling around with whatever is going on there.
Impressive if it is.
Yeah, imagine if it is, yeah. I don't know who that is. That's someone who's readying themselves to get into the car at this stage. Ben Crooks and Sebastian Pfeiffer, by the way, are both in after 14 laps. I'm not sure whether that's the limit for the GTEs. However, I would be surprised because we've not made an hour yet. That is Casper Stolz, by the way, who's fiddling around with some stuff. Three-time winner of this race also, alongside Darland. Those two have partnered each other for absolutely years. Possibly approaching 10 years at this stage, because they won Season 5 together in the GT category in the Virtual Endurance Championship. They know what they're doing, they know each other very well, and Stolz clearly readying himself to get into the car, but it's a bit of a throw in the deep end, only an hour in, to be changing driver.
Yeah, and of course Martin Dahlin is going to be a lot more adapted to these conditions than his teammate will be. But hey, it's going to be a test of skill for Stolz to get into the car and adapt quickly. But yeah, they're not particularly the easiest conditions to just throw a driver into, especially if they're going onto slicks. If they stay on wets, it might be slightly easier. But if they're going onto slicks, you have to make sure you make the most of every bit of dry line and just hope it drives quickly. But yeah, for poor Stolz being thrown in to the car very quickly.
The 81's off at the first Bullseye chicane. Black Hawk Racing and Ike Broughtingham off the road. Not entirely sure how, but he's stuck in the middle of the road. Well, he's not anymore. He's got himself going again, but for whatever reason, off the road at the first chicane there for Broughtingham. It's down into the second chicane. We come with Darland, yellow flag in sector 1. It's the number 2 that's off. Juan Carlos Fernandez has made a few mistakes over the last few moments because he's dropped himself all the way down to 7th. He was battling in that great battle for 2nd not so long ago. All of a sudden, he's dropped down to 7th with that spin at the first chicane of the lap.
That is, it's easy, again, in these conditions, it's very easy to do, but yeah, those are mistakes that you don't really want to be making at all, and again, consistency is key. It's better to be, a second a lap slower, and I think maybe we are going to see what happened. You can see down the Mulsanne straight into the chicane, and it is so easy to just drop the car, especially in these GTs, because you're relying a lot on the brake just to ride it through and trail brake, and in the wet, you get that slightly wrong, and that car is always going to go round.
And it certainly did there for Alex Broughtingham. Spin at the first chicane. 1 hour down, 23 remaining here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's unassumably leading overall by 22 seconds to Mitty Hoyer. It's Max Mell who's leading in this LMP2 category that you're seeing a battle from a little bit further down right now. And in GTE, it is Dennis Jordan also leading by 2 seconds ahead of Wojtek Polesny. The risk takers, Ben Crooks and Sebastian Pfeiffer, are, I believe, have made that stop. I believe still on the dry tyres, having changed those at that most recent stop for fuel that they took on just there. What an interesting first hour to this race this has been, Zach. I mean, more drama than we could have ever hoped for.
Yeah, absolutely. We always say the first couple of hours of a 24-hour race are always the most exciting. We don't quite mean this much, but yeah, certainly no complaints from myself or you. And back in the DPIs, the fight for 4th place between Tony Miller and the Seawolf Net Race car, making up for a pretty dire start that they've had to this race. Moving slightly forward, they've got the pole sitter of Chris Shepherd just in front of the Wanako car, so that certainly is it's a sign that the tables are turning for them, the fortunes are turning more in their favour. But Chris Shepherd certainly is no stranger to battling his way through traffic, as you can see, making quick work of the Your Name Here car in towards Indianapolis. But Tony Miller going to follow him through and stay right on the back of him. And for the Seawolf car that has a slight chance of this championship, they want to get every position that they possibly can, and using the Wanako car to get themselves through on the traffic.
They certainly will. I believe, by the way, they were really hugging the dry line there, by the way, that they're still on dries, but not entirely sure whether they would have or not. Hard to say. It is drying out there at the moment, though, so maybe it would be a little bit silly to put the wets on after they suffered so much. Here they are. Let's see if we can tell. Look at the way they're train tracking almost, trying to stay on that dry line. They absolutely cannot dip a wheel onto the wet, otherwise they will be into the wall, and there'll be big consequences at corners like these.
Yeah, if there's one corner you don't want to hit the wall, it's through the Porsche curves. And yeah, because again, there's fine margins, you make the tiniest of snaps. Very easy to do in these wet conditions. Just a slight snap. That car, you are a passenger. You are going into the barrier very quickly, and such a high speed, you can bet that it is going to be
Oh.
quite a substantial bit of damage. And yeah, it seems to be quite a few like yellow flags showing up here, and I think a lot of drivers are making those quick little snaps into the off the track.
It's sim racing for Holland and Jackie Lotterman off the road and going down the hill towards Tete Rouge, down the S's there. Not entirely sure how that happened, but either way, sim racing for Holland are now down to 12th from where they were before, inside the top 10, which is a bit of a disappointment for them. Look at this. See, was that their first fly lap or was that their out lap for these two? That was an out lap because it was over 5 minutes for them, so that's not quite representative. However, let's see how they get on this lap. This is Jackie Lotterman, the longest spin in the world by the looks of things, and not helped by the fact there was a load of traffic coming through just afterwards as well, and so couldn't really rejoin. As there you go, Piper really struggling on those wet parts of the circuit. It's still definitely not time for dries.
Yeah, absolutely, probably nowhere near time for dries, but he's using the most of that dry line that he can. He has to, because otherwise he's got little to no grip. This is Alex Beggy in the way from car, trying to get himself inside the top 10, but it's so difficult to make a move in these conditions. He's got Remy Delorme just in front in the Go Team racing car, but it's so difficult to make a move because, as you said, you want to stay on the dry line because that's where the most grip is. You move off and you're on that wet part of the circuit again, your braking power is limited so much. So even if you do get a run on the inside, you have to brake so much earlier. It's so difficult to actually make a move, and that's why we've got such single file action going on. And for Alex Beggy, he just has to probably wait for a mistake potentially, which isn't far-fetched considering how how torrentious these conditions are.
Indeed, easy for you to say. Alex Beggy still trying to make his way inside the top 10 here for Wave Free. This is the 48 Wave Free car, by the way. Their teammates, the 36. Rick Van Earl has made his way up to 8th position, just up the road. You might be able to see him actually in some of these shots, but not quite. You can already see as well, Beggy, look at that. He was searching for a bit of wet there, wasn't he? He wasn't trying to make a move. He was just searching for that little bit of wet. These wet tyres already overheating. I'm astonished at how quickly this weather has changed here today. In the space of 65 minutes, we've seen bone dry, torrential rain, awful conditions, and now we're seeing this kind of intermediate stage where you don't really want to be on the dry line for too long because your wet tyres are starting to overheat.
Yeah, absolutely. Those that are still on the wets have to actively go off the dry line just to cool down those tyres, go onto the colder part of the track just to cool them down a little bit, also to stop them wearing down, because on that dry line, those treads are just going to absolutely tear to shreds. Yeah, that's not particularly what you want, and that's when you're going to lose some grip. That's going to be the sort of the negative feedback loop that happens, because those tires tear to shreds, and then they're just going to continue to do that as they overheat more and more. So yeah, that's not ideal at all. But as again, they'll probably decide when the time is right to come back in for slicks. But as you said a little bit earlier on with the prototypes, they're having to lap the GTs a lot more often. They have to go off the dry line. They do not want to be doing that on slicks.
No, not really. As we look at Devin Browner here on the back of the racing team Ligier. This 31 car, of course, only has to finish inside the top 12 to secure the championship today. Off the road somewhere, somebody having a bit of a problem, but if we try and catch all of them, we'll just be looking at replays all day long, because there are things going on everywhere and people going off everywhere. Corne Borchers went off at the first chicane not so long ago as well. I believe he's still on the dries actually with that Revolution sim racing car, taking a gamble also, but it doesn't look like it's paying off. And once again, Andonovski and Browner searching for that little bit of wet weather, that little bit of wet road, just to cool down those tyres already in this race.
Yeah, we're only just over an hour in and we've already had so much headaches for these drivers, so many different gambles to go on, so many different challenges that have been going on for these guys. So yeah, very, very difficult indeed. And for Devin Browner, it's going to be very difficult to make that move up into third place, as we said. But yeah, just going to stay single file again, probably wait for that mistake. But he is very, very close, and those wet tyres still have a bit of grip. Maybe if he can make Andonovski go defensive, and then he can claim that dry line. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to have the outside line, but it is going to be the dry line, and Andonovski has to settle in behind. Well, that was probably one of the easiest moves in the wet weather you're going to see.
One of the easier ones, there's no doubt about that. So gaining points on Racing Team, but nowhere near enough at this stage. And the Macedonian doing more than enough at this stage to hold on to that lead. You can see, though, this is getting interesting. When are we going to see the next pit stops for these cars? You'd expect the prototypes to be next in. They came in after 10 laps to switch onto wet tyres, but I think they would have been struggling in terms of fuel anyway, as these two continue to run panels down into Mulsanne corner. Inside line for Andonovski, outside for Devin Browner, who's trying to hold him off here, but he's going to find himself stuck behind Wojciech Polesny in a minute. Let's see if he can go one way and Andonovski goes the other. Can they make it 3 wide on the run down towards Indianapolis with this GT? Where are they going to go? Devin Browner does just about have the gap to squeeze through on that Aston Martin and make his way up to third again.
Yeah, absolutely. But Andonovski doesn't have any intention of staying behind. You saw they were trying to hog that dry line, try and get as much of it as they possibly could, because neither of them really particularly want to be on that wet part of the track. But yeah, Andonovski clearly the slower of the two cars, but that traffic up in front can certainly play a bit of a factor, and if they can find a way through, or if the car in front doesn't find a way through, they can certainly capitalize on that one. But yeah, you can just see how Devin Browner just in front has just got the legs in these changeable conditions. That's where the adaptability comes in. That's when being a versatile driver will certainly pay dividends. Absolutely.
And these guys certainly are up towards the front, there's no doubt about that. Both Brown and Andonovski chasing down Koloksai for second place at this stage, although getting stuck behind the Red Bull because they don't really want to go offline. We're going to see a lot of this now, and that is going to make it more difficult to overtake. Not only lap traffic, but also just car on car. That's Colin Spork who's managed to find himself in this fight now. He's really driven well over the last few moments. But these guys don't really want to go on the wet stuff. As we see into the pit lane now, Andonovski, after 18 laps in this race, in again. And this surely can't be for dry tyres.
Maybe it is. Surely it's a scheduled fuel stop, but maybe they take the risk. Maybe. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see what tyres they go onto. But Colin Spork, in the Netrix P1 Sim Grand Prix car, has done a fantastic job to get themselves back into this fight for the podium. And it's very close, well and truly within the slipstream range, but we've seen how difficult it can be to make those moves. We are seeing, you can see the 31 there in the pit lane. We'll see what tyres they go onto, whether it's for wets or for slicks. You'd presume it's for wets because, yeah, the track at the moment is very much only one line is quickest at the moment. You go marginally off that, and it is a quick way into the barrier. So it's probably safer to go for the wets, maybe slightly quicker to go for the slicks, but overall those wet tyres are going to be more useful in the long run.
You do have to think though about the 40-minute stint that's coming up here. What are the track conditions going to look like in terms of the conditions in 40 minutes time? It's also what you've got to think about. Will you have to suffer through a couple of laps early on and then really push on here? Let's see. Long pit stop by the looks of things for Andonovski. He's definitely changing tyres. Is it more wets or some dries for the first time since the first hour in this race? Is it even a driver change maybe for Andonovski? Does he want to get out of that car? I think, well, we've got to wait until he sets off again to find out. But let's see on that one. He's going to drop all the way down the field. Even Cameron Roger might overtake him here. And he's a long way down. We can say that. We'll be hearing from him we'll be hearing from him a little bit later on, by the way. He'll join us at 21 hours to go for the first time. There it is. Hard tyres by the looks of things for Andonovski. He has gone for the dry tyres. Now we'll have to watch, and everybody will be watching his lap times very, very closely to see where he is going and what pace he has got in that car.
Yeah, absolutely. All eyes on them to sort of base their strategy decisions on that. On board, then spectating Michi Hoy in the Bicolor Burst Esports car. They are the championship leader, and they do want to get in front of the VRS Satellite Racing car, and that should be a fairly easy affair. He has got the slingshot, and he has got himself back onto the dry weather. Oh! No! Calamity! Michi Hoy has been sent into the barrier by James Zuber there, and that is such a shame. So easy to do. Has he managed to keep going with limited damage? He's rejoined the circuit, but that is certainly not what our championship leader would have wanted.
In contact for the championship leader with James Zuber there. These conditions very tricky. Racing with one another very tricky as well. And so combine those two things together and we have drama. Michi Hoyer off at the second chicane with James Zuber. How is that car? Is it damaged? How long are they going to have to spend repairing it, if at all? He skates it in under brakes, although Chris Shepherd does as well in the Wanaka car at the Mulsanne corner. James Zuber gets it pulled up nicely, but Michi Hoyer really wanted to avoid that kind of thing happening in this race. Wow, the championship will have flashed before his eyes there.
That was that was a pretty hefty whack into the barrier as well. They are going fairly quickly at that point. They hadn't had much chance to actually slow down for the corner. So yeah, that I guess he just has to hope that the angle of the hit wasn't pretty bad. But yeah, when you're fighting for a championship, when you're driving so consistently like Michi Hoyer was doing, that is the absolute last thing you'd wanted. And James Zuber as well is struggling the VRS satellite car because yeah, for Indianapolis, maybe just dipping a wheel onto the wet, maybe suffering a bit of damage as well. And in these conditions, you know, the fact that we've got such bad conditions as it is, you pair that with some damage, that is not what you want at all. And it just seems that Zuber just missed his braking point.
It does seem that way, yeah. Just tucked up in behind there, couldn't spot the braking point and went straight into the back of Hoyer. Of course, the braking point as well at all these corners is changing pretty much lap after lap here. So it does make things tricky, but hard to say that that is not Zuber's fault, if we're honest here. Hoyer will certainly feel that way, and the Bicolors Burst Eastbrook camp will as well. Oh, sliding as well, trying to make his way through on the John Lacey Esports Academy car around the outside through the Porsche curves, but not able to do it there. And Tony Mellor is going to be right on the back of him now as well, getting himself into this race nicely as Chris Shepherd comes into the pit lane. Now, I've got a bit of information from the YouTube chat, by the way. Someone's saying that the hate symbol on our graphic there means intermediate tyres. I'm not entirely sure if that's true or not, because I don't know if I trust YouTube chat sometimes, but I do trust it on this occasion. Intermediate tyres for Andonovski, possible, I suppose, but I didn't think they were used very much by these drivers. Whatever he's got on that car at the moment, he is certainly quicker than Cam Roger. There's no doubt about that. We'll wait for the end of his first flying lap here to really see where he's got to, but pit stop's certainly happening for Netrex, Butler Powell, Go Team Racing, Moritz Mell, the leader in LMP2, also in. This pit lane is about to get busy again.
Very, very busy indeed, and we saw what happened last time it got busy, but yeah, that is certainly suboptimal for Michi Hoyer as well. But yeah, if I mean, to go for the Inters probably isn't a bad shout. Of course, we don't see them often, and they don't often work. But in times like this, where you potentially need less tread to be able to bear with the dry patch a little bit more, but you also need a little bit of tread to actually go offline and onto that wet bit, even for just a little bit of time, just to lap a car. It's not for very long, so that probably is the best idea, and probably will work over the course of the next 40 minutes, as you say, with how the track will change and etc. But yeah, the pit lane about to get very busy again, and well, with contact in the pit lane, it's always going to be a recipe for disaster.
It is. Look at the way they're searching for the wet patches now and not picking up too much spray either when they do that. Leaving a few wheel tracks in there, but not too much. There you can see Bicolors Burst East, but Michi Hoyer just searching for that little bit of wet. Thankfully for his sake, his car doesn't look too damaged. Tony Mellor certainly looks to be really putting some pace on here and catching James Zuber almost by the corner. Look at the way that Seawolf car is able to glide through the second chicane there very nicely, and might be able to make a move here in a few moments' time. Tony Mellor closes in into the slipstream of Zuber, who is on the defensive now. Mellor searches for the dry section, although Zuber wants that to break on as well. They're going to share it by the looks of things. Outside line to Mulsanne corner for Mellor. Is he going to be able to slow it down in time? He does. It's a nice move around the outside, although the traction on the outside there is not quite good enough, and James Zuber does hang on.
Fantastic racing between the two. Unfortunately for Tony Mellor, he couldn't consolidate that move around the outside of the Mulsanne corner, because that would have been absolutely phenomenal. But once again, we're seeing they're trying to hog that dry line, and this time Tony Mellor has got it. Zuber has been robbed of it. We've cut to Michi Hoyer, who I think still may be struggling with a bit of damage. He's still going strong in second place, though, as he gets on to the back of some traffic once more. So, yeah, still pushing on, and that car doesn't seem too damaged. So it seems that they can breathe a sigh of relief and just keep going with their stint as planned.
Yeah, first bullet dodged at Le Mans here for Bicolors Burst Eastsport in this fight for the championship. By the way, the car that has won this race has gone on to win the championship, or say gone on, or sealed the championship in the same motion on 12 occasions out of the 23 winning cars that we've had down the years here. So, yeah, it's a fairly high percentage there, or more than half anyway. So Michi Hoyer is going to be searching for this win all at the same time, but just doing the championship will be good enough for him. It's quite possible that neither of the championship contending cars will take the win here, because Honor Schubli is smashing it today as he comes into the pit lane once again. Nicolas Lemoine has also done that for on-off racing in LMP2, but the overall race leader in after 21 laps. What tyres is it going to be for him? Well, it could be any number of different tyres. Who knows at this stage?
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very topsy-turvy in terms of what they choose. But yeah, absolutely no discredit to Schumvi out in front. He's done a fantastic job. I believe he was at the helm of that Azura car at Sebring and put in some good laps. So he clearly is the rainmaster over at Azura and has proven so today. But yeah, everyone into the pit lane is going to get very, very busy as they all try and find a gap, find their pit box, most importantly. On board with João Barbosa fighting again for P7. We saw him a little bit earlier on how he struggled to fall back a little bit. This time, though, he's trying to make some places forward, try and get in front and up into P7.
He certainly is. Have a bit of a run through in GT actually. It's Red Bull still leading from Vargas Sim Racing, then Satellite E-Stars, Jimmy Nisler on the podium, Cadel Christian Marclera, then we've got John Lacey Sports Academy and Ben Amart, and then these two in the fight. This is a fight for the highest position actually in the field. As when Carlos Fernandez continues on again, able to go one lap longer or willing to go one lap longer than those around him. We've got the tyre graphic up, rolling through for those at the top of your screen. Andonovski is indeed on the intermediate. So is Colin Spork. Tony Janssen has not pitted yet, so we can't read too much into that. Neither has Cam Roger, I don't think. Tony Ukit's the same. What about those in GTE? Still expecting most of them to be on wets, but you'd expect them to be not too far from a pit stop here. And they might want to go on intermediates or even dries. The actual racing line is getting quite dry.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and that dry line actually expanding a little bit more as well. So probably slicks might be the better course of action, especially over the course of the next stint, how that's going to evolve. So yeah, maybe slicks bite the bullet now and pay dividends a little bit later on to avoid a bit of a headache. That might be the best course of action. Maybe we got some more rain on the way. We don't know. When as soon as there's weather involved, it's always going to be a headache. You know, when it's going to come, can you stay out for a couple more laps just to postpone that, stay on schedule, and then when it dries, when do you come in for slicks, etc., etc. It's always going to be a headache. But you can see Schumvi all down the Mulsanne Straight, completely off the dry part of the circuit to keep those tires in temperature.
The 54 World of Sim Racing car of David Serra is off at the end of the exit of Tete Rouge and goes back to the pit lane. I have a feeling that might even be our first retirement of the day, or indeed a very long pit stop for them either way. But yeah, David Serra off the road at the exit of Tete Rouge there could become our first retirement of the day. Tony Mellor versus James Zuber then on the other side of these pit stops, now going down towards the second Mulsanne chicane. Zuber on the inside line on this occasion. We know that he's very late on the brakes, or has attempted to be. Wow, skates it in. Mellor didn't want any part of that, and he goes across the tarmac through the second Mulsanne chicane. Oh, contact as he rejoins, and they remain side by side, going down towards the Mulsanne corner. Flash of the lights as well from the Seawolf car. Mellor not happy with that contact.
Absolutely, and this time it's going to be Zuber that's going to be on the outside towards the Mulsanne corner. Is this one going to be able to work out for them? Take a replay a little bit further back into the barrier. And that is a very easy mistake to make, but those barriers come at you quickly, and in these wet conditions it's so easy just to skate off there. You are a passenger, but yeah, it's probably one of the worst places you can do it.
Well, you say that. There was contact with one of the wavering cars that put him out there, and then there was contact made as he went off into the gravel, and then I believe maybe just couldn't get that reversed out. Tony Mellor then outside line on Zuber once again, trying to make this work, and will just get a car length on the outside line there into Indianapolis. Will he make his way through? No. Zuber steams into the first part of that corner and retakes that position once again. This is going to start to frustrate the Season 11 champion in LMP3, of course. He's going to want to get through here, but Zuber's making his life difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. He is certainly one that won't give up a position without a fight at the very least. And they've got some GTs to contend with. Zuber making that car as wide as possible for Mellor to find a way through and just hogging that dry line. It's getting very, very wide now, as of course the prototypes have to go offline. And you know, as that adds up, that will slowly start to dry other parts of the circuit other than the racing line, which will certainly help. And yeah, in endurance racing, that always will help, especially for the prototypes that have to lap. But Zuber, always on the limit through the Porsche curves. He was very much sideways. Look at him how he just dances that car through. And Mellor, very much caught up at the wrong part of the circuit. Yeah. That is probably one of the worst places you want to catch traffic and be stuck behind it, because the difference in downforce between those two cars, especially in the wet weather, means that Zuber now has a 1.8 second gap. Yeah,
that's how traffic can affect this race, as we've said time and time again. Out of the final corner comes Zuber, then out over the finish line once again. And you can see still at the top of your screen the different tyres that everybody has gone for. A lot of intermediates in LMP2, a lot of wets still in GT, but when are we going to see them come in? That's the question. I can't quite remember when the race started to fall. Maybe, what was it, 35 minutes into the race or so? We're expecting the GTs to do an hour, maybe a little bit less. That is the kind of portion of the road, or portion of the race, when we're going to start to see these guys come in. I want to see this cycle through more on the top of our screen here, because I want to see whether the Seawolf and Your Name Here GTEs are on dries again, or did they bite the bullet finally and go for at least some form of treaded tyre, if that was intermediate or wet or what was going on. No, it was indeed the soft tyres. Wow. So Piper and Crooks are still out there on the dries. What are their lap times at the moment? They are pretty much identical with the other wet tyre runners, so we're not too far away from dries for these GTEs, who of course do not have to go offline.
We're at that crossover point now, aren't we, between the dries and the wets, where the dries will finally start to come into their own. And I think for those two cars, what they committed to it. They've made their bed, now they've got a lay in it. They've pushed this far on the slick strategy. Just carry on, because it might come back into your own. If you come in now for wets and the track then suddenly dries up, you've then got to come in again for slick. So that's just going to be even more headache. You've done the slicks, you've committed to it for this long. Just carry on as it was, and then it might come back into your own. That's exactly what they're doing. Of course, hopefully for them, they would have hoped for a little bit better in terms of track position, but they've just got to make the best out of a bad situation at the moment.
That they do indeed. The 226, by the way, off the road at the first chicane there. Briefly, that's that most recent yellow flag. That was what that was for DSG Motorsport. We look at James Zuber still trying to make his way through on the third placed Chris Shepherd. Now, did I see somebody on dries there in LMP2? I think I did. Just trying to watch this go through, cycle through at the moment. Who was that? Devin Browner is on dries at the moment. Wow, wasn't expecting to see that from him. Down in 8th place now, was a little bit late to come in. I think he's suffering from that a little bit now. Let's see in DPI who's on the dries and who's not. It's wet tyres for the top 5 at this stage in DPI as well. But we've got everybody is going to have their eyes on the timing screen at the moment. You've got to stay very aware of what these tyres are doing. There's Andonovski. He's on the intermediates, and this is a graphic that it will be very helpful to us. Juan Carlos Fernandez is on the dries. Is he going to be gaining time on these guys? You saw there, Andonovski on the intermediates was faster through the corners than these two were, who are now battling over third.
Yeah, absolutely. And Juba and the Wanaka car going side by side on the run towards the Porsche curbs. We've seen how Juba will not give up a place at all. Hogging that inside line, going to try and stay in front. Back with the Waveframe car. This is the fight for P3 in the GTE category. Margera in the Waveframe car on the back of Jimmy Nisula in the Maragnas car as well. So we've got some battles forming up and down the field and amongst the categories as well. But yeah, it seems that the extreme wets now are certainly going to be a lot slower. As you said, with Andonovski being slightly quicker than some of the DPI cars, that's certainly going to be one of the surprises and probably one of the biggest signs in your face, probably one of the most explicit signs in your face that probably it's time maybe to start thinking about some slick tyres.
Certainly is. When the GTEs come in for their pit stop for fuel pretty soon, I would imagine that will be the case. A lot of prototypes behind these two though. Jimmy Nisula versus Christian Margera for third place in GTE. 1 hour and a half almost into this race. This has absolutely flown by, Zach. I've thoroughly enjoyed this. It's been great drama, something you don't expect to see at the start of such a long race.
Absolutely. Usually everyone's taking it nice and easy, and they've been sort of forced to take it nice and easy with this wet conditions. But yeah, 24 hours of Le Mans, you don't often see such action and as much wheel-to-wheel action as we've seen, because especially at the start, people are taking it nice and gentle, just trying to settle into the race. But it's been quite the opposite in terms of people's aggression. But yeah, this rain has certainly thrown a spanner into the works, and I'm certainly all for it as we still see this fight for P3 in the GTEs. Margera still on the back of Nisula and 4 cents back. Certainly within the slipstream, that dry line has expanded a little bit, so maybe can promote a bit of side-by-side action, but both of those Corvettes take up pretty much the vast majority of that dry line, so it's going to be very, very difficult for Waveframe to get themselves onto the podium.
Down the inside for Chris Shepherd and Monaco. You look at this Andonovski car. He's very quick on these intermediates, and these DPIs who have just come in, let's not forget, have got to think about wet, have got to think about at least intermediates soon, Well, Colin Fernandez, unfortunately for him, has lost a lot of time recently, so maybe for the DPIs it's not ideal, but the LMP2s and DPIs are almost running at the same pace at this stage. Timothy Zandanowski is leading this race in LMP2, by the way, ahead of Moritz Mel, who's less than a second behind. There he is in the background, you can see him there. But the DPIs are really not that much quicker than the LMP2, showing just how difficult these conditions are, especially for a DPI that has to go a dry road almost constantly.
Yeah, absolutely. They are tricky conditions, and it again just goes to show how maybe cautious they're taking it and how difficult these conditions can be. As the P2s, you can see, having to duck and dive amongst the GT traffic. But yeah, it's still very, very difficult conditions, even with this dry line starting to form. Probably arguably worse than the full wets, because at least with the full wets it's predictable. With this dry line, you go just a millimeter offline, that one rear tire goes off. These rear-wheel drive cars, they're going to spin around a lot quicker. You're going to go around. So at least you can predict where the grip's going to be with full wet conditions. When it's greasy like this, it's very difficult to know when you've got grip and when you haven't.
Absolutely. Slipstream once again from Aguilera, the reigning GTE champion, going to be passing over that crown on Sunday afternoon down into Indianapolis once again. When do these GTEs have to pit? They pitted at lap 14, I think it was last time. They're about to complete lap 22, so they're at least going to make it to 28, I would imagine. But how far are they able to make it? Or at least, excuse me, the Your Name Here and Seawolf cars made it to 14, I should say. So they are able to do 14 laps, I reiterate. But I can't remember when these GTEs came in. I know the DPIs came in on lap 10, but they'd overtaken the GTEs by 1 lap at that point, hadn't they? So it might well be lap 23 when we see them in, which is not too far away at all.
Not at all, but we'll have to wait and see and play it by ear, because yeah, it depends how much teams have been able to save. Look at the split in the dry lines. Actually, you've got a nice parting. That's probably where people have been going side by side and drying different bits of the track up. But yeah, the pit stop strategy is going to be one of the main talking points over the course of the 22.5 hours that we have left of this race, because that's when these races are won or lost, have been over the course of the season so far, and even more so in a 24-hour race like this. If you can get the strategy right, even if you're not the quickest on track, you can certainly make up a few places compared to one that may be, a few tenths of a second a lap quicker a lap, but have had to make a couple more pit stops. So if you can get the strategy right, then you're certainly in the driving seat to be, a good contender.
Absolutely. We run down towards the Porsche curves with Riley McKibben trying to make the way through on Go Team Racing, that is. Try not to get that mixed up with DX Droids, because they look remarkably similar, and they are both driving an Aston Martin, which is so helpful. Here comes one of the DX Droids car, by the way. This is Juan Carlos Fernandez. I believe he's on Inters at this stage, as we see in the pit lane, Wojciech Pelesny and Mohsen Benamar. So after 22 laps, those two decide to come in. The games already begin. Surely it's got to be dries for the GTEs at this stage. The dry line is big enough for them. They can't afford to go offline, of course, and that is the big risk. But everybody out there is taking big risks at this stage. There were briefly the tyre compounds, and here they are in GTE. Seawolf and Your Name Here have both got the softs on. What about the cars that have just come in, especially Wojciech Pelesny? We'll be very interested to see which compound of tyre the 69 car emerges out of the pit lane on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess every decision you make at this point in the race is going to be a risk, because it can work in your favour, it cannot work in your favour. So it will be very split in terms of what people do. Do they go for a slightly riskier option? Do they go for a more arguably safe option? But even that could potentially be a risk, because we don't know what the weather's going to be like. We don't know how quickly the track's going to evolve, etc., etc. There's a lot of things to take into account, and we simply do not know. This is a fight in GTE amongst Christopher Knack in the Mugen Sim Racing car. That is the Aston Martin. In the middle of this train, I do believe they got Jean Barbosa just in front there. Indeed they do, in Juice Motorsport Club, and they have got Neuendorf just behind. So this freeway fight for the top 6 certainly is going to boil down for quite a while. They don't particularly want to take too many risks, because it's not exactly like it's for the race leader. It is for the top 6, but I guess every position does count. But in conditions like these, probably best to just stay single file maybe, but that's not going to stop Kinect. He's going to go to the left-hand side. Bit of a dry line forming, so not going to be completely catastrophic in making that move stick. And he probably has got himself far enough ahead to just settle in before the braking zone, but that didn't work for Michi Hoyer.
It is an awfully long stop for Pelesny. Over 2 minutes in the pit lane here. surely this isn't normal. He finally emerges, but he's behind the 52 car. Sim Racing for Holland are ahead of Varga Sim Racing. How has that happened? And why has that happened? They're both on the soft tyres. It's dry tyre time for the GTEs. But why have Varga Sim Racing lost so much time in that pit stop? That was awfully long, painfully long, and they're going to be outside of the top 10.
That is strange. That maybe did they have some damage they needed to repair? Maybe
We didn't
did
see
they?
any.
Yeah, exactly. That is the question. Maybe they got caught up in their pit stall, couldn't get the car parked. That could also be a factor. I'm not entirely sure how much longer compared to normal the pit stop was, but either way, it's certainly not ideal for Polesny, who up to this point has been driving a really good race.
He has, and so have Varga Sim Racing. But it's certainly time for the dry tyres as if you are a GTE car, and we're going to be seeing a lot of that in the next few moments. Not entirely sure. Once again, we'll try and get to the bottom of that. We'll see if Turka Hakkinen can inform us, because he's usually useful. So in terms of information, so we might be able to send him a message and see. But that's really damaging for Varga Sim Racing, of course, and Polesny, who started this race from pole position, second place in the championship. They need a good result to put the pressure on Red Bull, but at the moment, their championship rivals are leading, and they are outside the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. That is not what they want at all. But yeah, Dennis Jordan, Red Bull Racing Esports have put themselves in the driving seat. They made the right call in terms of the strategy, in terms of when to come into the pit stop, and they are reaping the rewards of it over the Maradona Satellite E-Stars car with Jimmy Nasuda at the wheel. But yeah, Dennis Jordan once again, Red Bull Racing Esports on an absolute domination mission. It seems that they pretty much have been all season long. They have been the team to beat. They've set the benchmark, and we thought the Jean Alesi car would be the ones fighting at the forefront, but Red Bull Racing once again have pulled something out the bag in order to put themselves in a really good position.
They have, as Jimmy Nisula comes into the pit lane after 23 laps on that stint there. If any of the others do, none of the main contenders really do. So Dennis Jordan now has a 20-second lead as things stand out on the road at the moment. Tim Neuendorf makes his way over the line once again for Butler Powell Motorsport. He did have a spin earlier on. I believe it was only a spin anyway. But yes, he's back out there again, making his way around another lap as we go back to LMP2. Devin Brown is on the dry tyres, and he is making moves. He is fast at the moment as well. Maybe not quite as fast as Andonovski, but certainly faster than some of those around him. Black Hawk Racing moved up to 5th. This pit strategy is so precarious. The calls being made here are so 50-50. It is quite unbelievable.
Absolutely, and you can see that Colin Sporky's just managed to get through already back onto the offensive. Maybe going to try and put some pressure on, or maybe just wants to sit behind Braun for the time being. But that Blackhawk car certainly is moving forward. Wants to get past the Butler Powell, goes to the left-hand side. You can see Colin Spork is going to follow him. Maybe just force the gap open and pry it open. Or is he going to make it 3 wide? Probably not. As Devin Braun gets himself up into 4th place. Colin Spork couldn't quite follow him through, but now certainly all over the rear end of that Butler Powell car.
Certainly is. Let's see. There goes Devin Brown, though. Wow, what a difference it makes on the tyres there. Trying to defend there for Butler Powell. Henning Vollert, been around the VEC for a very long time now, and Colin Spork, who has certainly not, but he's making an impression. Outside line, not able to do it into the Mulsanne corner once again. Tries to take a tight line and a nice exit on the run up towards Indianapolis. Slipstream and a GTE car might even help him make this move.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Butler Powell certainly under a world of pressure from Colin Spork, who is very much looking all over his rear end. The left-hand side, it'll be the outside on that run towards Indianapolis, but that dry line should reign supreme. They are sharing the dry line as Vollert just manages to conquer it for now. They are pretty much 50-50 on it. Vollert predominantly on the wetter part of the circuit, so Colin Sport can just sail around the outside and up into 5th place. So that Butler Powell car has lost 2 places on this lap, but at least they're pointing in the right way, and that is a fortune that not many, a lot of teams wish they could have. We're on board with the Wayfaring car at the moment, still trying to move forward in P9 at the moment, and can I have the top 8?
Now, I have managed to speak to Turka Hakkinen, he has informed me, so big thank you to him for this. It was damage repair a little bit, also involved with that tyre stop there. Fiddling with the wing a little bit and had us tap on the Porsche curves earlier, which has caused a bit of damage. And now there's been I think there's been a screen freeze and more damage, I think, to add to this current problem. I'm not sure if that was pre or post pit stop that they have just had, because they're making their way down towards the first chicane again now. Since that message, I think they've gone past the pit lane, so I'm not sure if there's more damage. Does that car look... That car doesn't look like it's behaving well, so I think there may have even been more damage since that pit stop that we've seen for them. Wonder if we can go on board and see if there is suspension damage, maybe. That car doesn't look like it's tracking straight, though. We can see that even off-board, that car does have suspension damage, although clearly not bad enough for Pelesny to think it might be worth coming in. So, yeah, there's something wrong with that car, and this start of the race is going from bad to worse for Varga Sim Racing.
Absolutely, and it seemed like they had a good start, and they were driving really well, especially Pelesny at the wheel was doing a great job, but that car doesn't look at all nice to drive, having to go off, especially in conditions like these when you make a marginal mistake, and that's very easy to do with damage, and yeah, these wet conditions are going to be made even worse with that suspension damage. But again, if it was that bad, surely he'd have come in, and of course, even if you're only losing 4-5 tenths of a second a lap over the course of a stint, that really does add up. You can lose a lot of time, so maybe it's better to just bite the bullet, come in and repair it, and of course, just overall that will feel like a nicer car to drive, and maybe Pelesny can feel a bit more confident and get more out of the car. But yeah, whatever's happened to them, it is such a shame, and that misfortune, yeah, that's just the heartbreak of sim racing at times.
Here we go with with a wave-free sandwich here, or an offset racing sandwich. Sorry, Lewis McGlade. Nicolas Le Mans makes his way down the outside there into 6th place, although 3 wide with 2 teammates going on here. One of them in championship contention as well. Inside line for wave-free, quite possibly able to make that move done now. It's Rick Van Earl who now leads this group in 6th place. Nicolas Le Mans gets past one, but gets overtaken by the other.
Sandwiched between the 2 wave-frame cars is what Lewis McGlade would approve of. But yeah, either way, Nicolas Le Mans trying to move forward. Into the pit lane comes another wave-frame car of Margera, who was fighting for a podium. And this is about the times where the GTs will come in. A slightly less busy pit lane, which is probably to the absolute delight of a lot of teams who have had to put up with a very busy and hectic pit lane over the course of this race.
They certainly have. Here's Dennis Jordan, who's not only able to go faster than everybody else, but he's also been able to stretch the fuel out a little bit more than everyone else by the looks of things. Pretty much everybody else is on dries. And look at this. Look who is in 3rd place. Your Name Here Racing, Sebastian Pfeiffer. Maybe it has paid off just a little bit after all, because he's ahead of Moussa Benamar, who also made quite an early stop there. So the early stops for the GTs have worked out. Where are the main cars here? Waveframe, Jean Lacey, they're quite a long way behind Your Name Here Racing and Seawolf Net Race. So I think after all of this, that big gamble might just have paid off just a little bit. I mean, they were so far down anyway. I can't even remember where they started this race. They were a long way down. For them to be in 3rd is a remarkable achievement. I think they're going to jump up to 2nd as well when this all shakes out.
Potentially so, and that is remarkable. We slightly doubted them after when they got passed by all the wet tyre users, and well, they've actually kept it going, played the long game, committed to their strategy, committed to their gut feeling. They are going to reap the rewards of it, and potentially, as you say, get themselves into 2nd place after all of it. So yeah, Your Name Here, the number 91, doing a fantastic job of just pushing forward and yeah, showing that determination, perseverance, trusting your gut instinct might be the way to go. Would it work in other situations? Maybe not, but it certainly worked on this one, and that's all that matters.
Absolutely. Here we go. Moussa Benamar on Ben Crooks into the 2nd chicane. That was a little bit wayward from Benamar, and he does just about keep things on the road, thankfully, but he does lose out on a good bit of time. We go a bit further back to Carlos Basto, who's gotten in to the Ramada Motorsport car for Pedro Ramada, and Adam Baldwin has gotten in for João Barbosa in this Juices Motorsport Club car, a team, by the way, that won their first VEC championship back in season 3. Very long time in the VEC, although they have taken quite a long hiatus actually in the middle of all that. They have gone back to winning titles again, as they did in season 11. Eric Schmeider with the longest gap between 2 titles of any driver, 8 seasons between those 2 title winning seasons. Quite remarkable from him. Either way, back to the present day, 10th place this battle is for at the moment, and Adam Baldwin searching for the dry pot. Look how dry it's getting offline now as well. this is got to be getting a little bit concerning, especially to those DPIs, which I believe at least the top top four, excuse me, are still on dry tyres, although not anymore. Tony Miller has come in and swapped out for Yanka Tao. That is early. I think that's due to the tyre concerns that people are having now.
Absolutely, it might be worth just going off schedule to get onto the right tyre, because if they stay on the wets, that is going to be absolutely horrible to drive. They're going to get torn to shreds. But yeah, that's the thing. You made the pit stop. You have to think, what is the situation like now? What is it going to be like in 40 minutes time, where we have to bear with the stint? Because yeah, it's not ideal having to come in again. But yeah, just how quickly this track has evolved and how wide that dry line is getting, and of course how little standing water is going to be on the track, even on the less wet part of the circuit. Those wet tyres, yeah, certainly going to be less than ideal, and it doesn't seem like any rain is coming back anytime soon, at least for a few hours or so. So yeah, they definitely have to start thinking about going on to slicks, and it might be the better course of action just to knock yourself off schedule, which is going to be less ideal and will cause headaches later on. But right now in the present, it's probably going to be the better course of action to take.
It is. The 222, by the way, was off there at the forward chicanes, which is why we saw a bit of a problem, or a bit of a yellow flag there, I should say. Moving down towards the Porsche curves here once again. Honor Jumbelit, by the way, still does lead by 28 seconds. And Michi Hoyer and Chris Shepherd, who are now fighting over that second position. Here they are on the run up towards the Porsche curves. Hoyer on the defensive once again.
Yeah. Once again, but still doing a fantastic job, considering he took a massive whack into the wall. You can see Chris Shepherd trying to go to the inside. It will be the inside of the Porsche curves if he can get it. He is on the wetter part of the circuit, so Michi Hoyer going to sail the long way round and stay in front for the time being. But you can definitely see that Winoka car seems to be slightly quicker as they approach the Aston Martin just in front, and certainly throw a spanner into the works. We've seen how good the Winoka car, Chris Shepherd, can get through some traffic. Michi Hoyer might be halted a little bit by it, and that can certainly open the door for Chris Shepherd to find a way through.
Certainly can. Down into the forward chicanes again. Hoyer decides to go to the outside line, wheels on the grass and all, but he does dive into the pit lane. That's why he wanted to go to the outside. I thought it was a bit strange, but he wants to go into the pit lane, and you can't blame him at this stage. The question is, inters or dries, because you do still have to go offline in these DPIs to make your way through on some of these cars. But I get the feeling it's a little bit of a reaction to their only other championship contenders. Even if Seawolf have got this wrong, Bicolis Burst Esport have got this wrong as well with them, in which case it doesn't really matter. If Seawolf get it right and Burst get it wrong, then it's trouble.
Absolutely, and Seawolf need to do everything they can. They need to hope they get it right for their championship's sake. But yeah, Chris Shepherd still do a great job. And well, Michi Hoyer, he's done a really good race, pretty much faultless over the course of his stint so far, which has just been shy of 2 hours. So yeah, Bicolis Burst Esports certainly in a good position, but anything can happen. Still a long way left to go in this race. Anything can happen between now and then, and you can certainly bet that anything certainly will happen between now and then. But yeah, Seawolf, 20 points they need to get. They need to hope something, not too far short of a miracle, really, that Bicolis Burst suffer some pretty unfortunate miscomings.
Absolutely. James Zuber also into the pit lane after 28 laps in this race. That's only a 7-lap stint, which does just show how quickly this track is now drying. Juan Carlos Fernandez is on more ideal tyres, I believe. So that will help him as Yuri Kazdorp gets into the Red Bull Racing Esports car. Not sure when they came in. But it was probably quite recently, and so he is back out there once again, trying to get through on Ben Crooks, who has made strategy call of the century. Absolutely fantastic from them. 1 and 2, those risk takers are now, and yeah, what a story that is.
Absolutely, and yeah, well, they played the long game. Their risk has certainly worked out for them. Yuri Kastrop, though, is on the back of the Seawolf car, wants to make amends and get in front after their pit stop, because yeah, Red Bull Racing certainly have been the team to beat. They played the the more conservative strategy and are still certainly in the mix. But yeah, Sebastian Pfeiffer out in front of the Your Name Here car has certainly been the better of the two gamblers. But still, Ben Crooks has done a fantastic job as well. I have to say that Yuri Kastrop will certainly be interested in getting into second place. Then again, they are championship leaders. They are the main contenders for the championship. Will they really want to risk it, especially with how easy things can go wrong still with the track being quite wet?
It is indeed, especially offline, that you have to be very careful of. First driver change of the day, though, for the GTE leaders in terms of the championship, of course. Yuri Kastrop getting in. Henry Sinek has also got in the Morad Satellite E-Stars car. That is for Yimi Nisela. And first driver change in DPI as well for by College Burst Esport. Jesper Pedersen gets into that car only 1 lap later. They only pitted 1 lap later than Seawolf. However, their rivals have managed to get in front of them. Jan Katau has done a very good outlap there. There is, I believe, Jan Katau. It for Seawolf Net Race, just working at the wheel. Doing a very good job indeed is the German at the moment. On his, second lap of this stint? It is indeed. So these guys, that's got to be a bit of a sign to Arne Schoenvliet to come in here as well. Because these guys on dry or intermediates, we're not entirely sure, but these guys on better tyres are gaining time, and Schoenvliet does indeed react.
Yeah, absolutely. Luckily for Schoenvliet, he has got quite the margin in order to just take it easy and doesn't have to react immediately. Doesn't have to really panic because even if they gain a couple of seconds, he still has, another 15 in hand. So coming in nice and easy. No need to take any risk. It's not drastic. But yeah, still we'll want to minimize the amount of time that they lose. But yeah, that Azura car has been so dominant out in front. Just has managed to make the most of these conditions of the start and has really pulled away. So yeah, Schoenvliet has done a fantastic job for that number 7 car to put them in a really good position. But yeah, I mean, if they can get a bit of an undercut in terms of strategy and gain some time, that will certainly help. But yeah, with the Azura car, you just have to bet that they're going to open that gap up straight away again.
And the Noski is in as well here. That's 10 laps, so I think that's just fuel for him. But it might be tyres as well. So who really knows? Where's Juan Carlos Fernandez going to end up in all this? Because I believe he's on inters or dries even. Can't quite remember. I'll try and find out. I think he's on dries here, so he could well get out in the lead. He does. There we go. DX Droids now lead at Le Mans, and also a bold strategy call from them, and it's paid off very well. Look at this now. We've got all different compounds going on, but the important bit is dries are on for these DPIs as well. The dry line clearly, these guys believe anyway, is wide enough for you to go onto them, but look at the reluctance to go through even on lap traffic. That is how tricky this is going to remain.
Absolutely. Juan Carlos Fernandez has got the lead. Very well done in doing so. You can see Schoenvliet now has got he's got the catch-up game to play. Has to use those slick tyres to full effect to try and close back up and get back into what he will see as his rightful race lead. But yeah, DX Droids has done a fantastic job in order to find themselves in the race lead by a fairly sizable margin as well. 13 seconds certainly is no mean feat at all. So yeah, that Azura has got some work in order to get themselves back into the race lead. But yeah, we saw they're probably going to be quite tentative for at least the first couple of times they lapse on traffic. We see down the first part of the Mulsanne Straight, it is quite dry on both sides, so overtaking shouldn't be too difficult. But in some parts of the circuit where it is exclusively just the racing line, it will be slightly more tricky, and that's then potentially where we might see some mistakes start to happen.
This is treacherous for everybody. If you go off, look at how wet it gets. And that is going to remain that way for quite a long time. You see down the straights, people do wander a little bit and do make it a little bit drier in certain places. It's almost entirely dry there. But as you get towards the corner, the important bits, it all starts to get a bit more difficult. Once again, Arne Schoenvliet into the second chicane. Tries to close down this 12-second margin. He's also not got that much, or his margin's been reduced anyway to those behind. Seawolf, who are going to be third in a minute when Revolution come in, or indeed, well, hang on, are they on dries at the minute? I think they might be, because they took some risks earlier on, but they've cut out a pit stop now. Yeah, however, Jan Katau has now got through, and 23 seconds is the margin, so that is also smaller than it was before. Schoenvliet's lead has gone down as one of the GX Droids Aston Martins goes off the road at the Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, very easy mistake to make. Thankfully, I've kept it pointing in the right way. But yeah, this has been a strange turnaround in terms of where people would have funneled out. But yeah, Borchers in the Revolution sim racing car, still on the back of Jan Katau as well. Only 4 attempts back as well, so maybe still in contention for that. But either way, that is Azura, what we thought to be a dominant run over the course of the first couple of hours of this race has turned away from them slightly. They have gained about a second and a half on Juan Carlos Fernandez over this lap as they force their way through past the Aston Martin into Arnage, and that's probably what they've got to do. They've just got to push forward, use that dry line, use those slick tyres, and just try and recover. But yeah, DX Droids, just a fantastic job overall to put that car there.
They have. They really have. So Jan Katau's through into third again, ahead of Revolution Sim Racing. Jesper Pedersen 3 seconds behind, but they're still doing enough to clinch this championship as things stand. A third and a fifth. It would gain Seawolf 8 points, but they come in with a 20-point disadvantage, so Burst would still take it. They're first, actually, under the name Burst. We have seen Simoncic, Siebel and Jordan, or Simoncic is still a Burst driver, as is Siebel and Jordan not necessarily, but those three, I should say, took a title in season 11, and that was in the LMP2 category. Burst trying to do it in the DPIs in the very first season of the DPI category. Of course, if you weren't with us earlier on, we have already announced some things about season 13. Sorry, season 13, that was just year. Season 15, I should say, which is coming up starting in August 2022. Make sure you keep abreast of everything on the forums, on the social medias, on the Discord, etc. To get yourself involved. 8-round seasons return for season 15. And we're very, very excited to get underway in the August of 2022. We're very excited as well, Zach, to see what's going to happen the rest of these 22 hours. This first couple has been great.
Absolutely. Couldn't really take our eyes off it at all. And with the drama, with everything, it's certainly kept us on our toes, kept the drivers and teams on their toes equally as well, because they don't really know what's going on as much as we do. Adam Baldwin on the back of PH, trying to get himself in front of the Mugen Sim Racing car of Connect. There in front. Unfortunately, these GTs on slicks can't quite divert themselves off the main race line in order to make that move. But yeah, Adam Baldwin certainly eyeing up the top 8. But yeah, the first 2 hours, if you are only now just joining us, it has been fantastic. We had a dry start. The rain then belted its way down. Everyone coming for wets, apart from a couple of people that are now starting to reap the rewards from that as the track starts to dry up. But yeah, overall, it's just kept us on our toes, and it's been really, really unpredictable. The grid order especially has been up and down, topsy-turvy.
It really has. As we have a yellow flag in final sector briefly, but it's gone again now. Probably somebody just running that little bit wide at this stage. Remy Delorme makes his way through on Alex Beggy for 4th place. That is now 4th place after a number of pit stops that have happened. Racing team have been in, and indeed made a driver change. So Timothée Andonovski has got out for the Dane Martin Hemmingson, who's now right behind Moritz Mel, who made a pit stop a lap later. And these two, I believe anyway, are going to come out 1 and 2 when it all shakes itself out in the next 3 laps or so. So this is a very important fight.
Yeah, absolutely is. But yeah, Hemmingson doing of course for their championship need to press forward. They had a bit of some misfortune a bit earlier on in terms of some damage repair they had to take, so they are certainly on a recovery drive, but still 22 hours left to go. They've got plenty of time, and their pace certainly did show that they have got the front running pace in the first stint. All the way over to the wet part of the track. Maybe I think they are maybe still on wet tyres, so they have to do that, which is quite awkward for them in terms of making their way forward, because the track well and truly is ready for slicks. But yeah, still racing team, still a long way to go, still a long time in order to recover from it.
I feel like it's still inters maybe for these guys. Surely not full wets for anybody at this stage. That is just too much in terms of tread on the tyre. You're going to overheat way too much. But yeah, Martin Hemmingson searching for the wet already, and this is what, lap 2 of his stint. He's got 8 more to do after this one. And so that is going to be a concern to him. Let's see who's going to come in on the next lap. Well, the on-off racing car is going to, from 2nd place, Nicolas Lemoine is going to come in to the pit lane at the end of this lap, I believe, on lap 30. So we'll see if he does live up to that, or whether he does not, because I was expecting Colin Spork in the pit lane last time around, and he did not. So who really knows? As we go back to the battle with David Koloksai and Tony Jukic a little bit further down, and just behind them, of course, Burst Esport, driven by Cam Roger a little bit earlier on. You'll be hearing from him in 2 hours' time here on the broadcast. Saba Kiss makes his way through, and also Jesper Pedersen trying to make his way through. Lots of battles happening out there on the road.
Yeah, absolutely, which is surprising, to be fair, of how much divided the rain can be, but everyone's sort of found their way back in. The Bike Wallers Burst Esports car of Pedersen does want to make their way forward in terms of, trying to consolidate their championship, and they were right at the sharp end just a few moments ago, so I do want to press forward and get themselves back into the mix. Of course, have had their fair share of misfortune, of course, Michi Hoy got smacked into at the second chicane, but Pedersen has got a good run. They dipped down the hill towards the S's, but unfortunately there's just no way through, no open gap, especially through this section of the circuit. You dip a wheel onto that wet tyre, a wet part of the track, and you are certainly going to go off. But yeah, Pedersen versus Borchers at the moment, you have to say that Bike Roller's car is going to find a way through soon.
Absolutely. The 226 DSG Motorsport car has been off at Tete Rouge, by the way. I don't know whether the status of that car, whether it has a lot of damage or not, but you can be sure they've just dipped a wheel onto the wet part there and got off the road as Jesper Pedersen goes down the inside now of the Revolution Sim Racing car. Through goes Pedersen into 4th place, 3.5 seconds up to Jan Katau now, as we've got a battle for the lead developing. Juan Carlos Fernandez is getting caught hand over fist. It was nearly 5 seconds on the last lap. Arnaud Soubry is going to have his sights set on first.
Absolutely, that gap is closed very, very quickly indeed. But that Gira car, very, very quick, and Soubry is a man on a mission, certainly so, pushing forward with sheer determination to get himself back into the race lead, and that fight surely will materialise very soon. This is Pedersen up into 4th place, got himself ahead of the RSR car just behind, and can now press forward 3.5 seconds up to Jan Katau for 3rd place, and you can bet that Pedersen is certainly going to eye up that podium once more.
Absolutely. So Pedersen up to 4th place, and he's Pedersen, of course, swapping in for the opening driver Michi Hoyer in this race. We're going to have a bit of a swap out in the commentary box as well. Zach, thanks very much for joining us. It's been absolutely wonderful these first 2 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. Been an absolute pleasure, guys. And yeah, well, I'll see you at 6 o'clock BST tomorrow morning. I'll be with Lewis McGlade, which is certainly going to be something to look forward to. Can't wait to get ripped into, but that'll be a great start to my morning. But yeah, best of luck to you and Neil and over the next couple of hours.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Zach. We'll be hearing more from you in the morning, of course. Joining me now, and Ewan O'Leary still here for the next hour, alongside Neil Heatley. Welcome, Neil. You've seen a lot of Le Mans 24 Hours in the VEC. This has right up there in terms of chaos, entertainment, intrigue. It's been wonderful these first 2 hours.
Indeed. So, if I remember correctly, I think my first one was season 8. Jimmy will probably be able to correct me on that. But yes, this is number 7, I think, if I count correctly. But yes, this has got a lot of intrigue. And look at this, the prototypes have to go the wet line around the outside of the GT car through Maison Blanche.
Absolutely. We've seen racing like this go on all day long, and it's been absolutely fantastic. 2 hours very nearly complete here at Le Mans, and we could well see a lead change. Arnaud Soubry has controlled this race for much of it, but a strategy call from DX Droids and Juan Carlos Fernandez has got them into the lead. They're defending at the moment, but you've got to say it looks like it's only a matter of time until Soubry makes his way through.
Yeah, only a matter of time, as you said. But look at this, how close they are coming down the hill through Dunlop S's. Soubry all over the rear wing, getting closer and closer under braking for the second S, the Tete Rouge S, before coming up over the crest of the hill. The car always gets a little bit light there, then coming through Tete Rouge itself. And now Soubry will be looking at using as much of the slipstream as possible before coming down towards the first chicane.
Here we go, the slipstream. This surely is the opportunity now for the Belgian to be able to make his way through. Fernandez weaving around to try and defend, maybe even search for a bit of wet as well, but maybe deciding that this is not going to last much longer. I might as well just relinquish this lead right now. Soubry takes control again. The gap, by the way, back to the rest of them after this, a good 25 seconds to Seawolf and Burst. This is a big lead, and it's been a real taking this race by the scruff of the neck from Arnaud Soubry. We know how good he is. He's been so strong over the years in the VEC. Finally got his Le Mans 24-hour race win in the LMP2 category last season. Didn't get the championship, of course. Still waiting for that, and he won't get it this season either. But he's setting himself up wonderfully with this first stint here.
Yes, very good in this number 7 car, just coming through the second chicane now. And look at the gap that Soubry's already been able to make up, even though that move was done just at the first chicane. There's definitely a lot of pace within that number 7 Gira car. Now, of course, Soubry now has to look after the traffic and try and not go too far off, try and not hit the wet lines too much during traffic. But I say this, look at this very, very wide dry line on the Mulsanne straight now.
Yeah, it's getting wider and wider. This is the battle between Sebastian Pfeiffer and Wojciech Polesny. You might be wondering how on earth this has happened. Well, Pfeiffer has been into the pit lane not so long ago, I'm presuming, because we've also seen that from Seawolf. They, of course, with the alternate strategy, did actually get out into the lead for a good moment. On merit, I'll add. They are off strategy, though. Although that's not always the worst thing in an endurance race. I know Zach was talking about this earlier on. Might not want to be off strategy, but sometimes you actually do, because it could just throw different things at your opponents or whatever, and it might turn out your way later on. You never know.
Yes, and really the first 3/4 of a 24-hour race like this one is just trying to get towards that last 6 hours. And then once you get towards those last 6-8 hours, you can then start working back from the end if you like. So it really is a race of attrition till we get to that 16, 18-hour mark. And then these team strategies will start to kick in and they will start to work essentially backwards, like we do many of the races, many of the shorter races here in the VEC. But as you said, just before we swapped over, there is going to be an 8-race calendar next season, and it's beginning in August, as you said. As far as I can remember, I think that might be the earliest it started since I've joined.
I would maybe agree, but tentatively, because I'm not entirely sure. What we're going to do throughout the race is announce the races. So we already know season 15 is coming, and we know when it starts. We know how many races there are, but we also now know that the 6 hours of Monza for the second season in a row will be our opener. I remember being on the last couple of hours of this season's race with you, Neil.
It was a cracker.
Enthralling. It was unbelievable.
Was it last lap lead change, or was it second
Yes.
to last? I can't quite remember.
Last lap.
Yeah. Last lap.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Fantastic race between Red Bull and John Lacey it was in the GTE category. Make sure you tune in for that, because we're repeating a previously used mixture there, but it worked very well, and so I would expect nothing different from the opener of season 15.
Yes, season 15, I'm still waiting for Knock Hill to come. Jimmy, you'll not hear the end of it until it's on that schedule.
No, he won't. None of us will. So let's see when that comes. Yeah, here we go, over the line again. Wojciech Polesny making moves. We've seen issues earlier on for Varga Sim Racing. It still doesn't look quite as healthy as maybe it should be, but a couple of passes in the last couple of laps, and Varga are indeed up to 9th.
Yeah, that Ramada Motorsports car just got on the gravel a little bit coming out of that second chicane. The left-hand tyres just stopped into the gravel, stuck into the gravel a little bit. That just slowed its exit, and that allowed the Varga Sim Racing car to get round. In the middle of the 3 wide with the prototype trying to get round the both of them at the same time.
Very complicated traffic, of course, all very much playing into the effect of this race so far, as we see another battle in DPI when Carlos Fernandez once again under pressure from Nello Pastorino on this occasion, who's gotten in for James Zuber at the last pit stop. Driver changes really starting to come into effect. We don't have that rule about 4 hours being the limit anymore. I can't remember what the drive time limits are. I think you can't do more than 70% of the race, maybe. Laps, that is. When it's wet like this, and the laps are not always the same amount of time as they would be in a dry race, that does make it quite hard to calculate. But realistically, who wants to do 17 hours of a 24-hour race?
Oh, watch this. Yes, 1.5.2, a single driver must not complete more than 70% of the total laps of their car within a race. So yeah, 70% of the laps rather than time. But of course, as you said, it is a wet race, so that might complicate things a little bit, because obviously lap times just now are a little bit slower.
Absolutely. As we see into the pit lane, on-off racing are in again here. Only 2 laps after they last came in. Don't know what that's all about. They were running very well not so long ago, but Charlie Rigo is certainly going to drop down the order after that particular pit stop. Devin Brown has been in again, by the way, on that last particular pit stop. The dry tyres that he utilised throughout the last stint have done him wonders, because he's come out with a 30-second lead ahead of Martin Hemmingsen, Colin Spork and Moritz Mell, who are in a 3-way battle over that second position. Now, Martin Hemmingsen, of course, leading this championship, only needs a top 12 to seal it here today. You get the feeling that he might take a bit of caution heading into some of these fights, and rightfully so.
Yeah, only a top 12. How hard can it be?
Well, when there's 15, it's not bad.
This is something with endurance racing, you just never know what's going to happen until the checkered flag drops, and even then afterwards, because you've still got to complete the lap. But yes, this Vargas Sim Racing car certainly has moved away from the battle between your name here and Ramada Motorsports. And look, Ramada Motorsports has lost another position within the same lap. So two positions lost, I should say, rather, for that Ramada cars. We're having a look now. Well, look at this battle as well. This is the battle for 6th in the GTE class. Mugen versus Juices versus Butlapal. Just 0.8 of a second separating the three of them.
Yeah, Adam Baldwin very much the meat in this sandwich. It was Tim Neuendorf starting the Butler Pal car, and he still is driving it at the moment, embarking on his 3rd stint of the race here today. I was really looking forward to kind of seeing a strategy element of this race kind of evolve, but a chaos element has been the forefront of our minds really more than anything else. So that has been interesting, but it hasn't quite developed in a normal way. What we normally get at this stage of the race, we start to see everything fall into place, and then towards the end we see what everybody was on about at this stage of the race. But it really has just been chaos so far. I think this stint now, even though there is a lot of wet about, these guys are on dry tyres. It's the first normal stint of the race almost.
Yes, almost first normal stint, excuse me, as you said. But look, you can definitely see there is still wet parts of the track. But look at the size of this dry line coming up through Dunlop. It's incredibly big. And as you said, well, I say that, it becomes single line through Dunlop Curve. So, yeah, it really depends where on the track you are as to how much of a dry line there is. It could become rather spicy if someone wants to make a move into the Dunlop S, for example. But yes, Neuendorf here just falling back a little bit, 0.6 of a second, will perhaps capitalise on the double slipstream that we'll get coming down the Mulsanne straight.
Yeah, let's see if we even get a 3-wide moment, although Neuendorf does look a little bit too far away at this stage to really get involved. Adam Baldwin, though, certainly close enough to maybe make a move for this 6th place on Christopher Kiernick, the Mugen Sim Racing driver. This has been for a good amount of time now, and looks like he's going to get past here. Outside line even for Baldwin. That's a strange one. Decides to go to the smaller outside line and then back off. Don't know why he didn't bother with the inside line, but I suppose the kind of wet line on the inside there that you were talking about a few moments ago really did put him off quite greatly there.
Yeah, put him off a little bit, as you says. We're looking back at this battle for 10th now. Ramada versus your name here. Ramada trying to retake that 10th position in class and coming around the first chicane. Now going back to this battle for 6th. So many battles at the moment. Looking at Deuces, well, at least focusing on Deuces at the moment, but you can still see all 3 cars. And you can just see the battle for 10th in the backgrounds there, I think, actually. But yes, this battle for 6th, Mugen, Deuces, Bertlapal. And again, no move here coming down towards the second chicane. Just not enough slipstream at this point. But I think Baldwin there didn't get as good an exit off of that second chicane as Neuendorf.
No, absolutely didn't. He didn't get a great one off the first chicane either, just struggling ever so slightly through those slower speed corners. It's not a proper slow, annoying chicane. It's slightly more flowing than that, but it is still low speed, and Baldwin certainly did struggle, although Neuendorf is still about a half car length behind. We're way too early for silly dives like that into the Mulsanne corner, so he decides not to go for it, and the 3 of them remain equidistant on the exit as well. You might be able to see this battle for 10th, as you were mentioning, just in this camera shot here. Are they not quite close enough? There's Wojciech Polesny, and there
we go.
There we go. Just about.
Just before the
shot.
Camera changed. Yeah, just before the camera changed.
Just in there now. So this is remaining very close indeed. I mean, I don't know about you, but I was speaking to Lewis about this yesterday. Pretty sure the last time we had rain in a VEC Le Mans was season 8, when we saw the winning margin be 7 laps. We're not quite going to see that this time. I mean, we saw so much chaos during that race. Thankfully, I don't know if the driving standards have improved since then, or maybe that's a bit controversial to say, or what. I don't know what's gone on since then. However, it does seem that despite the rain, despite the spins and everything that's gone on, the field is remaining closer. I know I'm jumping the gun here, only 2 hours in, but the field is remaining closer than it did 6 years ago.
We have an incredibly competitive field here in the VEC, and you can see that again. Juices, but you still see stalwarts. For example, Juices, they've been here, well, certainly since I started and beforehand, and they're still putting up the same pace. They're still putting up the same challenges and the same fights every single race, even after 8+ years here in the VEC, and it is great to see. But yes, Juices now still trying to gain time on this Mugen car, and this prototype is just going to have to wait when they come through the chicanes.
Certainly will. This is what makes and breaks battles in these prototype categories, and then they have to go out onto the wet part to make their way through. That is why I was so surprised, actually, to see the DPIs and LMP2s go on to the dry tyres so early on. I believe everybody in the field now is on a dry tyre, certainly nobody on a wet, and hasn't been that way for a long time. The Inters maybe for somebody, but dry tyres for most of these cars, and that is why I'm so surprised, because look at the way you have to go offline to do it.
Yeah.
Oh dear, that was a dive, and absolutely wanted to make that stick, because otherwise they'd have to wait until after Tete Rouge.
The 49 has gone off at Indianapolis. This is the Burst Esports, so currently 14th in LMP2. Tom Oldenmenga currently driving that one, but that LMP2 going off at Indianapolis.
That car, of course, started off by our very own Cam Roger. You'll be hearing from in 45 minutes' time. The first words he said to me, actually, after he got out of the car is, "Wow, I'm slow." And that's how he felt after his stint, I'm afraid. 14th place for that car at the moment, as we see the two remaining championship contenders in DPI. In case you weren't with us earlier on, Cetrex, Nigel Mallex not able to field their car here today, despite only being 10 points off by College Burst Esport. They are unfortunately not here today, and so Seawolf now have the mantle of taking that championship from Bicolis Burst Esport. At the moment, they're not going to be able to do that. They're giving it a good go, but Bicolis Burst are doing more than enough at this stage.
Yes, as you say, they just need to manage that points gap, and as long as they're, behind the Seawolf car, it's fine. As long as they can keep that Seawolf car in the windscreen, it's fine.
Yes, it is. Easier said than done, of course, but that will make things hard. Just mathematically, by the way, top 4 will be enough for this team to take the title, and they'll be hoping that will be the outcome by the end of today. Through the Porsche curves again, and towards Maison Blanche and the final few chicanes. Can Seawolf maybe get this car on the way in? Yes, they can, and this is traffic once again, writ large for us. Look at the gap that Jan Katau is going to gain just from these few corners on that Burst Esport car. To be fair, the LMP2 did actually do quite well through those chicanes, so didn't lose out as much, but half a second there and there.
Yeah, using traffic as a pick is a time-old move in endurance racing. As you said, that Seawolf car did it very nicely coming through the chicanes, just forcing the Bicolis car to be stuck behind that LMP2. But coming down the hill, and again, look, that line's starting to get a little bit wider. The rain definitely has stopped, so as the moisture gets pushed away from the track, that line starts to get wider and wider. But yes, 1.3 seconds the gap now, almost 1.4 actually, between these two cars. That battle for second.
Let's see when their net's going to come in, shall we? Because lap 27 was the last time Seawolf net race came in. Not because, once again, I reiterate, we haven't had a normal stint in this race yet. I don't know how long they go on fuel yet, so that never happens at this stage in the race. But we're nearly 2.5 hours into Le Mans now, and we still don't know where people are standing, really, with fuel. One thing that I don't think will play into Seawolf's hands, though, is the fact that they were the first to come into pit lane out of everybody in that last cycle. So the DPIs were on wet tyres. They were looking at the crossover point to go onto dries. Seawolf spotted that it would be better to go onto dries, so they did so. However, they're now the first to come in on every pit stop cycle. That means either they'll have to do an extra stop in this race, if things carry on like this, or they'll have to take more fuel later on in this race at their final stop. Either way, it's not going to advantage them. It's not going to be advantageous to them. Thank you. There we are. Oh, yeah, there we are.
The word.
There we are.
There we go.
We got there. But yeah, it's not going to be great for them in this final stop of the race if it carries on like this.
Yes, and we're indeed, and it's all about that. Well, I wouldn't say it's all about the final stop. It's all about that final 6-8 hours, as I was saying before. But we're now having a look at this battle for sixth. You can see the Juices Motorsport cars got past the moon.
Let's see. Yes, he has. We were not looking because we were watching that battle between Seawolf and Burst, of course, which was equally important. But yeah, there we go. Through for Adam Baldwin. He certainly knows what he's doing. I wouldn't like to know how many VEC Le Mans 24 hours Adam Baldwin has done, but it is a lot.
Yeah, it is many at this point. You are absolutely correct. But look at this Mugen, still about halfway between the Deuces and the Butler Pal, and almost snaking their way down the Mulsanne.
Just breaking that slipstream almost, or trying to, and then avoid the wet patches as well, because these guys, unlike earlier when they were trying to search for the wet patches to cool down their tyres, they no longer need to do that. They're just breaking the slipstream. You can see Baldwin just trying to break that slipstream, but doing it within the lines of the dry patches instead of going on to the wet bits where you're going to really ruin your tyres and possibly spin out of control, even on the straight where you're just weaving around. So let's see. The problem is, though, we're seeing this again into the chicane. Where can you dive? There's literally a car width there of dry line, and then you're onto the wet. You're not going to try and brake there because you're going to skate into the car alongside you. You're going to get a penalty. You're going to damage your car. So it's so hard to overtake.
You have to believe. Have belief in your car.
Yeah, pretty much. But sometimes it's not enough. We might be able to see here Koenig have a better go. Slightly wider into the Mulsanne chicane, but excuse me, the Mulsanne corner, but not close enough. He stays behind, and it might be the beneficial thing to do. Once again, we spoke about this earlier. Saving fuel might be better than overtaking.
Yeah, saving fuel a little bit. Well, of course, saving fuel is always a little bit of a magic, if you like. We see, well, I say that. Look at this. Juices Motorsport Club and Mugen side by side coming up towards Indianapolis. Mugen takes the position for now, but Baldwin will not take that lightly. No doubt that Juices Motorsport car will be on the attack once again.
I have a feeling that that's how Baldwin got through in the first place, and so that's just happened again with Koenig getting back through. Not entirely sure. Out of Arnage and towards the Porsche curves with Racing Team going through. Imaginative team name, I know, but they are in second at the moment in this race. I believe still on the intermediate tyres. You can see them searching for wet parts of the circuit almost constantly.
Yeah.
Although Hemmingson didn't want to go on the wet part there to go through into the Porsche curves, and he might find himself stuck behind this Aston Martin the entirety of this section now. And this is going to be painful.
Yeah, because normally in the dry, you'd see these prototypes try and go all the way around the outside of these GT cars, particularly around that final right-hander, the long sweeper at the bottom of the hill. But at this point, just not trying to risk it going up the inside of Maison Blanche. It's still on the wet side of the track before coming in, or the dry side for the chicanes. But yes. Fuel saving is something pretty magical. Of course, if you're watching the Indianapolis 500 last weekend, you would have seen a lot of fuel saving happening there. And really, can you really save enough to extend that stint by a lap, though? Because obviously it's a long, long lap around here, and you've got to have a lot of fuel in order to complete that extra lap. Absolutely.
13.5 kilometres around here. In Europe, I don't know what that is in UK. Sorry, but yeah, it's me too.
You're in the UK.
I know, but kilometres are better. I just work in kilometres because they're just better. So sorry, Americans and UKans, British people. But yeah, but kilometres are better. Anyway, through Tete Rouge once again, and Tim Neuendorf might fancy himself a little bit of this fight now for 6th position, because he's been hanging back and watching for the last few laps. He might want a piece of the action now, although not a great run through Tete Rouge, and he's going to struggle to really get involved. Down the straight again, Koenig might find himself under pressure.
That though, look at that.
Wow. Big straight line speed for Juices Motorsport Club in the BMW. They really don't want to be on that wet line, and there was just about a BMW length to slot himself into there, and he absolutely made sure he did.
Yeah, that really seemed to be very, very close. Having a look at battle for a second now in GTEs, we're having Satellite E-Stars versus Jean Alesi. Jean Alesi trying to take that second position, coming up towards the Mulsanne corner. I was going to say the first chicane, but no, this is towards Mulsanne corner, and Jean Alesi just falling back a little bit under the braking phase there. Now we'll be using as much the slipstream as possible coming up towards Indianapolis.
Henry Siddick under a lot of pressure here. Casper Stoltz recovering from the drive-through penalty that Jean Alesi Esports Academy had to serve at the last pit stop, but they have absolutely the drivers to take this on. There is Stoltz, outside line into Indianapolis. Is he going to be able to make this through? Oh, he is. Wow. Henry Siddick did not have anything in response there at all. He could not get through. He could not stay in front, I should say. Big slide for the Ferrari but it's second place for Kasper Stolz here. Two-time VEC champion, three-time Le Mans winner in the VEC. He knows what he's doing. I know I said this statistic earlier, but it still amazes me. 11 different wins for those 4 different drivers in that John Lacey Esports car. That's an outrageous record, and they're already up to second.
Here we go. Juice is trying to get on the back of Mugen again, coming up towards Indianapolis. Juice is going all the way around the outside. Will the Mugen car just lift off the throttle? Indeed, the Mugen car does. So that's Baldwin back up into 6th.
I have a feeling this might carry on for a while.
Oh, really?
Because it's already happened 3 times in a row. Why not 4? It seems to be the ideal place to overtake, really, doesn't it? Because this straight between Arnage and Pourchacours, well, it is fairly long. It's not as long as the others, and there's not a great corner at the end of the straight to overtake, so there's no real reply until the first Mulsanne chicane when you overtake on the way down to Indianapolis. The only problem is overtaking at Indianapolis is not a slam dunk by any means.
No, really, at this point in the race, because of the conditions, because of this wet line, it requires a little bit of cooperation in order to pass Indianapolis, but as we get towards the end of the race, we'll see less and less cooperation.
We certainly will. We look forward to that, of course.
Yeah, Baldwin's got 14 seconds to make up to the next car on track.
He has. And that car is Jackie Lotterman. Oh, that driver, I should say, is Jackie Lotterman. That car is the Corvette of Sim Racing for Holland. They had a spin, of course, on the way down the hill in the first sector in the first couple of hours of this race, struggling with those real wet conditions that happened or that came upon us in the first couple of hours of this race, in the first half an hour almost. However, recovered well, and they're back up to 4th place, just behind Wave 3, but the gaps are quite big to that front 4 that are really contesting this race win at the moment. We also had the Varga Sim Racing car there as well before their little bit of contact. Wojtek Polesny has now recovered to, well, he was in 9th, but he's pitted again, and now Turka Häkkinen's down to 17th again. So that's a shame. And also, I think we've got news of another retirement, as Ian Navarro of DX Droids might well have become our second retirement of the day. There he is. I don't think that car will emerge again.
Yeah, that looks pretty terminal. As here's Koenig in that Mugen Sim Racing car trying to, well, really, he can't, I would say he can't catch the Juices. The Juices has gone way off. It's now a good 2 seconds ahead.
Speaking of going off, 222 off the road for Ground Effect Sim Racing. Jos Araneda has just lost that 8th place to Bradley Sellers in the Rookie Monsters car.
Coming down the Dunlop S, I think, wasn't it? Or at least
it was
the Dunlop chicane, yeah.
It was Dunlop chicane, yeah. Not sure if he got help or did it on his own. But that's another, you commented on it earlier, it was almost the first thing you said on broadcast. Wow, this dry line is very narrow at the Dunlop chicane, and it still is, really.
Yeah, Baldwin's slowly closing in on that Sim Racing for Holland car. Only 13 seconds to that gap now, but look at that gap it's made up to that Mugen car.
Yeah, he's made up a great deal of time there. And he's put himself into the clear zone almost. 6th place, and now he can kind of focus on those in front. It's difficult to close a gap to someone in front of you when you've got someone hounding you, like we saw Kiek there. But now he's got his own clear run. He will have a much easier, well, I don't want to say easy type of things, but it just allows him to focus that little bit more.
Yeah, less difficult.
Yeah, less difficult, yeah.
But yes, Baldwin now coming down towards the Mulsanne corner. And just, well, it's the same with all of these GT cars, really. They'll be trying to get as much slipstream as possible, even from the prototypes. Absolutely.
And why not, really? Let's see. Just seeing that there's a pit stop cycle going on in DPI at the moment. I'm trying to get a hold of it. I'm not sure if Jan Katau and Jesper Pedersen came in on the same lap. I'm suspecting that they did. Jonas Schublit hasn't been in yet, but that's not a surprise. Well, no, it's just on 11 laps. It's either 10 or 11 laps, by the way, in the DPIs. Some cars have managed it, some cars haven't. For example, the one Akko car of Nico Barkley didn't manage it. He only did 10. Same for Jesper Pedersen, I believe, but Jan Katau and Nello Pastorino both managed 11. So it is a bit of, bit of a lottery. And there is part of the reason why...
DX Droids. There we go.
That was Seawolf, by the way. And the championship leader's just behind. That could have been a lot worse as the wipers are going again. The rain is
Oh
falling
my.
again. Dearie me, this race has another spanner into the works.
Yep, they might have to come in for wet soon, depending on how heavy this rain is. But if you're watching the Nürburgring 24 last weekend, what these cars really need at the moment are these cut slicks that they use in the GT3 cars.
Wow. This is about to get very exciting once again. I actually thought the rain was going to come in an hour and a half's time. As far as I'm concerned, it's an hour and a half early, but I'm not complaining because it's going to throw everything up into the air once again. Arnaud Schumble might well put wets on here, and he might well save a pit stop.
Yeah. Yeah, these wets, it's going to be very difficult. Of course, these cars that just came in, as you were talking about, they might be at a big disadvantage.
Well, he's in now, but would you take the risk of wets now?
So now it's raining and we're heading into darkness, so headlights will be required from now on until sunrise tomorrow. Headlights are required, please.
Yep, there is the message from race director Jimmy Allison. The headlights are required until sunrise from now.
And that is probably the earliest call for headlights we've ever heard. But
yep, 3:30. Yep.
The gloomy conditions make for that. By the way, Ian Navarro, we saw off the road there, quit in the pit lane after that DX Joy's car went off the road. So clearly not interested in continuing on any longer. But Arnaud Schumble and Giro Racing have got a big call here. I think because they have such a big lead, I would go for the dries again anyway. And, you know, sort of, because it doesn't really, they're doing the same as everybody else. If everybody's got it wrong, then so be it. Like, they'll get it wrong with everyone, and they won't lose out compared to everybody else. If they take the wets now, and the weather suddenly doesn't require it anymore, then they've made a mistake, because getting out the pit lane has never been, well, it's never been easy, has it? And Sim Racer for Holland there, Jackie Lotterman, just clipping the back of a Gira on the way out.
Yeah, just a small touch.
Yes. I think that's on schedule, by the way. We're not too far away from seeing GTE pit stops either, so be panic station for them as well, as Arnaud Schumble leaves the pit lane.
What colour are those sidewalls?
Trying to see, but it is difficult. We do now have, by the way, graphics that tell us what tyres people are on, which didn't used to happen, so we're very thankful for that. But it's hard to see. It's down to third, by the way. Seawolf Netrace have got in front. It is wet tyres, so I don't think Jan Katau and Jesper Pedersen changed tyres, because why would you after only one stint on dries? However, Arnaud Schumble has gone for wets, and that tyre change has put him behind Jan Katau.
Yeah, as you said, that tyre change, is it the correct strategy though? It depends how wet it is going to become. It's a very, very big question. If memory serves me correctly, is that other DPI you can just see behind, is that for position?
Yeah, it is. Yes,
Let's have
for
a quick
Pedersen.
look. Yeah, Jesper Pedersen. It is for position. So this really is the dries versus the wets. Well, of course, that Bicolis Burst Esports on the mediums, so the Gira on the wets. So you get to see what the sort of tyre difference is. You can definitely see the rain on stream now, can't you?
Well, yeah, it's less than it was before, I have to say. The intensity with which the rain and the speed at which the rain came down earlier on in this race was phenomenal. But this time around, it's
there's Pedersen.
Slightly more gentle. Here comes Pedersen. The dry tyres definitely seem to be the way to go, but the difference is not much, and it's only going to go in favour of those wet tyres. So, in hindsight, I know it's easy to say now. Excuse me. It's easy to say now, but Schumble has made a good call there.
Oh, you say that it is probably just a little bit too early to say, but you can see the gap. Well, you can see the pace of the dries at the moment. How much of a gap Pedersen's made up in Schumble as it stands after, well, not even a sector.
Yes, the Mulsanne chicane. He's put that amount of time into him, and then on the brakes, Schumble closes in through Mulsanne corner, and then on the traction, Pedersen goes away again.
Pedersen's better on the traction, yeah.
Yeah, wow. This is real concern for everybody at the moment as we see into the pit lane. Netrex, by the way, Colin Spork was on intermediate throughout that stint. They were the wrong tyres. He was losing 5 seconds a lap towards the end of that stint. He's pitted a lap early, or maybe even 2 laps early, to come in and change those tyres. He will be very glad to see this rain right now.
Yeah, we'll be very glad to see this raid. We've got a couple of cars in the pits in the LMP2 class, as you can see on the timing tower on the left-hand side there. The one Akko being one of them. The one Akko will be the first one out, so you get to see what the tyre of choice is going to be for the LMP2s.
Yeah, I suspect wets at this stage. Surely it's got to be. As we see Henry Sinek and Adam Baldwin both in. That's the first of the real front runners in GTE. It's got to be wets for them as well, although they don't really venture from the racing line, or they shouldn't do. So,
No.
well, yeah, but you've got to think of it this way. What are the conditions going to be like during the next hour? And you would say very, very wet, judging by the... You know, look at Pedersen and Schublit at the moment. Almost identical.
When Akko's gone out in the wets.
Yep. Have they? Nico Barkley? Oh, excuse me, you mean... Okay, yeah, okay.
In the LMP2s, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yes. There we are. So, there we are. The 31 wet tyres. Intermediates for Go Team Racing, although they haven't pitted yet, that's why. Spork, what tyres is he going to go for at this stage? Oh, everybody's in. This is going to be pandemonium in the pit lane, by the way. We've seen this last time. Speedy Mike Racing, in the first pit stops of the day, got boxed in and lost minutes in the pit lane because they were boxed in. This is car park Jenga. It's unbelievable at the moment. Deary me, there's going to be so many people in the pit lane. It's going to be chaos. Monaco in the DPIs have stayed out on their dries.
Well, that might be a fun decision. As there's a battle, well, I would say a battle here for the GTE leader is Kastrup versus Stoltz. And Stoltz getting past this traffic coming down towards it's coming down towards Indianapolis, I should say, rather, and look at the reflections on track. You can see how wet it is, and that dry line has almost disappeared.
Absolutely. Seawolf and Burst both into the pit lane for wet tyres in the DPIs. They've got to do a lot of overtaking, a lot of going offline. It's expected, that one, you'd have to say. Wanako staying out, though, and braving it out on those dry tyres for the moment. Look at the speed at which those wipers are working now, though. This rain is intensifying. It's getting worse, and it's here to stay by the looks of things.
Yeah, but look at all those GT cars currently still in the softs.
Well, yeah, they don't have to venture... Well, as I said, they don't have to venture too far from the racing line, but look at the racing line now. Even Dennis Jordan is struggling. Excuse me, Yuri Kazdorp. That's an old comment. Yuri Kazdorp struggling at the moment. Out there, the Dutchman just getting this car to the pit lane, and surely it's got to be into the pits here for Yuri Kazdorp, and there it is. We've seen Henry Sinek on those wets. Will he actually get a bit of an undercut, if you like?
And especially on the dries. Look at that, you can just see that. I was just going to say that on the dries, that pit entry is perhaps one of the most treacherous points on circuit, because you don't have cars going over and over and over it like you do in the rest of the circuit. Especially on these slicks, that pit entry is perhaps the most treacherous part on the circuit.
You are absolutely right. It's a good point, because if you think about the rest of the circuit, there's 41 cars still going over it every 3 minutes. That's not the case for the pit lane, because people are not coming in the pit lane at that kind of rate. As Moritz Mel comes into the pit lane, as well as Devin Browner, who's made an early stop there, but he had to. A lot of these guys are making early stops now because they have to. Waveframe Esports braving it out there on the Inters, but it looks like Racing Team are making up time on those wets. Have they even extended their lead, quite possibly, with this at the moment? Trying to work that one out at this stage. It's difficult to tell. Where's Henry Sinek going to be in relation to those GTE leaders? Because I'm trying to work out whether those who pitted early for wets will have actually gained time, or whether they have, or whether they made that call a bit too early.
Oh, look at that prototype all the way out on the run-up at Corvette. As they're coming through Maison Blanche now, and then coming down towards the pits, and indeed you see that prototype coming into the pit lane. But this car currently 4th position in LMP2s, and well, you'll see that car gain a couple of positions because 2nd and 3rd are still in the pits, I believe.
Yeah, Hemmingson.
Oh no, only 3rd is, I should say.
Hemmingson's only getting a 3rd there from Waveframe. That's a bit... I think he was definitely in front of Moritz Mel, so he's made the call too early. And it's intermediate tyres for Black Hawk Racing. They've got a 40-second lead, but I'm not sure that is the right call. I'm not sure at all. Kasper Stoltz and Yuri Kazdorp are out the pit lane here, by the way.
There's no dry line, yeah.
Red Bull are back out again. But I'm not convinced. I mean, don't doubt Devin Brown because he's pretty good, but intermediates, really? It's pelting it down.
As I believe the 73 car, or that's the 373, I should say, rather, just had an incident at the
Yes.
chicane, at the Dunlop chicane. That'd be the Seawolf car with Kevin Cox currently at the wheel.
Absolutely right. Their call earlier on really paid off, but unfortunately they have fallen back since. This most recent bit of rain has not helped them, particularly as Wanako are in only 3 laps after they were last in. It always feels,
I know.
it always feels so awkward when you do that, but there's no choice. Look at the weather. There's no choice.
Yeah, look at these rooster tails flying up on these cars. The yellow in the 60 section for whom? That's a 78 GT car just coming out of the second chicane. That's Butlerpal, the race leader.
They're still on dries. They're still on dries, though. That's why.
An incident coming out of the second chicane, I can only presume that's a spin just because there's not enough grip.
Absolutely nowhere near enough grip for Tim Neuendorf, and he's struggling. Yuri Kasdorp is going to retake the lead then ahead of Kasper Stoltz. That's 6 seconds of a gap. Further 5 seconds back to Henry Stinnett, who made that early call. It's not really paid off or cost him. It's kind of remained the same. He's got 5.5 seconds over Lorenzo Arisi, also defending reigning champion in the GTEs for Waveframe Esports. So this has been a exciting last 20 minutes or so. Once again coming down, and last time around, the rain had pretty much stopped by this point. So it's a longer rain shower than before, and it is here to stay, as I mentioned.
Yes, and Neuendorf here, just coming up through Indianapolis, still in those slicks, incredibly treacherous. Indianapolis, one of the more treacherous parts of the circuit, especially in slicks and wet conditions, but has managed to navigate that nicely, coming down towards Arnage, the slowest corner on the circuit, which is a little bit off camber. Before trying to get the power on onto the AstroTurf on the left-hand side there. That's certainly not going to help with grip. And you can see when we joined Neuendorf, just coming through the Mulsanne corner, that gap was 28, 29 seconds. It's now down to 25. Those slicks are just losing, hemorrhaging time.
He really is. Deary me. Neuendorf with the wrong call. Oh, God, and he's struggling into the Porsche curves. Heart in mouth moments everywhere. And this is, of all the corners in the world to approach in these kind of situations, these probably would be quite low down the list. Neuendorf tiptoeing. And all he's got to remember at this stage, there's more than 21 hours remaining. Get the car back to the pit lane in one piece.
There's no dry line at all.
No.
There's nothing there.
Nothing left. And so, Neuendorf has to come in now. He won't be so shocked by the pit lane entry because the rest of the track's like this now. He bounces it across these curbs. He will come into the pit lane, and Yuri Kasdorp will retake the lead of this race for Red Bull Racing Esports.
Yes, the Red Bull back into the lead, and that gap about 6 seconds now over Stoltz in the Jean Alesi car.
Now then, in DPI, unassumably, this race has, I don't want to say fallen into his lap, because that is unfair, but it has, this rain has helped him. And this kind of stuff will as well. Free wide, Jan Katau versus Nico Barkley. Down the inside, coming into Indianapolis here. This is a very densely populated part of the DPI field, by the way. We've got 4 cars battling over second. Juan Carlos Fernandez is holding second at the moment. Jesper Pedersen's behind. Now Nico Barkley's 4th. And then we've got Jan Katau in 5th. It's very busy now.
Yeah, fun fact, there's more cars in this screenshot than there is on the entire Mulsanne straight at the moment. It just really happens sometimes in endurance racing where you get all the cars clustering together. We are seeing that now. Katau, as you said, is second behind that Wanako car now coming up towards Porsche cars.
Yellow briefly in sector 1. Somebody's just briefly running off the road by the looks of things. Devin Brown's lead's coming down though, isn't it? 28 seconds now. We'll see. We'll get proper lap times at the end of this lap. But Moritz Mel and Martin Hemmingson, who are battling over second in LMP2, are closing that margin. I have to say, this is, I know recency bias and all that, but this has been one of the best 3 hours of racing I've ever seen in the Virtual Endurance Championship. It's been unbelievably good.
It is incredible fun sometimes here in the VEC, isn't it? But Katau, look at that gap now, 2 seconds, just does not have the pace of that Wanako.
No, he really doesn't. Nico Barkley, for whatever reason, is at one with that car right now. Jesper Pedersen at one with his as well. He gained 2.5 seconds on Juan Carlos Fernandez last lap, and he's right on the back of him now as the 8 car of Bradley Sellers goes off the road at the first Mulsanne chicane.
Yeah, going off, as you said, the first Mulsanne chicane. Of course, these two, both Mulsanne chicanes and then Mulsanne corner itself, big, heavy braking zones. And really in conditions like this, the braking zone changes every lap.
Yeah, it really does.
And that just makes it so much harder just to correctly pick your braking point.
Going through the bottom of the shot there, the 3-car battle for second place. TX Joys by Collins Burst G-Sport, Monaco, all run up the hill and towards, and then down again, down the Mulsanne straight. Here they are, Jesper Pedersen trying to make the move right now. The Danish driver, one of those who was behind the setting up of Burst G-Sport all those 4 years ago now, when they formed, gone from strength to strength, I should say, and are now applying the pressure for second place in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Out of the... Oh my word, what a slide that was. These DPIs do have traction control to a degree, but it will not save you from everything. It will not save you from these conditions.
It will not save you from the lead right foot that I have. But yes, this Bicolis car, look at the DX droids weaving left and right coming down the straight, just trying to avoid giving the Bicolis too much of a slipstream, and the DX droids just lifting out the throttle and giving the Bicolis Burst Sports car that position. But you've got to have a look, the Monaco car is right there behind, just stalking for both of these positions.
Yeah, Nico Barkley and Monaco have had a quiet first part of this race, but they're coming alive in these wet weather conditions and looking at this third place. By the way, Butler Power Motorsport in the GT still don't have their lights on, which is, I've grassed them up there, sorry about that, but they were on stream. So
That's true, you can see you don't have lights on.
Yeah, exactly.
Warning there from the race director, perhaps.
So he's going to go down there and hit them in a minute. But anyway, we'll look forward to that. Either way, battle for second is still ongoing, and Juan Carlos Fernandez is still falling back. DX Droids, by the way, have played this strategy really well today. They've timed their pitting for wet tyres, and they're going back onto dries really well. But Barkley now is going to try and go through into Indianapolis. Traffic is around as well, but there's not a lot you can do. The LMP2s in these conditions are actually not that much slower than the DPIs.
Yeah, and it's really, well, we see this in real life as well. Sometimes the extra weight helps, particularly in the Petit Le Mans a few years ago when the GTE Porsche won overall.
Absolutely. Now, I've got bad news if you're a Black Hawk Racing or Devin Browner fan. Last time around this circuit, he lost 20.2 seconds over one lap of this circuit. That intermediate tyre gamble was, well, exactly that. It was a gamble, but it is not paying off right now.
Yeah, those intermediates just don't have the grip. Well, whoa, it's turning like the Titanic at the moment.
Look at that Corvette.
Last lap, 20 seconds!
20 seconds. There it is. The Corvette out-tractions him on the exit there. He's going to get the he's going to get the straight line speed here and go back past. And he does, but 6 seconds is now the lead. One other thing to note, the wipers have stopped. The wipers have stopped again.
Oh, the rain at Le Mans is always very fun, and the time goes straight on at the second chicane as well. You've got to be careful of the rejoin, particularly with that Corvette.
Absolutely do. Devin Brown is having one of a nightmare stint. He really is. By the way, Devin Brown, a very strong driver in his own right. There's no doubt about that. Won this race back in season 11 alongside Georgie Tveres, who always wins overall anyway, and Matteo Caruso, who's won twice as well. But Devin Brown, look at this at the moment. The Corvette closes in on him.
It's incredible, yeah.
Maybe they were hoping that this rain would stop earlier, but it's only just stopped now, and the track is soaked. It's going to be a long time until the inters come into a play.
The question is, how long will that be? There's a yellow in the third sector for whom? I can't see anyone stopped at the moment, so I think that's just gone away. It could have possibly been for the 226 GTE car, but I'm not exactly sure.
No, we're not.
Oh, sorry, 226 LMP2, I should say.
Yes, DSG. Absolutely. Devin Brown again, and look at that. Once again, I know we're repeating ourselves here, but Devin Brown
That
just lets
gap's
the
a
Corvette go.
second.
He just lets the Corvette go, and there's Moritz Mel in the Go Team racing car, trying to steal a championship, of course, from Racing Team, and they're not going to at the moment, but they're doing everything they can. Moritz Mel completely out-tractions, and that is the easiest pass for a race lead he will ever do.
Yeah, it's essentially battling a GT car at this point, isn't it?
Slower, a GT3. That Corvette is faster than him at the minute. Devin Brown is slower than this Corvette at the moment. A 4:16 his last lap. Yuri Kazdorp, for example, leading the GTEs, did a 4:08.
Yeah, those inters have just not worked at all for that Black Hawk car. Now, Moritz Mel, as you said, trying to pass this Corvette well, I say that, look at that, Martin Hemmingsen's got past that Black Hawk car now as well.
There's Hemmingsen into second place now as well. The 20-year-old making his way through, and Devin Brown through Corvette having big problems. I mean, at what stage do they bite the bullet and come in? I mean, now that the rain stopped, they'll be especially reluctant to come in and just change those tyres. Let's have a look what his lap time's going to be. He's got no... the Titanic comparison you used there last lap was quite fitting, because look at this through the Ford chicane. He's going nowhere. Let's see over the line right here. It was a 4-minute lap time from Moritz Mel, a 4-minute 20 from Devin Brown.
Yeah, those inters, yeah, I presume that he's just come into the pits. If I just quickly find my live timing tab again, he must have come into the pits, surely. Nope, Brown's still out there on circuit.
As I say, will they be willing to bite the bullet and just come in, because the rain stopped and those inters will be the tyre of choice at some point in the near future. But
how long is it going?
Yeah,
the crossover time is a long way away.
Yeah, it is, and he's only 4 laps into this stint, which is also making them reluctant. Nico Barkley tries to send himself down the inside there of Fernandez. Doesn't quite do it, but he sends Fernandez off all on his own.
Yeah, Fernandez went wide because Fernandez had to take the defensive line, if you like, coming to the Porsche curves. That meant that Fernandez had a far narrower turn in on that first right-hander, just took too much speed, went to run off on the driver's left on the outside of the circuit. Barkley said, "Thank you very much, I shall take that 3rd position."
Absolutely. My goodness, what a race this has been. I've thoroughly enjoyed this. Don't really want to step away in 10 minutes, but I'm going to have to. Cam Rogers is going to be here. And Neil Heatley will be staying with you for the next couple of hours as well.
I'm sorry in advance.
But yeah, it's going to be very entertaining indeed. I hope you will stay with us at home as well. We're with you until 7 p.m. in Europe here tonight, bringing you the first 6 hours of the Virtual Endurance Championships final round. The 24 Hours of Le Mans, the 9th running in this championship, and the 8th time it has finished off a championship. It is living up to the billing so far. What a race.
Yeah, an incredible race so far. This weather really helps, because it seems like none of these cars have actually managed to get a full stint at this point.
No, I'm honestly, at this point in the race, as I said earlier, you're starting to get a grasp on the strategy, you're starting to get into the rhythm. I have no idea what's happening, if I'm brutally honest. I have no idea, and I don't think anybody does.
Yeah, this strategy, well, obviously most of these teams will have a strategist somewhere in their virtual pit box, but at this point, might as well just throw all the papers and the strategies out of the window.
Absolutely.
Let them swim in the rain in the pit lane instead. Make some paper boats out of them, yeah.
Why not? Just behind there, you can see Jan Katau making some pace here. Is the rain coming down again? Did I see rain there? Don't know. Could just be seeing things. But the wipers are not going.
Aren't going, no.
No. So clearly not. Clearly it's not raining at this stage.
Not raining yet.
No, not raining yet. As I said though, I wasn't expecting to see rain for another hour. And yeah, well, who knows? It's hard to tell. This is not the last shower we're going to see today, though. Looking at the forecast, I'm very confident this is not the last shower.
No, it certainly is not. This rain is just going to start coming. Well, I say start coming, continue coming and going, coming and going throughout the entire 24-hour race. Almost, it looks like.
Colin Sport now only 7.5 seconds behind Devin Brown, who's now 17 seconds behind the cars that passed him less than a lap ago. When you find yourself out on tyres that literally nobody else is on, I think at that point often you've got to realise we might have got things wrong here. And Blackhawk
Yeah.
Racing, they've got to be kicking themselves down there at the moment. They were in they had a 30-second lead.
Just one wrong choice.
Yeah. But 21 hours to go.
Yeah, it's still 21 hours to go, as you still said. Still a long time, and still a lot of still, well, as you said, 21 hours to make up that gap and try and rectify that error. Having a look at Nico Barkley here in that one Aqua car. 2 seconds to that by Burst Esports, which you can just see in the foreground.
Now then, Cam Roger has done some maths, or some thinking anyway. He says that if the Blackhawk strategy will work as long as they don't lose 37 seconds before the dry line starts to form. Now, I've got bad news, unfortunately. The gap's already 25 seconds.
Yeah, it's good.
And the dry line
is
nowhere near, and Cam obviously acknowledged that as well. He also thinks it's not going to work. So the thing is, for me, why would you not put wet tyres on when you've got a 30-second... Why would you not choose the safe option when you've got a 30-second lead?
Yeah.
It's baffling, that one, really. But either way, and it's not... Devin Brown, we said it, he's won this race before, Blackhawk Racing. They've competed in nearly 600 races in the last 6 years or something. I read on their Facebook page yesterday. They've done an outrageous amount of racing. How have they made this mistake? I just do not understand.
Well, that's something to perhaps have in the post-race debrief, but here we go. Seawolf looking to gain that 4th position now. Just 0.3 of a second right there on the rear wing.
Over the line again. Jan Katau, the German, trying to make his way through at the moment and get up into 4th position. Only not the most experienced of drivers. About 4 years in sim racing now, a couple of years in leagues, but this is certainly the first virtual endurance championship that Jan Katau has tackled, and he's done a very respectable job indeed. I have to say, not heard of himself or Benjamin Giosinski, who he's been driving with this for much of this season before this, but to be 3rd in the championship heading into the final race, looks like they might take home 2nd in the championship. That is a great debut in the VEC.
Yeah, as you said, a great debut, a very good job as it stands. Again, as you said, there's still 21 hours to go.
Absolutely. Now, will he be able to make the move on Juan Carlos Fernandez, who's been in this car from the start? Will be beginning to get quite tired of this rain and then non-rain situation. Side by side up in front for 2nd as well, as Nico Barkley is on an absolute mission. Katau does not decide to send one steaming down the inside into that corner there. Barkley nearly did, but Jesper Pedersen held him off.
Yeah, holding him off as it stands now. But again, as it stands, there's still 21 hours to go.
Certainly is. And we're not long from the top of the hour. Let's just do a quick rundown then, because we are not far from a changeover in the commentary box, and we're not far from the end of the hour either. This is about the most stable the race has been ever, so it's probably as good a time as any to go through. Arda Schubli, who we haven't seen very much of over the last couple of hours, is still leading by over a minute ahead of Jesper Pedersen. He is being caught ever so slightly in these real full wet conditions. That Azura racing car does struggle ever so slightly compared to the likes of Bicolis, Burst Esport and Monaco, who are chasing them down in that battle for 2nd. We can see the battle for 4th on your screen at the moment as well, between DX Droids and Seawolf. Net Race, Satellite Racing just outside the top 5 there in 6th position. LMP2 has been all changing over the last few moments, and it's now Moritz Mell leading by a small margin over Martin Hemmingson. Netrex have got themselves onto the podium ahead of Devin Brown, and now Colin Spork is at the wheel at the moment. Renge Klopp rounds out your top 5 for Wave Freem Esports. Finally, in GTE, it's Red Bull Racing Esports who've got an 8-second lead over Kasper Stoltz. That's Yuri Kasdorp currently driving that car, by the way. Henry Sinnick is currently 3rd ahead of Lorenzo Arisi, although he's coming under a little bit of fire for that position. Adam Baldwin, 30 seconds adrift in 5th position in Juice's Motorsport Club. I mean, what a race we have seen so far as David Koloxai gets himself down the inside for 10th position. That's a rundown of the top 5. I can be sure in the next hour it is not going to be like that. We are going to see a lot of changes.
Yeah, a lot of changes, as you said, and a long time to go here in the VEC, as we're just coming, as you said, up that 3 hours to go mark. And those, well, certainly the last hour has certainly flown by, hasn't it?
It really has. These first 3 hours have flown by, to be honest. I've thoroughly enjoyed them. I hope you have at home as well, as Yuri Nenev tries to look down the inside of the Go Team Racing, in the Go Team Racing car, I should say. That's Blackhawk Racing just up in front. Alex Broughtingham started this car. Big slide going through there for Kevin Yeager, who's now driving it. And Nadev is going to try and find his way through into one of the most popular overtaking points of the circuit so far, into Indianapolis.
Yeah, down towards Indianapolis again. There's going to have to be a little bit of cooperation here, and indeed there is. As it seems, this is a quick yellow flag for whom? If I just get the correct, well, I see as I get the correct tab up. Who has gone off? Who is stationary? I can't see. I think I've missed it.
No, I've missed it as well.
Well
So
done.
sorry about that.
Fantastic.
Great. There we are. 226 of GSG, who have really struggled. Pim Van Ark once again. Cameron Roger is on the ball. Thankfully, we are not, but he is, so that's good. But yeah, there we are. Unfortunately, Pim Van Ark really struggling on this stint. That's not the first spin he has had today. The dry line is beginning to become faint, but the intermediates are not coming in for Devin Brown at this stage. He lost a further 16 seconds to Colin Spork, and he also lost that podium position. So unfortunately, this call has not worked out for him.
Yeah, it's not worked out. As you said, here's the replay. This is the 226, I believe, coming towards Indianapolis. That looks very fast coming in. The rear end sliding out. Doesn't manage to hit anything, though. Is it going to be a 5-point turn to try and get back? Oh, reversing into the racing line is always fun. Yep.
We don't like to see it, but sometimes it has to be done, and it had to be there. We see the 52 car, Sim Racing for Holland, Jackie Lotterman off at the Dunlop chicane. Back on the road again, though, for Sim Racing for Holland. They resume in 7th position after that little bit of a spin, as this battle for 10th in LMP2 continues on. We are very close to the end of another hour. I've been here for 3 now, so it's about time that Cam Roger got himself into here now. So I'm going to hand over to him. Enjoy Cam and Neil for the next couple of hours, and I'll be back for the final hour of our broadcast here on Saturday.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ewan. Great job to open up this 24 hours of Le Mans. It's been a great start, as you say, and the rain has been absolute chaos in many ways. But Neil, certainly that is the way that we wanted this race to start.
Yeah, rain and weather always throws a spanner into the works. I think here, Luca Martino in that ARMS car, just 0.4 of a second away from breaking into the top 10.
Absolutely. It's been very close between the teams, which has been a great thing to see. Obviously, there has been some bigger gaps forming up and down the field, but you've still got these clusters of cars that's so close together and still within the battles, which is after 3 hours, some races, some leagues are 3-4 hours, and you see bigger gaps in this. So the fact that we've had all the rain, all the pit stops, just shows you what close of a race I think this is going to be. Even though when we still say there's 21 hours to go, I think it's going to remain pretty close.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty close. As you said, Martino, though, not able to really make as much ground as I thought he might have been coming down that middle part of the Mulsanne straight. In fact, losing a little bit of time, losing a couple of tenths or so from breaking into that top 10.
And I think it's the thing with the LMP2s is actually despite the length of the straights and you have slipstream, it's not a slam dunk overtake, and especially in these conditions where even now you can just see there's not necessarily a dry line, but there's a drier line on the racing line. So you still don't want to break offline. You'll still lose that little bit, there's extra few percentages of grip. That is certainly something that you don't want to be losing in these conditions. As we then come back to the leaders of the LMP2, Moritz Mel for Go Team Racing, as Ewan was mentioning, they still have an outside chance of this championship if they can beat a racing team by enough points. But at the moment, that's not going to happen with racing team just about a second behind them.
And we are 3 hours into this race, so it's time to, to announce the second race of season 15 of the VEC. We already know we are returning to Monza for the season opener. And there we go, round 2. We're going to the Ardennes Forest. It's the 8 hours of Spa-Francorchamps.
And yeah, Spa's been an amazing race the last couple of seasons here in the VEC. Season 13 last season was obviously the first time that we used it, having been released as the DLC for rFactor 2. And now this season, season 14, earlier this season as well, back at the end of 2021, we went there. And once again, that was a great race. So good to see it's coming back. So the same 2 races that we had at the beginning of this season, but there's nothing wrong with that. Monza and Spa, 2 perfectly good endurance circuits. And yeah, going to be happy to see that. And yeah, great start to season 15 that will be.
Yeah, it's Monza and then Spa, as you said. But there are going to be 8 races next season, so perhaps we'll see a couple of wild cards within this season announcement as we go through the 24 hours here.
You never know what Jimmy Ellison has up his sleeve, that is for sure. But yeah, 8 races, so slightly longer as well, gives some opportunity to add in, you know, a few things here and there, I am sure, over the course of the race and the broadcast. I'm sure the further races and things like that will be announced, which is good to see. That obviously the information is coming out, because I don't believe last season in Le Mans we actually had too much information to reveal. So it's good to see that it's you know, it's going to be there, it's going to be prepared, and all the drivers are going to know what's happening after this race, can already prepare over the summer for the next races. There's almost close to a bit of contact there, the Black Hawk.
Yeah, a little bit of contact, as you said, but perhaps we'll get a home race next season, the 6 hours of Gillinsringen.
I thought you were about to say a certain Scottish track there.
No, I've already said that. That's already been put out. It's now the Gillinsringen.
Is that the Swedish track? What's the other one called? Anderstorp. Is that it? That's always a good track back in the day as well. As we,
I think the one that you're thinking of is Mantorp.
And there's a few of those around. I can't remember the exact name, but there's a good few mods out there actually. If you're ever interested to look out for tracks of those descriptions. Not sure whether we'll be seeing a Swedish race, but you'll never know as we come back to this battle for 4th and 5th places. Fernandez and Kitao here trying to work their way up. Obviously that Fernandez car was leading the race at a certain point, but the way strategy works out, and Kitao not doing it too badly either, but obviously it swings and roundabouts, and at the moment they're about 85 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, 85 seconds at this point. It's what, about a third of a lap? Between a third and a half of a lap behind at the moment. But as you said, there's still a lot of time left to go. Kitao, just half a second though. That's certainly a lot less than that minute 20 as you were talking about. But coming to the Porsche cars, just not close enough to make a move. But that dry line still is certainly starting to form, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting there, and I mean, with 30 plus cars, how many are we up to? 41 cars still in the race. 2 DNFs so far. We started with 43. There's a lot of cars going around, so that obviously picks up a lot of water. If you think about the cumulative amount of laps that they are doing between them, yeah, it's going to dry out pretty quickly. When I was in the number 49 car earlier on, when it did get to that sort of drying phase, really within the matter of one stint, really, it got to a point where you'd really think about already starting to change tyres. So I wouldn't be surprised if coming towards the next pit stop, some teams maybe think about changing tyres.
Yeah, again, these tyre changes, but we saw the Black Hawk LMP2 different brown and those Inters. Still think it's too wet for Inters.
Yeah, I mean, each car is slightly different. I know that the DPI Inters are nowhere near as sort of competitive as the LMP2 Inters. The P2 Inters are really a usable tyre. We saw this, well, actually, the recent races, it's been rainy as well in Sebring and Nürburgring. We really saw, especially the racing team, the Ligier LMP2, they really excelled in those tyres, in those conditions. They give the good balance of the sort of the dry grip, dry performance, but then also if you put a wheel off the line, you're not going for a spin. But whereas the wets, if you have them on a dry line, they just completely overheat as well. So the Inters is that good balance. As we come back to this battle for P2, Nico Barkley getting on the back of Jesper Pedersen.
Yeah, coming back on the back of Pedersen, as you said, trying to close down that gap. Coming down the back straight, the middle part of the back straight here at Le Mans, but not enough of a slipstream to make a move.
Absolutely, it's getting close between these. I saw Nico Barkley on his Facebook. He always releases the the link of the stream and advertises it a bit, which is nice to see. He said he and the Wanako boys, they've been tryharding this race, and it's good to see. They've not had the absolute best season, the best couple of seasons really that they would have wanted. So it'd be good for them if they can start challenging a bit more consistently towards the front. They are fourth in the championship, but they are almost 50 points off as Jesper Pedersen there goes a bit
Here
wide.
we go. Yep.
Yeah, this is it.
But again, you can see how close Barkley is. At some point, you're almost too close to gain advantage of any of the slipstream. But Barkley moves to the right-hand side of the circuit. Oh, there's a slight overlap, just a tiny one there. It was almost a massive accident coming up towards Indianapolis. But yes, Barkley's still there on the inside, still trying to get a move done with this Bicolis car, but it comes out of the throttle and lets the Bicolis Burst Esports car keep that position. That was almost a big accident coming up towards Indianapolis.
Getting so close. These guys really pushing to limit, which is great because giving us some good action. But it's so easy to make a mistake around here. Jesper there, he knew if he stayed on that dry line, Nico would have to back out of that one in the end, which he did for the Wanako driver, the driver from Peru. You saw me that it was on that wetter line, but then as you get to that kink, you just really have to start backing out of it. And it is really at that point where, I mean, the race line is only about a meter wide at the moment. It's not even the full width of the cars at some point. In some corners, it might just about get there. So you have to be so careful where you put your outside tyre. That's the one really that you've got to think about, trying to keep that on the drier part.
But as I was saying before, before this almost move coming up into Indianapolis, really Barkley was only about a tenth of a second behind that Burst Esports car coming out of Mulsanne. And really at that point, you're too close to actually gain from the slipstream.
Yeah, that's the interesting about the slipstream here, because the length of the straights, you think you can just smoke past someone, but it's not always that way. If you're too close, you don't get that slingshot effect. You only, you don't get that overspeed by the time you catch up to the car ahead. So sometimes you want to be that a little bit further away, and it's a little bit more difficult to judge in these conditions because you see Jesper there just wiggling the car around a little bit sometimes, maybe not getting quite the exit that he would have wanted, which is helping Nico stay a bit closer.
Yeah, as you said, it's just helping the Barkley keep a little bit closer at that point. So we're having a look now in the GTE class. It's Mario Tump in the Your Name Here racing team. Perhaps they'll change. Perhaps once they get a sponsor, they'll change their name.
I don't. I've always thought about this, but I remember this team name probably. They've been around for quite a few years now, probably 4 years ago. Maybe I saw this, and I was like, "Oh yeah, one day they get a sponsor." But it's actually turned into a bit of a thing now. I think it's just their name, and a great livery to come with it. I love it when there's a livery like that. It's bright yellow. You can exactly see who it is. Mario Tump there, getting the slipstream though on the Butler Powell car, coming towards the Indy Kink, and they're certainly working their way up there nicely into that P8 position. Butler Powell deciding this time around not to defend that, and yeah, just a nice easy move.
Yeah, and again, it especially helps when you have cooperation, as you need to have at this point in the race, coming down towards Indianapolis. But once we get the final 4 hours or so, that cooperation is going to disappear.
Yes, certainly is. It's interesting how some of these battles and things, they've just also flip-flopped quite a few times over the course. But it's one of those things where if a driver or a car is fast at one point in the race, it doesn't mean that's going to continue, because these conditions are literally changing every single lap, every single corner that you come to. It's slightly different to what it was before. It's moving very fast. So yeah, it's going to be certainly a fun 20 odd hours to go here.
Yeah, fun at 24 hours. Well, not quite 24 hours, 20 hours and 50 minutes to go now. But Tump has managed to gain a little bit of time there. That gap is started to pull out quite nicely, but he's still got 10 seconds to the next car up the road.
Yes, 10 seconds is doable though. Sometimes if it was in the dry, you'd be like, 10 seconds, they've got to work a good couple of stints to get that. But with the way it goes in these conditions, I wouldn't be surprised if they can start potentially working their way out of there. Unfortunately, on the last lap, they were a bit slower, and that's Sim Racing for Holland entry. And just looking at the laps again, yeah, just a little bit slower. So maybe some time does need to be had from that Your Name Here racing car, but I'm sure they're going to be able to work it out as we get further and deeper into this race. It's been great so far, and good to see these battles continue.
Yeah, and Tump, look at that. That gap certainly has pulled out as it stands. So, do we have anyone in the pits as it stands? Yes, we do. The Revolution Sim Racing 223, 7th place in DPIs. The Undercover Raging Racing 229, 12th position in the LMP2s. And then a few of the midfield GTEs, actually. Your name here, the Butlapal and the Go Team Racing, all within the pits as well.
Yeah, some drivers obviously trying to work their way, as you say, into the pit lane now. It's getting to that sort of time.
No, excuse me. Blue on the timing does not mean pits. It means a blue flag. Ignore what I said. There is someone in the pits now. I need glasses, okay?
Well, it's easily done when you're flicking your eyes across to the other screen.
There is definitely someone in the pits now. It's the Netrix P1 Grand Prix car from 3rd place in the LMP2s.
Yeah, it's getting very close. Also, for this battle for 2nd place, Nico Barkley still behind Pedersen, coming towards turn number 1, thinking about a move down the inside. Decides not to go onto that wetter part of the track. Jesper keeping it there on the dry line and just really using that to his best form of defense. These cars, they're still about 70 seconds behind the race leader, though. That has come down a bit. It was about 78 seconds, I believe, at its peak. So they are working their way back towards the Giro and Arne Schoenfleet, but this battling isn't going to be helping that too much. But on the last lap, even with this bit of battling, they were 2 seconds quicker than the Dutch driver. Yeah,
as you said, quite a bit of time there. And again, it all depends on these conditions, because as we were saying with Ewan beforehand, as these conditions start to dry up, the windscreen wipers will come back on. So who knows?
Oh yeah, they have. Good spot. That's not going to be fun for the likes trying to stay out on the
as Barkley makes a move here, perhaps in this Bike-Odyssey sports car, they're coming side by side. No, Barkley decides to let out the throttle. That rain is starting to come down, though.
It certainly is. And for those who stayed out and have obviously stayed and committed to these wet tyres, that is what they would have wanted to see. The inters will obviously stop working at a certain point when it gets just too wet, but for now, in these mixed conditions, I think the difference between the wets and the inters won't be too bad indeed, as they're coming up towards some traffic that believe us on-off racing they're coming up towards, and Pedersen's still holding it there at the front. Barkley is really doing a good job to try and push him, but so far, no mistake really from the Danish driver.
Yeah, no mistake as it stands, but look at this, you've got prototype traffic ahead. I believe it's an LMP2 that they're trying to pass. Indeed, they both go to the left-hand side of the circuit, the dry air part of the circuit. But yes, those windscreen wipers, as you said, those cars on inters, maybe not the best choice. Barkley trying to make a move down to Mulsanne Corner. That move not sticking as it stands. There's a quick yellow flag in the 3rd sector. I presume someone might have had a light spin at Indianapolis.
Yeah, I haven't.
There we go. It's the 266 GT car, I believe.
Oh, it might have
the
been.
Angry Bill car.
That corner is very difficult, as we're seeing these 2 DPIs come up to it as well, because you want to take the speed through the kink, but if you take too much speed, actually, there's a slow car there.
Oh,
that's one of the DPIs. Revolution, I believe that is, with no rear wing, as Nico Barkley.
223. Yeah.
Yeah, just that's interesting place actually. Because the crash in Sector 3, Sector 3 marker was at. He's basically at
just
the corner
after
of
Mulsanne, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so he must have crashed on the straight. Interesting.
Very interesting.
I mean, crashing on the straight must have been contact or something with the GT. That's all I can think of, or maybe spinning up out of the wheel. So let's see. So Nico Barkley now.
It's got
Nico
a code 80 now,
but
there's a code 80. He can't make the move.
This is actually a good opportunity as well for anyone who wants to try and make a pit stop. Let's see. I can tell you something for a fact, is that I believe, I might be wrong, but I believe, is this Jesper Pedersen's debut in VEC? Because I know he's been in this car throughout the season, and he raced in the GT3 Endurance last season, but I don't think he's actually raced in the VEC. So hopefully he's up to speed with the rules and everything that's come around the Code 80s, of course, and it seems to be working his way for now. But Nico Barkley, he'll be ruining that Code 80 a little bit, because he was on a bit of a run there.
Yeah, indeed, they were side by side when Jimmy Allison started calling the Code 80. They started calling the Code 80 essentially when they were side by side, and you can't make a move as soon as the race director said Code 80 in 10 seconds. At that point, the field is frozen.
It certainly was. Moritz Mel didn't go into the pit lane, I believe.
He just missed it.
Yeah,
he
just missed it.
He was coming through the Ford chicanes.
But Martin Hemmingsen, perfect timing. He's already exiting the pit lane. So he is obviously, I need to just wait a sec to see what tyres he's on, but he would have certainly topped up with fuel. It looks like he's still on the rain tyres, and Renz Klopp is coming around Porsche curve, so he's maybe not going to be able to benefit from that one either by the time they get around, because he's only just ahead of Philip Bachmann, who's got no rear wing.
And there we go, Marie Smell, even under code 8 is just coming through Tetra Rouge at the moment. You can see him moving all the way to the right-hand side of the circuit, because this time you want to take the shortest line around the circuit, and that isn't always the same as the fastest line.
Yeah, it's a... Code 80s are always an interesting one with this, because the idea of Code 80s is that everyone goes the same speed, it's all sort of evened out, and then obviously when you go back green, it should be roughly the same. But of course, depending on where you have to slow down, if you're already in a slow corner, you're not losing anything. But if you're on the Mulsanne straight doing 300 Ks and then you have to physically slow down to 80, you lose time there. And then therefore, when you start accelerating again, if you're accelerating, say, out of the final corner, you're already doing 80 Ks. But again, if you're on the straight,
or Nash or Indianapolis or something like that, yeah,
then you have to get back up, which again, you lose time. So there can be a few tweaks here and there to the gaps, and obviously, as you say, also doing physically the shortest line, because everyone's doing the same speed, so therefore you want to do the least amount of distance to gain time.
Oh, that you can see the onboard with Bachmann there on the bottom. That's not a happy car. That's a lot of right hand down.
I still want to see how he's done this, because I'm confused how he's been able to get that much damage at the point of the track that he was at, because he has hit that hard. To lose the rear wing, you've got to have a pretty hefty accident indeed.
Then that
damage.
meant suspension damage as well, yeah.
Yeah, and that's good. That's difficult to drive in the dry, let alone in these wet conditions with a bit less grip as well.
The Code 80 will obviously help with this. I do remember the one and only race I raced here in the SRC, the 12 Hours of Bathurst, which was a long time ago now, actually. Yeah, there's a couple of Code 80s, and I think I managed to gain quite a few seconds under these Code 80s just by taking the shortest line as opposed to the racing line.
Yeah, we've got a couple of other pit stops. Devin Brown coming in, he's changing tyres. We've got Renz Klopp. He has come in LMP2 as well. There's someone else. Kevin Cox for GTE has come in, as well as Katao and Fernandez from the DPI. So quite a few guys deciding to come in and use the opportunity. Obviously, you save a lot of time under Code 80 compared to a full speed pit stop, because everyone is effectively doing the pit limiter, which you are doing as well, going down the pit lane. So you basically only lose the time that you're stationary for.
Yeah, indeed. And although this is something also in the VEC, it does say Code 80. It really is. I'm not sure if the tracks have been, or at least the pit limiters and all these cars have been changed. We did call it Code 80.
It's still 80.
It is still.
Yes.
It's called Code 80.
You are right, though. Some tracks are different.
Yeah, some tracks are different. It's essentially whatever the pit limiter is.
Yeah, that is the one. As we come back to green flag racing, indeed. And you see Schindler here, he is obviously accelerating now on a straight. So comparatively, he might have lost a couple of tenths here.
It was in the braking zone for the chicane, so it really wasn't. I don't really think the speed difference was that. As look at this, Spark going all the way around the outside on the painted section at Tetra Rouge.
I think Spork tried to get a bit of a run there, and this is actually just behind Renz Klopp, who has made a pit stop during that sequence, and Colin Spork now getting the run down the inside of this first part of the Mulsanne straight, going wide, as you say, in Tetra Rouge. I can't see a cut on his lap, but either way, down the inside, is he going to be able to make it stick? Because he's on the wetter part, the wetter line, and it looks like he's managed to do that because Renz Klopp has missed the chicane.
Yeah, where's Klopp going to rejoin? There we go. You can see him in the background there. But essentially, because Ajira could not pit under that Code 80, they've essentially lost 40 seconds.
And that is, that's difficult to come by. But that's just how, that's just how it works. Unfortunately, it just matters where you are on the track, where the crashed car is on the track, and then basically the Code 80 generally ends roughly the time that the damaged car gets back to the pit entry. So it's literally just a lottery of when that can happen. So it's a bit unfortunate, but I think that's worked out for Colin Spork, getting himself up onto a provisional podium, but we've still got 20 and a half hours to go.
Yeah, still plenty of time for things to happen. As we got here, is this a replay as to what happened to that RSR car?
I think it must be, and that he's already lost it. Wow, that is
That's
a
the first
less
chicane, yeah.
that is a
That's
less impactful accident than I thought it was going to be.
yeah.
Unless he
That's
crashed again.
well, no, that's where the rear wing fell off.
Yeah, but what means he might have crashed again because he had no ring a bit later,
Perchance,
which might be
yeah.
why the yellow flags came back. Which, yeah, is not the nicest thing. But that's a bit of a weird one. You saw it, he just went a bit too wide, and then the car just slid sideways when you're on the even wetter part of the track.
Yeah, as you said, that even wetter part of the track. Colin Spark, though, look at that gap that he's managed to gain, though, over Ren's Klopp. Even though Klopp did go off at that first chicane, that's still a sizable lead over that fourth place car that he's made. But that gap to second's a long way, 46 seconds.
Yeah, that's not going to be the easiest one to overcome, but for sure, that is going to be something that he needs to aim to do. Just looking where Blackwell got, they are now down in 9th place, and here we go. This is seeing potentially some more issues for the Revolution car at this moment in time. Seawolf car, oh, don't tell me. Yes, they did not see the Revolution coming. That is a horrific accident. They lost the front wheel. That is why Seawolf is still in the pit lane as well, because they're going to have a huge damage repair. Seawolf car, who's in at the moment? Jan Katal, he just didn't see the RS car going that slowly.
How?
I wasn't expecting that on the replay.
Yeah,
for
I also
sure.
wasn't expecting that either. No.
Because we saw the car going slowly for so long, but the issue is the Seal car, he would have been well over 300 Ks by that point in difficult
much,
to see conditions, and then there's a black car going slow in front of him, which would have sort of blended in a little bit. So I do feel quite sorry for Jan Katal, but for sure there would have been yellow flags, and if he had some sort of relative overlay or teammates helping him with the live timing, they might have been able to spot that, because that was a nasty accident. Let's see it from the onboard. I mean, you can barely see the car. That's a huge hit for Jan Katal. I would still say there's some mitigating circumstances, but that is still, I would say, a driver fault from Jan.
Yeah, really, when you crash into, at least, I presume also there'd be yellow flags showing, at least both on the heads-up display and within the car as well on the dashboard, perhaps.
I just realised that is quite big championship implications as well for the DPI, because as it stands, we've got Bicolor's Burst on 380, Cetra's Nitavelix on 370, and then Seawolf on 360. So just 10 points apiece between those two teams. We know Nitavelix haven't shown up this race, so really, Seawolf are the only entry to really be challenging.
And they've come out, they've still not got a left front tyre.
Oh, they don't. They do not. That is going to be a slow in-lap for them to try and repair that. But the point is they need to gain effectively 21 points on Burst by Collars, which means ultimately they probably need to win the race. And as it stands, they are now out for another lap with no front wheel. So this could be the end of the championship hopes for them, and really putting Bicolor's Burst in the way of the championship, because they are also 49 points ahead of Wanako in second place. Yeah, looking good. Ooh,
As we're going to have a code 80 for the Seawolf car now.
This is going to be a really long code 80. This is the opportunity for anyone who missed out on the first time to now come in. So this is a bit, as code 80 is now in force. This is good for Jan Katal, because he's effectively going to lose less time for coming back. But for everyone else, this is going to be long. This is 80% of the track that they've got to do at 80 Ks an hour.
Yeah, it's essentially a full lap under code 80. As we were saying before, it's what, 13.5 kilometers? Some of you can probably guess how long this code 80 will be.
Yeah, I'm not quick on the old mental maths, but yeah,
8 minutes maybe. Yeah,
it's going to be
9 minutes.
A long one. So this is actually good for anyone else who maybe has damage or something like that they want to repair as well, because this would be a good time for them to do that. But it's interesting that they didn't get their wheel repaired, because either that means it's not able to be repaired, or it means they didn't select it, because in the damage options, you can either repair the aero or the suspension, or both. So if they didn't select to do both, then maybe it only repaired the aero side of the car. Alternatively, maybe you can't repair it at all, which means that they are basically going to be out of the race from this point.
is yet out of the race at this point. Well, it's going to be very difficult to actually see if they can reattach that wheel, because that wheel is currently lying on the side of the road somewhere in Indianapolis.
Yes, yeah, it's been a tricky last few minutes for some of these drivers indeed. Philip Backman's still in the pits repairing from that first Code 80 we had about 5 minutes ago. We've now got some other cars coming into the pit lane. First off being Adam Baldwin for Juices this time around. Currently sitting in, what is that, 5th place in class for them in the GTE category. They are coming for their next stop, and I wouldn't be surprised if a few others come in. But one thing that we have been said is that Go Team Racing came in between those two Code 80s, which is not nice because that was effectively quite a bit of time loss.
Yeah, but as you said, there's been a couple of... Oh, excuse me, but yes, you did say those cars that didn't manage to take advantage of the last Code 80. They're still going to lose a lot of time though under this Code 80 as well, 40 seconds or so.
Yes, the Code 80s always add a bit of spice and lottery, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be about 40 seconds if you come in and then your rivals on track don't. But yeah.
Yes, as we're doing this Code 80, let's let's go through the top 3 in the standings. But the first one, the leader of the race, Arne Schumble, is now coming in for a Jira. They are leading the way in the DPI category, and second in class is Nico Barkley, who managed to get past Jesper Pedersen there, and is up into second place for Wanako. And then to round out the top 3 in DPI is that driver, as we mentioned, Jesper Pedersen, fought by Collis Burst. In your LMP2s, it's Racing Team with Martin Hemmingsen at the wheel, leading the way. He's actually coming into the pit lane now as well, with Cosmo Prosciutto for Go Team Racing there in second place, and Colin Spork for Netrex P1 Sim Grand Prix.
Whoa,
in
look at
place.
that. Hemmingsen with a four-wheel slide under Code 80 coming into the pits. Beautiful.
This is the time to do it though, because you can you can certainly get away with that, but something that the drivers won't want to be doing when we get back green. And then just to round out in the GTEs, we've got Yuri Kazdorp for Red Bull Racing Esports leading the way, from Kasper Stolzer for Jean Lace Esports Academy, and then Henry Sinek for Moradnes Satellite E-Stars as well. So they're your top 3, but those I am sure are going to change over the course of the next 20 and a bit hours. With all these Code 80s, with all these things happening, it's certainly not going to stay like this.
Is that... I presume that's the Revolution Sim Racing car directly in front, because there's no rear wing on that car. Yeah, it still is the Revolution one. I was wondering if we lost another rear wing under Code 80.
That would not be good. However, it's not. I have seen stranger things happen than things like safety cars crashing in safety car periods as well in other championships. So I wouldn't be surprised actually. But under pit limiter, you shouldn't be having any sort of dramas.
I will say this: I was in a club race once, and we're doing I believe it was about 2 hours at Hockenheim, using I think it was 2 hours at Hockenheim, if I remember correctly. And we were doing rolling starts. It was an endurance touring car season, a bit like the 24-hour series. It's run by Creventic. And we decided to use a safety car for the rolling starts to do a warm-up lap. So it's fine. The safety car came into the pits, and it didn't stop in the pits. It came back out of the pit exit at Hockenheim and caused havoc with the entire field. Because it turned out at that point, for some reason, the safety car was still there, but it was completely ghosted. But nobody obviously realized this at the first corner. So we just suddenly saw a safety car in the middle of the circuit, and there was about 15 or 16 cars. I think 10 of them were involved in the incident to avoid the ghost safety car.
Was that an automatic safety car?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, they can be a bit temperamental sometimes. That's for sure.
That was very fun. So we decided to restart the race and not use the safety car.
Yeah, you have to be careful with the old safety cars, because if the starts don't go 100% smoothly, as you say, it will decide to come back out. As we're seeing on board here with Jan Katal still in the car, he's managed to get round to Indianapolis at this Code 80 speed, and he's going to hope that next time they go into the pit lane, he'll be able to repair the damage in that car. But the bad point for him is obviously he had a lot of time already, sort of stationary, fixing the aero damage, and now he's going to have all that time again to repair the suspension damage. So that is not going to be a nice stop for him.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of pain, isn't it?
I would, I'd be pretty disappointed, I would say, with that, because as I mentioned, they had half a chance at the title today, and this really is going to bring them out of contention for that. They are, I believe, a lap and a half off the race lead now, plus all the time that they are going to lose again. So they're going to be best part of 2-3 laps down by the end of this.
Yeah, that's a lot of pain, but as you said, that's their championship hopes perhaps slipping away, because this is a 1.5 points race, you've got to remember as well.
That is the fun of Le Mans. You are correct. It is 1.5 times the points, which means it is all important to get a good result here, because it doesn't matter if you had a bad race here or there before. If someone has a bad race today, and also remember, points are awarded after 50% of the race, which is 12 hours. So even if you still want to get points for effectively last place in your class, you need to get over 12 hours of the race. It is difficult to get the points here, and that's why it is sort of rounded up that much. It's 45 for the win in that in this race here at Le Mans, before 38, 32, and 27 being the top four.
Yes, as you said, but as you said in the where are we? This it's painful, this core area especially, isn't it? When we've got this weather. Of course, this is something else to talk about the weather. This rain is still coming down, but the cars are not circulating at speed, so the rain is not getting pushed off the racing line.
And if anything, it would have got heavier because of that on the actual racing line, because as you say, the displacement wouldn't have been happening. And as we get to the pit entry, I believe the Code 80 will be coming to an end once Katao is basically out of the way of everyone else. And then we will be back racing. And we're seeing here Yuri Kazdorp is going to be leading the way for the GTEs coming through the Code 80s. As Jimmy Allison just announces, we are going back to green, and this is going to be good for the drivers on track, because they that was certainly a longer Code 80, but let's see how this restart goes with Yuri Kazdorp leading the way for the GTEs.
Yes, indeed. As you said, we are going back to green. Red Bull Racing Esports, we're currently looking at Yuri Kazdorp in the lead of that GTE class, coming up towards the Dunlop corner and then through the Dunlop chicane. And there's no dry line at all anymore. We saw just before the last couple of Code 80s, there was definitely a dry line forming, but because these cars have not been circulating at speed, that dry line's now completely gone.
That is, that is the difficult part, because they're going to have cold tires, they're going to have cold brakes, they're going to be cold, like, mentally, and now they've got to get back up to racing speed, and then the track would have also probably be a couple of seconds a lap slower from that as well. So that is very interesting, as we're seeing Arne Schuvli. Oh, I'm thinking that might be battle for the lead, but no, it's not, because that is the Rookie Monsters car, who they've just put a lap on Bradley Sellers in that car at this moment in time. So Schumri there leading the way now by it's saying 30 seconds for Nico Barkley. So over the course of that period, Nico Barkley and Jesper Pedersen have pretty much halved that gap to the lead.
Yeah, that's very impressive, isn't it?
Well, obviously it's just the way the pit stops worked out as well, but it certainly worked in their favour.
But here comes Schumli. We're having a look now. Oh, that car's wiggling a lot, isn't it, coming through Corvette?
It certainly is, getting because obviously Schumli just made the pit stop. So let's try and have a see what tyres. He's gone back out onto rain tyres, as you would have expected, actually. But I just wonder if he's obviously trying to get back into the rhythm of that. It's not the easiest to have a break for such time and then just come back in, and just get back on the pace. But Schumli certainly, almost one would say carrying that Adura team, as he has been doing, for the last couple of seasons now, doing a good job.
Oh, carrying the team. I'll let you take the flak for that one.
I'm not being rude at all. I'm just saying, obviously Schumli is the the fast guy in that car for sure, and he's been doing a good job really trying to challenge with the likes. I remember last season as well at the beginning where we had the McLaren Sennas. He was one really to challenge. Who was it? It was R8G, I think, at the time with Gujovski and Capit in that car. He was really one of the drivers to challenge them back then as well. So he's doing a good job, and obviously maybe not championship winning aspirations for that car, currently 8th place, but certainly some good performances here and there.
We've got a replay for whom is this? Is this the Juices LMP2?
I believe it is, and they've had a disco, I think.
Yep, that is a disco, I believe.
And not a disco type that they would have wanted on a Friday night, but unfortunately on this Saturday afternoon, that means they are leaving, I should say, the race. I believe you are still able to join back. I don't believe that's been disabled, so I do think they'll be able to get back in the race, but obviously by the time you rejoin, you lost a lap or two, and then you effectively have to do your out lap to start again, so you lose another lap from that. So they're going to be multiple laps down by the time they get back in.
Yeah, that's the thing with these disconnections. The lap you're on essentially doesn't count.
Yeah, and also it depends where you are on the tracks of the lap you're on hasn't finished, and then your out lap. As we're seeing side by side between these two Aston Martins, we've got Mugen Sim Racing there going up into 6th place, and that is just a nice little slipstream move by Adam Sareji there, coming into the second chicane up into 6th place.
Yeah, and a nice move there, as you said. And up into 6th place, that gap to the next car now 17 seconds, as we're now having a look at the stationary car.
We do, and that is look at even though we can only see the side of his head, you can just see he's a little bit disappointed. I don't know if you get that vibe, but I certainly see a bit of a sad boy there, unfortunately, for the Seawolf car, because as said, they really had a chance today, and now they're currently in 8th place. They've been in the pits for another 4.5 minutes, plus the time it took them to get back to the pits for the first time, plus that first pit stop, and then obviously the time to get back for the second time. This is a lot of lost time, and I really don't know how they're going to be able to come back from this one in terms of getting maybe on, sort of in the top 5, but still 20 hours and plenty of action to happen for them.
Yeah, still a lot of time to regain all that time, but yeah, it really depends. There's a lot of time to make up, and well, they still got 20 hours, but it's probably just too much at this point.
Yeah, this is the cool thing about Le Mans, is that it's turned into, over the last sort of decade or so, well, maybe in the last 20 years or so, in real life motorsport and now into to sim racing, it's almost become less difficult, and therefore it's turned into just a sprint race as well. You just push to the absolute limit, and that means even though we've only had obviously we're into the opening 4 hours of the race, and there's still 20 hours to go, it's still difficult to come back from these big gaps sometimes, just because of how consistent a lot of drivers are able to to get to the end without too many mistakes.
Yeah, and really it is minimizing the mistakes. This really is, well, especially this season, because we've only had 6 races. Next season you might be able to have a couple more mistakes because there's 8 races, but particularly in this one, every single mistake counts, and every single mistake counts against you for the race for the championship.
And it was last season we had 9 races, if I'm not mistaken, right? So it's and we still saw a great battle between it was Varga and Burst Edge in the LMP2s, which was the highest category at the end of last year, really fighting the way there. So for sure, it's interesting how, as you say, that balance between maybe the 6 races this season, the 9 last season, obviously the 8 of next, really is changing the way that maybe some teams attack a certain championship.
We have a yellow in sector 1 for whom wants my timing reset. I can't actually see for who that might be. It might be. We see on the live timing. The thing is that all the cars are on top of each other, so it's pretty difficult to tell which car that I'm looking at. All the dots in the live timing are on top of each other. It's like, there's 4 cars beside each other. Which one? I can't tell the numbers.
Well, that's just showing you how the there's certain points of the track where cars are
Yeah.
bunched up. I heard you speaking about this earlier, and that sector 1 now is really bunched up, and sector 3 basically only has
There's
about 5
nothing.
cars in it.
Yeah, there's no cars between the Porsche curves and the Dunlop chicane. There's
That's pretty mad. Yeah, that is. It's crazy how that works out sometimes with the cars obviously stacking up at certain points of the track, and as you see for here from Mugen Sim Racing, the wipers still coming down. The rain is there, and there's definitely not even a drier line at this moment in time. So it really is wet conditions for these guys, and that adds so much variance. But we're still seeing some close battles and some close lap times.
yeah, the wipers have gone off for now,
Oh, yeah.
but they may come back soon. But yeah, having a look at Adam Serga in that Mugen Sim Racing car. Oh, a big wiggle under braking, and perhaps a cut there coming on the entrance to the second chicane.
Yeah, you got to be careful. One point for the drivers that I guess is just something that you learn from experience as well is you can be a tiny bit more, pushing the limits in the wet conditions regarding the track limits, because the slower speed that you go and the way that the detection works, they might be getting away with that one. But Colin Spork now coming past Go Team Racing. This is for second place in the LMP2s, and he's going to be getting there nicely down the inside of the second chicane. Spork's been making up some good places there. He got up into fourth past the Waythrough cars. All we've seen black
That's no good.
around, and
Yeah,
they
that was-
are going to be losing the rear end.
That was just suddenly in the background, the car sideways, going, well, an interesting angle compared to the racing service.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is weird when you see a car facing the wrong way. I do think they probably, because the way that these chicanes work is a lot of times for a chicane you sort of brake, then you turn and turn. But this, you really trail brake into the first apex of both the first and second chicane at the most. And as Team Iris go a little bit wide there, Colin Sport getting down at the inside nicely for that one. And you can just see the amount of rain coming down as well.
Yeah.
And spray.
But this is also another reason why when I was racing, I was never that fast a driver. I can't trail brake.
It's a difficult balance, because you also have to set up your brake bias correctly. You also have to sort of adjust your gearing, because when you're in that trail braking situation, any unsettling of the car, either you're just going to lock the front, or there's a big slide there for Sport. And that's
Nice save.
Yeah, that's a good example. Just pushing on the rear a little bit too much, maybe going slightly on the wetter line, and then you're just going to be going around. So it's a difficult technique to master.
As you said, a very difficult technique to master. But again, this was something that when I made setups, I sometimes shared setups with people. They didn't understand it, because I have the brake bias is further back than anyone else, but the springs on the front's done so I just had understeer, and somehow that worked.
Every car
Just
has its
turn
its
it in
ways
with the
work.
brakes, use the understeer to save the inevitable slide due to the brake bias being too far rearwards.
Yeah, there are some weird things. I mean, the one real thing with this LMP2, obviously the car I'm driving this season as well. Well, it has been that way for a couple of years, although we've got a slightly modified car this year. Because there's a lot of engine braking, which means obviously the rears lock, quite easily with the downshifts. So you generally want to run the brake bias pretty much maximum as far forward as you can. But then you still have to be careful with the downshifts, because if you downshift too early and then you get all the revs, all the engine braking, you just get a snap on the rear end. So you have to really get a feel for the car. It's not, obviously, it doesn't take forever to learn, but it's still something that you have to take into consideration, especially in these wet conditions where you don't want to unsettle the car at all.
Yeah, these incredibly difficult conditions, and again, still every single lap, the braking points and turn-in points change.
And that's where the better drivers come out, being versatile in all the conditions. As Spork once again really sliding the rear end, pushing the limits of that car, but somehow keeping it in check. Maybe just hanging on the traction control a little bit, but for sure keeping it in line and doing some good times, because he's now pulled away from Go Team Racing by another 3 seconds, and he's really the fastest guy in the top few of the LMP2s. The only person faster than him is Ren's Klopp for Waythrough, a couple of places behind.
Yeah, just a couple of places behind, and really it can all change. But we've seen how small incidents can cause a lot of damage already just during our stint during commentary in the last 45 minutes or so. And that's something you always want to avoid in the big. But again, everything can change in an endurance race, and it normally does. Colin Sparky are still 27 seconds behind the leader of the LMP2 class at the moment. But 4 seconds, managed to gain 4-second lead, which is actually quite a nice little buffer at this point.
It certainly is. It's a nice amount that you can sort of hold on to. So yeah, but you've got to be keeping it going. And one thing that is quite crazy is when you look at the live timing page, you see all the last laps.
Yeah.
They're still relatively close in a range, but they're just so spread out all over the place. Multiple seconds from slowest to fastest.
Again, we were talking about the circuit. The 23 DPI car, who's that? The VRS Satellite Racing car, is the only car between the start-finish line and halfway down the Mulsanne Straight.
Yeah, that is
the only car.
That's a huge gap, isn't it, on the old live timing?
Yeah, the VRS car has got to be wondering if there are actually any other cars in circuit now.
It's
you physically can't see anything else.
Yeah, I remember back. Oh, this was years ago now. Probably at season 11, maybe the first year that we had the endurance pack, the DLC.
Yeah.
That we had a 4th division back then, and obviously, you know, as happens, by the end of the season, it wasn't as full. And I remember one of my friends was in a GT, and he remembers doing pretty much a whole stint and not seeing another car. It was something like 6-7 laps in a row, just because of how spread out it got and how little cars there were in that specific race. So it certainly, it certainly can happen. But for sure, we still got, is it 41 car? Yeah, 40. Yeah, 41, because I mean, Seawolf, they're still in the race at this moment, I believe, trying to get back out there. So yeah, 41 cars still out there, still plenty circulating the race.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, at that point, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but with the endurance pack, I think there was 3 classes, but I think the lower divisions only had 2 of them.
Oh God, you are testing me. Yeah, what first season? Oh, we had the LMP3s. Yes. So the first season of the endurance pack, which was season 11, yeah, we had the P2, P3 GTE. Got the old LMP3. Yeah, that's a throwback. The one season wonder of the Norma we had back then.
Yeah, and I think the lower divisions at that point only had P3 and GTE.
Yes, something. It only had one of the prototypes at least, yeah.
And that would perhaps go to explain why never saw a car, because the P3s weren't that much quicker than a GT car.
No, they certainly won't. And
they were quicker, but they weren't that much quicker. Say at Le Mans, it might only be about maybe 8 to 10 seconds quicker, which really isn't that much.
Yeah, it was certainly quite difficult. I remember driving the P2 that season. It's quite difficult when you came up behind like a P3 that was trying to overtake a GT as well, because they kind of blocked the track for quite a while as they went side by side, because it took them many seconds to actually get that extra car length to pull back in. It was certainly an interesting one. And
because
obviously we've got more P3s in rFactor 2 now. The Ligia comes as well.
Yeah, because in general, the P3s were faster than the GTEs through corners, but on straights, they were pretty much the same speed.
Yeah, I believe they're the same engines, but obviously they're a bit less drag from the shape of their body and things like that. But I'm pretty sure their power's pretty much the same. I do remember they actually got a power buff in the BOP during that season as well, because of trying to just make it a bit more of a separate class. But yeah, that was certainly an entertaining watch. I remember who was the team back then? The Hydra, was it Hydra? Yeah, Hydra. I remember sort of Enzo Fazzi and Jordi Zvares, I think, were in their car, and they absolutely loved it, leading the way in the P3 then. Although I believe they eventually actually did move to the LMP2.
Yeah, that's probably correct if memory serves me rightly. But having a look at Luca Martinez's arms car, a second to take 8th position.
Indeed, getting very close there, and you can see the car just actually in the foreground, and that is Mugen Sim Racing, David Klokchai there. David was actually about 1.5 seconds quicker last lap, but it seems on this lap the pace is going back more to the way of Martino there, and you can see actually this was one of the cars. So We've actually got quite a few now. We've got to the end of the season. There's a lot of cars where their number is 200 and something. So in this case, it's 241. And those cars, they started the championship way back in, was it September, October, where we had, they were basically in the Division 2. So all the 200s started in Division 2 and all the 300s started in Division 3. But they've got promoted over the course of the season. And there's actually a lot of cars like that up and down the field, with teams obviously moving up and down every couple of races.
Yeah, Jimmy Allison was always the arbiter of good news or bad news when you're told you're moving division.
Yeah, it depends who you are.
Yeah, it depends who you are. It depends what direction you're going. But yes, Luca Martino's lost a little bit of time now. 2 seconds like that.
Yes, it's certainly going, flip-flopping. It depends when you catch traffic as well, of course, for some of these drivers. And I'm just having a look. Are they still out? Yes, I believe. So Philip Bagman and Jan Katau, who had the incidents earlier on, I believe.
This wiper's on
both of them
the
are back
arms
there.
car as well. The wiper's going again in the arms car.
The rain never makes it easy,
Nope.
does it?
Yep, this rain is very fun. This rain is causing lots of problems for some of these strategies. But look at this, Michael Leroux in the Go Team racing car trying to steal 5th position.
I'm trying to work out, is that actually the other way round? Was that Black Hawk getting past Mark Veit in that car? Because I know Black Hawk dropped down quite a bit. Obviously, that was when they had Devin Browner in the car. He stayed out on those
was passing
on the dry tyres for way too long. They did go down to about 8th, 9th place. I do wonder if that was actually Black Hawk making up the move. And judging by the way that they've pulled away, I do think that might be the case. But Go Team Racing, I mean, they've come such a long way over the last 3 years or so, and to have 2 cars inside the top 6 and really be fighting towards the front, having a car second in the championship as well, I think they should be pretty proud with how they've done over the last few years, getting some podium places along the way as well.
78 Bitterlepal car was stopped at Maison Blanche. That's what you saw the yellow flag for. The one that we're currently looking at, I think they probably had a spin at Maison Blanche, which is really interesting because that's a fairly inconsequential corner.
Yeah, I wonder if that could be
They had
through
help.
traffic then. Yeah, something along those lines, because as you say, there are certain sort of places on this track where you wouldn't really expect to see cars spinning around. So, and that was potentially one of them, as he's starting to slide the rear end a bit through turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, indeed, coming down the hill, Dustin Levy in this Bitterlepal car. And then through the Tetra Rouge S, little less sliding now. So perhaps I'm just wondering if Dustin overheated their tyres after that spin and just taking them a few corners just to cool them back down again.
Well, that is certainly a possibility, of course. And the main thing with these cooler conditions for the wet tyres is a lot of the wear is actually in the thermal degradation. So in the wets, obviously, you're putting so much less load through the corners because you're going slower and things of that nature. These wet tyres can last pretty well if you keep them nice and cool.
And that yellow flag you just saw was from Jarl Peters in the 49 Burst Esports in the LMP2. Again, that was at Corvette or Maison Blanche.
Oh no, that is
that area of the circuit.
As the my teammate, I wonder if he's had an
that's
issue.
nice, your car. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll be guessing in that car, back in that car, I should say, started it earlier, a bit later on, as we're seeing this battle once again for 5th and 6th in the GTEs. It looks like Radness is going to be dropping down a position as Mugen slide their way up into 5th place.
Yeah, Mugen sliding their way up into 5th. There was a quick yellow flag there as well. But again, side by side as they're coming up towards Indianapolis, and Serga's got that move done, just moving across the racing line just before whoa, a defensive, late defense there from the Mugen car.
Yeah, Sinning just poked his nose into the kink to try and force Sergey into a mistake, but he almost did, but managed to hold the car. He did go for a bit of a slide though.
But yeah, Serga now trying to, as you say, hold into that position. But we're now having to get Charlie Rigo in the on-off car. 14th was second before taking that 11th position.
Getting very close now as we come through the wonderful Porsche curves. Difficult. This was really a difficult part of the track when I was driving the wet conditions earlier, because you can still go pretty fast, but because they're just these long corners, you have to be careful with the line that you take. You don't want to drift out by the time you get to the second part of the corner. It's very important part of the track to stay on the old racing line, because no one goes to the outside of those corners very often. So they're just sodden as he's getting a bit of a run here through the final chicane, because the car ahead of them is starting to make some mistakes.
Yeah, the car in 11th place in class there in the LMP2s. It's a 229 undercover racing car. Mikko Korkiowski currently driving that car. So they're coming up towards the Dunlop chicane now. But yes, but of course, recently they've added that safer barrier to the Porsche cars, haven't they? And that's just reduced the track width just a little bit. There's contact coming down the hill.
Rigo looking for the move down the hill, not enough room. Although there might have actually been had the undercover radium car there. Maybe helped that and assisted that in some way, but Rigo couldn't find the way past either way. And now as you come out onto this the Mulsanne Straight, this is where you really get the slipstream. But we were mentioning this earlier. It's not actually a slam dunk overtake all the time, but let's see if he's got the run this time around.
Yeah, having a look, closing this gap. Going to move out to the right hand side, going to have the inside line for the chicane. Will he manage to outbrake that undercover car? Indeed we do. Charlie Rigo in that on-off car up to 11th.
And that was a nice move in the end. He had to work for it a little bit through Sector 1, but he's got it done. And he's now got 7 and a bit seconds up the road to that 10th place, which is the second Waveframe car, the 48, with Smeriglio in the car at this moment in time. And just for a rough reference, the lap times that the P2s are doing now is similar to the dry pace of the GTEs, which just shows you the difference in lap times that we have during this wet period.
That GT car directly ahead, just going off, coming through the second chicane. But look at that gap that Rico's made already. That's a sizable gap.
Yeah, it's worked out pretty well for him. That's a nice part of the track to overtake on, and yeah, he's going to be happy with that one. Just in the background, I see already they got the Netrex car, Netrex P1 Sim coming, I believe, to lap them when they get around it. And is that Colin Spork? Yeah, still Colin Spork in that car, in second place at this moment, 30 seconds off the lead, but doing pretty much the same pace. And in a short while, he'll be coming past this battle here for 11th.
Yeah, it's battle for 11th, as you said. And then Rigo, 7 seconds up to trying to break into the top 10. And that car being the Waveframe Esports car of Daniel Smeriglio. Actually, the next car up.
Yeah, and let's see how that one works out. Trying to look at the last lap. They were pretty much identical on pace.
Yeah, although there is actually a DPI for position between them. It's Bachmann in that Revolution Sim Racing car.
Yeah, there's DPI for the overall position, but we don't sort of look at the overall positions in the VEC. Fortunately, for them, for Revolution, but at least in the game on track, it's actually a battle for 18th place.
This also does mean that when Bachmann comes up to the back of that Waveframe car won't get blue flags.
Yes, it will not. But obviously, the blue flags isn't mandatory. Anyway, it's just an advisory to let the faster cars through. So that shouldn't change too much. But you are right, as that is for position, and you can actually see already just up the road there was Bachmann now trying to get past one of the GTs. Funnily enough, Bachmann's last lap was slower than the next 3 LMP2s ahead of him. As there's the Waveframe cars got around, and was that no rear wing on Smeriglio's car as well? Might have been.
I was too busy looking at the rules and regulations.
Actually, no, he's coming back on the track, so he has got one. I just from the side shot, it did look like that, but Smeriglio there drops down into 11th place. On-off Racing, they are gifted a place in the top 10 of the LMP2s.
You're back into the top 10. But you say the blue flags are just advisory. Rule 5.1.2 disagrees with you there, Cam.
Am I
Sorry.
wrong?
Cars being lapped must give up their position within 4 corners or risk receiving a penalty.
Yeah, I believe that is in your class.
It doesn't actually. Well, the rules don't actually clarify whether it's
no.
same class or different classes.
Driver doesn't know the rules apparently. No, but
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken, it is actually just in your class, because the class is effectively fighting individually for their place. But obviously, prove if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But,
I
let's see.
thought you're supposed to read the rules before joining the VEC there, Cam.
Oh, you should have seen me last race in where was it? Nürburgring, the last race. I started the race for the 49 as I did today, but I hadn't started a race since probably season 12 or something.
Oh no!
So I completely, and obviously the rules changed a bit there, so I did struggle with that one on that time around. But something that could be quite an interesting one to get is maybe try and speak with one of the drivers from this race, and hopefully we'll see if he's here. But I do believe we've got Red Bull Racing's Yuri Kazdorp coming for a bit of an interview. And Yuri, you are leading the way in the GTEs, only by 2 and a bit seconds from Wayfree behind you. But how is the first sort of 4 hours gone for you?
Before we start quickly, it is now Oracle Red Bull Racing, and the race has been going quite well. Yeah. We didn't have too much time to prepare, at least I didn't, so Dennis and Alex prepared well for this. They got the setup and everything sorted, so I could just jump in, and Dennis gave me the car. I think I was in the lead, and we just tried to control the pace. I think Casper, especially in the John Lazy car, shown some really good pace, especially when it got a bit more dry. So they're looking like the main competition.
And how are you liking these wet races? Obviously, we've had a couple of wet stints here and there through the last couple of races, but how has that translated for you at Le Mans?
I love the changing conditions, like when it starts to go dry, trying to move over to slicks. I had a bit of fun with that in Sebring as well, going over way too early, and then hitting a wall quite hard, bending my steering, but because nobody else dared to go out, we still gained about a minute doing that.
And you've got a 22 point margin in the championship, so you're somewhat comfortable. But what is your strategy really going to be with these mixed conditions? Are you going to be just sort of taking it conservatively, or are you really just still going to be trying to push the boat and be the first one on the correct tires?
For the championship, I think because the Varga car is having quite a few issues, or just see Dennis going a bit wide. I think as long as we hit the halfway point and Varga doesn't suddenly win, we should have the championship wrapped up. So we're looking at trying to win the race. That doesn't mean we have to lead every point of the race, but we want to stay close to the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Your Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports teammate here is under a bit of an attack from Dennis. So is this sort of a position that you might really just sort of let them go and just see where the race brings you?
Oh yeah, for sure. They got a free pit stop on the Code 80, the 63. So they changed tires, and we're on older tires and more fuel. So there's no real point fighting this too hard.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good luck for the remaining just under 20 hours of the race, and yeah, hopefully you will be maybe speaking to you a bit later on in the race. Thank you.
Yeah, you too, Cam.
Yeah, so there was Yuri Kazdorp for Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports. I'll get that one right next time. And yeah, for sure, this is a quite a big battle.
To be fair, the name on screen has not changed that. So
yes, that is very true. As I think we're going to get a bit of a change for the lead here in the GTs. As just Yuri Kazdorp was saying, I don't think they're going to challenge this too hard. Dennis Jordan, obviously champion of VEC a couple of times actually. He is going to know what to do, and it looks like he's just pulling back in as he concedes that position for the lead.
yeah, and indeed, back down into second is the Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports car. But again, perhaps going to try and use a little bit of slipstream, but as you said, a little bit of light flashing there actually from Jordan.
He's probably just saying hello. Knowing him, I don't think he is going to be annoyed in any way with how that overtake has worked. And you see there the wayfaring car there trying to get a bit of slipstream, a little bit from the DPIs, and there is Dennis himself in his rig, looking very calm, and I think he just is pounding in the laps there, currently in second place.
Yeah, second place, just counting these laps down. Hasn't lost that much time, though, only half a second now, but still comfortably within that slipstream to try and at least keep up with the leader of the GTE class.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly an interesting way that the classes can work around here. But I think one important point for this Oracle Red Bull Racing team is the fact that when they signed up for this championship, they signed up with Yuri, Dennis Jordan, and also Dennis Lind in the car initially at the start of the season. And I really thought it was going to be a bit of I don't know what the correct word would be, but obviously maybe not putting in the most effort in, let's say. Obviously, they chose the car that at the time they were in the GT Pro season with in the Corvette. All of those drivers, including Alex Siebel, for that team took the C8 in GT Pro that season as well. So, I didn't think that they would necessarily be putting in the effort to challenge for the championship, but the fact that they are here with a 20-point lead is looking pretty good for them.
Indeed, and I believe, Cam, I shall let you take the announcement for round 3 of season 15.
Yeah, we are obviously leading the way into announcing the tracks for this the next season. And we've already seen that we've got 6 hours of Monza, 8 hours of Spa for the first 2 rounds of the season. And the third race is going to be the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta, which, to be honest, I cannot wait for. That is such a difficult track at the best of times, let alone 1,000 miles. That is really going to be a spectacle on the 10th of December this season, or this year.
This year.
Next season this year.
Did that tagline say messes in the S's? I think it did.
He's not wrong though, is he? Let's be honest.
He's also not wrong. This is true. There we go. Yeah, it does. There we go.
Yeah, it's a difficult track actually, and obviously I don't know what has been said regarding the classes, as we're seeing Wayframe off once again in the final chicane. That is 2 in I think 3 laps we've seen them go off there. But we obviously have multi-class racing through the S's there, which the last race I remember us doing at SRC was the VLMS race a few years ago, and that was a little bit of carnage.
I think I commentated. Well,
yeah.
It was something called VLMS at that point. I think it would. In the very first season of VLMS, it was myself and Nick Newcomb was doing all of the commentating, and I think it was a 4-hour race that time. Memory serves me, I think we had like 18 code 80s within 4 hours just because it was wet, and that was fun.
Yeah, I remember. But this was a long time ago, because this is back when I was racing with my own team, Flag to Flag, back in the day in VLMS. Me and Alistair Long were in GT, BMW GT around there, and I remember, just remember that race being absolutely crazy, loads of code 80s, but for sure, I think the drivers will be able to handle that. We've been to some interesting tracks, difficult tracks along the way since then. And we've seen some good races, so yeah, hopefully we'll get a good one there. But that is always a spectacle, in the real life racing with VEC Le Mans, and going there in the sim is going to be a great event, I would say.
Of course, it's a distance race as well, and that changes the dynamics of strategy ever so slightly.
It sure does. I do actually like the distance races. I think they're pretty cool, but it does mean if we get code 80s, if we get wet races, it just makes it that much longer. And as you say, the strategy-wise, that changes things quite a lot, because today, because of all this wet weather, we're going to be reducing our lap counts that we will get in the full 24 hours, and therefore the stints towards the end of the race are going to change quite a lot with how drivers may be planning when they're going to put their next driver in.
Yeah, and it's always fairly interesting. At least for the leading class, you have an idea of how far you're going to be, but we'll just presume there's going to be 3 classes. For the LMP2s, you've got to estimate how long it's going to take the DPIs to finish distance, and then estimate how many laps you're going to do, and then work your strategy off of that. Of course, that can always change.
Yes, ever-changing game is the strategy, and you've got to have, people really working on this outside of the driver in the car. In a single-man race, you might just think about that, but you definitely need a team of drivers for the VEC, as we're seeing Sim Racing for Holland here, getting up into 11th place there. Kevin Yeager for Blackhawk starting to drop down there into 12th place, as the race leader of Schumble is coming up behind him.
Yeah, this is the race leader coming up, that number 7 Ajira Racing car. Kevin Yeager, well, of course, this is something you've always got to be careful of when you've got multi-class racing, particularly with the Ajira car. They've got to remember that the cars that they're passing are also battling for position.
Well, they absolutely are, and that's where you have to be a little bit careful, because obviously the GTs, they don't have to move out of the way for the DPIs, but there may be some situations where they be cooperative in leaving maybe that little bit extra space, or just lifting off that little bit to help the DPI go past. Whereas if you're fighting for position, the GTE is not giving up any room at all.
Yeah, that GTE is not going to help you. But of course, that's also within the rules, is that it says that essentially the overtaking car, in this case the prototype, has to make its own room around the GT cars. The GT cars are entitled to the racing line.
Yeah, the way it's really supposed to work is that the GTE basically just drives their race, and in theory they shouldn't really notice that the DPIs and P2s are going past them. Obviously that's in a perfect world, and it doesn't actually work out that way, but that is really how it's supposed to be, with the DPIs finding their way through. One thing that has really been, I would say, cracked down on in the last couple of seasons is the sort of the big dives into corners and pushing GTs out the way and things like that. That is really a vision of the past, as we're seeing Kevin Yeager now getting the slipstream back up towards Sim Racing for Holland, trying to work their way back up into 11th place, but not quite enough as we come towards Indianapolis. And this is actually quite important, because Bernd Knops in front of him is also just a second behind Jesper Eriksson for Team Iris. So three-way battle now.
Yeah, it's always very fun when you get these three-way battles, and it's always in these three-way battles I do not envy the car in the middle, because you have to attack and defend simultaneously.
It's a difficult one, because you're right, you have to also attack to prevent yourself from defending as well. And when you're trying to go offline to overtake the car ahead of you, that can then leave you open to a dive from the car behind. So it's a difficult situation to be in, and that's really where the better drivers come out and really to fix this in. So yeah, certainly a difficult one for the drivers to be in. But I know Bernd Knops, obviously multiple race winner in VC, certainly knows what he's doing.
Yes, we're starting to get some pit stops and DPIs and LMP2s. I'm wondering, will anyone... big slide there from Schumble. I'm wondering if anyone will risk the inters, but I think it's too wet still at this point.
Yeah, I would say it's slightly too wet. And looking at the forecast, I think there is going to be a bit more rain as well. So maybe for now, you are going to want to stick out. But the main point is that changing tyres, I don't know about the other categories, but definitely the LMP2 is about 37 seconds to change tyres. So if you are going to change to inters, then you need to know that your inters are going to last at least a couple of stints, because you need to gain back that 37 seconds. Whereas if you just stayed out on the wets for another stint and you can hold that pace, you might be able to get away with it, because by the end of the next stint, we might be going back to some drier tyres.
Yeah, and again, as long as there's no rain.
Which is seemingly in the air today, as quite a few cars are in the pit lane now once again. But we come back to this battle. Bernd Knops for Sim Racing for Holland, trying to get himself inside the top 10. Jesper Eriksson is defending now Team Iris in the 377. So as we mentioned earlier, they started down in Division 3. They have worked their way up to Division 1, so fair play for that. Trying to hold on to this top 10 place, but it looks like Bernd Knops in that C7 getting a really nice run on the Aston Martin down towards the inside of that first chicane, and I think he's going to have that position quite comfortably by the time we get to the braking zone.
He'll be coming into the braking zone now, and that's Sim Racing Fault. That iconic checkerboard livery now in the VEC, taking that 10th position.
Yeah, I do hope we can see that one continue next year. Obviously, I don't know exactly if that's going to be in the selection or whatever, but hopefully if Sim Racing Holland can redo that entry. I like it as well. It's quite unique in that regard because it's simple. A lot of Sim Racing liveries, they're almost like over the top with their design. That one's a nice simple one. You can see it from a mile away.
Got a yellow in the final sector. That's in Indianapolis. I think that's for the 27 LMP2 car. That's the Netrix car. Third place. He's gone off at Indianapolis.
Oh, Colin Spork is still in that car. I really hope that isn't a big accident for them, because sometimes at Indianapolis you can have almost a race-ending one. He's got all the wings on his car, so might have been just a little bit of a spin, but for sure this car is, I mean, he's got an outside chance of winning the race at this moment in time. They're faster than the race leaders, but that spin has really not helped there. Is his... I'm trying to see if his car's wiggling there with maybe some suspension damage.
I think so. I think it looks okay at least. I say that though. Oh, I'm not sure.
We're starting to see a little bit of a drier line forming now as well. That's not going to help the situation a little bit. I do wonder maybe if, through the kink, maybe just going a little bit onto the wet stuff and losing the braking performance into the left-hander.
Yeah, that's probably what it is, because, well, of course, we've seen many instances at Indianapolis already. It's one of the more difficult braking zones here, because essentially you've got to almost two-phase brake. You've got to brake a little bit before you get into the right-handed kink, and you've got to brake a lot before you get into the main left-handed bank corner of Indianapolis.
Yeah, very difficult. Very difficult part of the track, really, especially in these conditions. And hopefully for them, they can still have the pace, because now is very close behind them with Cosmo Prosciutto as well for Go Team Racing. And Cosmo, he came on the scene a couple of years ago, has been putting in some good performances here and there, and now trying to get his team, the number 47, up onto the podium here at Le Mans. And obviously on that last lap, they were about 20 seconds 12, I can't read, 12 seconds quicker than Colin Sport because of that spin.
Yeah, just a little difference there, not too much. It's fine.
Yeah,
Nobody
absolutely.
noticed.
Never trust commentators' maths. We're trying to -1 lap time from another, that's for sure. Arnaud Chauvelet is in the pits with Bradley Sellers as well. Chauvelet's got a minute lead as it stands. And obviously, I guess that's because the other cars around the pit before, but that's going to come back down, and then we'll see the real gap, because that was about 30 seconds after the last Code 80.
Yeah, and I must say we're also at no risk of breaking a distance record here at Le Mans either.
Yeah, not today with how it goes.
Memory serves me, I think it's 399 is the distance record here in the VEC.
Maybe for Division 1. Remember in Division 2, back in Season 10, when we had the old URD mod, what was that team called? Was it Virus? Team Virus? They ended up winning the championship that season in the Audi. They had... it was well over 400 laps. I think it was like 407 laps or something ridiculous, because they literally had, because A, that car was very fast, and B, they had a perfect race. Absolutely nothing went wrong for them on that occasion, if memory serves me correct. My car finished about 15 laps down.
Oh.
I may or may not have rolled the car at turn 1.
That's impressive.
Yes.
Look
that
at
goes
that.
too wide, and he's gonna...
Team Iris car has as well!
And that's going to bring Blackhawk into this as well. So a nice little three-way battle here as we are continuing. The two Aston Martins now slipstreaming each other as we come up towards the second chicane. Blackhawk going towards the outside. This is Kevin Jaeger still in that car, trying to get around Jesper Eriksson in the Team Iris. He's getting, the Blackhawk's getting a bit of a slipstream off the Sim Racing for Holland car. So Team Iris having to drop back down there into that 12th place. And really, I think they were sort of distracted by Sim Racing for Holland going off in that first chicane.
Yeah, and that is something that can certainly happen as a distraction, as you said, because you almost have tunnel vision with the rear wing of the car ahead.
You certainly do. You kind of follow them sort of naturally coming. You follow the car ahead of you just naturally because obviously you're assuming that they are going in the direction that you're going as well. So you know your eyes just sort of get fixated to where their car is, and you do often see is if one car goes wide, another car goes with them. And as we come, that is too wide for Bert Knops out of Mulsanne corner. And now Kevin Yeager's getting a little bit of a run, but he's having to come back into the slipstream to try and get this move done.
Yeah, trying to come back into the slipstream, as you said. Oh, look at this. These three cars are separated by nothing as they're coming up towards Indianapolis. And the Blackhawk car is going to try and go around the outside. The Sim Racing for Holland, 3 wide almost. Oh, it looked very risky there, but the Sim Racing for Holland is getting freight trained by Blackhawk and Team Iris coming down to Indianapolis. Lost 2 positions as the Sim Racing for Holland car.
Amazing slipstream work there by Team Iris, not only bringing themselves into it, but then effectively pushing that Blackhawk car. So Blackhawk are going to be happy with that. In half a lap, they gained 2 positions, and they are now back into the top 10. They do have 8 seconds to Angry Bull Racing and the cars ahead of them, so they need to work out. But this battle is great. 3-way battle for the top 10 in GTE. We still got 19.5 hours to go, but they do not care. They are going at it.
Yeah. They don't care. They're almost racing as if it's half an hour to go.
Which is good to see, and as you must say, it's been a great race so far. I've had almost 4.5 hours of that, and it's going to be continuing. Oh, Iris into the wall a little bit. I think they definitely rubbed up against it, and that is going to lose time to Blackhawk, and now Sim Race from Holland on the back of them again as they're on the grass as well, coming now through Corvette corner.
They could have done with that extra little bit of room that the safer barrier took away, couldn't they?
They absolutely could have, but unfortunately for them, the brush on the wall, they might have the tiniest bit of potentially steering damage or something with that. We'll have to see how that one works out, but for now, they're going on at still a pretty decent speed.
Yeah, still pretty decent speed, as you said. We're going to have to see if that Team Iris car is inconvenienced at all by that touch. But there's been an overall change for the lead during the last pit stop cycle. It's now the number 4 by Collis Burst Esports, 4 seconds ahead of the Ajira car.
Interesting. Now we've got Ben Dutton in the Ajira Racing entry, as you say, 4 seconds behind. Obviously, some pit stops getting involved in that one, and with the fact that it was 30 seconds between them, now it's 4 seconds behind, there was obviously a change of tyres for Ajira, where there wasn't for bike collars. I would assume with the way that has swung in favour of the Danish team. So let's see how that works. Jesper Pedersen still in that car. He's been in there for quite a while now, taking over from Michi Hoyer a little bit earlier on. So they're obviously on a slightly different strategy to the or driver strategy to the cars around them.
Yeah, and often you see these big stints, because I remember you were talking about Team Virus earlier. They often did these 24-hour races with only 2 drivers.
Yeah, that is crazy. Who was it? It was Adam Taylor and
Djokovic.
Yes,
not
yeah.
Jakovic.
Nicky Jakovic. Yeah, they used to do that. Them two, those two with just 2 drivers. That's difficult. I tell you that from experience. Even doing 24 with 3-4 drivers is difficult. I've done 24 also with 5 drivers, and that is making it a little bit easier. But 2, that's difficult, because generally you might do either double or triple stints and just keep on doing that. But that means you're only ever going to get 2 to 3 hours rest in between your stint. Whereas say, like today in my team, we got 4 drivers. So assuming when we get to the night, we might be looking at doing, doubles, triples, quad stints. By the time we get back into the car, it's been like 6 hours, maybe 5 hours. You could have a nap in that time. But in 2 hours, you can't really get much of a break.
The 78 car has just gone off at the Dunlop chicane. GTE class, 78 being the Butlapal car. Dustin Levy currently doing that one.
Yeah, we were saying before he was looking a little bit wiggly, had a bit of a moment before, so maybe not 100% confident at this moment.
But this is something that I've talked about in many races before, is that, say that Team Virus has used 2, you've said you've used 5 drivers before. But really, the more drivers you have, the more general your setup has to be on your car. Which
You are
means that-
very correct.
Which means that in general, that means your car might not be as fast as if you only had 2 drivers, because you've only got to compromise between 2 drivers. If you've got more drivers, you've got to compromise between 4 or 5 drivers, depending on what each driver likes.
Yeah, absolutely. I was saying this on another broadcast the other day. Last year, I did a 24 hours of Nürburgring with Burst.
Yeah.
And there was Yerne, David, Casper, Zhao, and myself. And obviously, Zhao and me are a little bit slower than those 3. And we were using the GT3, the Audi R8, which is a very front-end pointy car. And then obviously, with it being mid-engine, it's got some weight on the rear moving around and stuff. So you need to have a lot of confidence to drive the car. But to be quick, obviously, you need it pointy. Because that's how you get into the corners. As Go Team Racing go a little bit deep there into Indianapolis. So obviously, me and Zhao needed a couple of changes to the car. To basically make it more comfortable for us to drive fast, as well as Wanako also go wide coming out of Arnage. And obviously this is wet conditions, but we were doing things like that in the dry, and that just proves that you need to have more of a balance in the team selection. Sometimes obviously we got away with it on that one. We won the race, but it's not always that easy. Sometimes the best team to win is the one that's sort of got the most consistent level of drivers, rather than one guy who's 5 seconds lap faster than the other.
Yeah, it's like I was saying earlier, how like quite an understeery car. For example, for my setups, I would always put the front springs almost all the way up. But obviously, a lot of people don't like that. So it's like, how would you counteract this, if you like, with everyone else within the car?
Yes, it's a difficult one to get a balance, but that's why often actually you see maybe some drivers go around in maybe pairs or trios if they move teams, because you need to be comfortable with the people that you're in a team with, and you need to have an understanding, a mutual understanding between yourselves of what you like, how you like to set up the car. And that's one thing I really struggled with back in season 12, I think it was, when we had the McLaren Senna. I was racing Vance de Long and Peter Schulze. I think we were in Division 2 there in the Senna. And the first race we won at Silverstone, but only those 2 drivers did the car because it was a 4-hour race. And then when I got into the car in another race, I wanted all sorts of different things with the setup to make me feel comfortable. And it just really obviously didn't work because there wasn't that balance there, in terms of the expectations of the drivers.
Yeah. And this is something, like I said about the 12 hours of Bathurst before, we had 4 drivers for our car. Granted, not all 4 drivers managed to race because there might have been a fuel-related mishap at some point. But here we go, here's the Go Team.
Yeah, coming to the inside of Butler Powell. They're on the wetter line though. You see it really is a dry line now there for the racing line. The number 43 is Go Team, get very close on the brakes, and the 37, but not quite close enough. But this drying line, I think, is going to be crucial when we get to the next pit stop. I really think we're going to see some teams start making some bold moves by the time we get there.
Well, we had the last pit stops at 15 past the hour, so about 15 minutes ago. There's about 10 or 11 laps per stint. You're probably expecting the next stops within the next 25 to 30 minutes.
Yeah, we certainly are, and it's really at that. It's not quite one car width up and down the field, but for sure it is coming. And the rain has been stopped for a while now. So as these laps go on, we did mention obviously with 40 cars circulating every single lap. That's a lot of laps and a lot of hoovers effectively going up and down the up and down the field. As we're getting another yellow flag in Sector 3. There's another car. It's one of the GTEs in Indianapolis. I'm trying to see exactly which car that is, but yeah, another one off.
I think. Go Team Racing, Gorginev. It is, yeah. They're tumbling down the order. It's Gorginev in that number 57 car.
Oh, I'm trying to see.
And that does not look happy. That's big suspension damage, isn't it?
Yeah, he's turning right, I think. Yeah, he's turning right to go straight. That is a heavily
left hand down, right hand down a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, look, he's still turning right. He's still turning right.
That's no good.
That's going to be very dangerous once he gets up to the Porsche curve as well. He needs to look out. So there goes the Wanako car. Oh, we're getting Kodati
coming. Yep.
This is going to benefit people, obviously, who need to make a pit stop. So
Oh,
let's see.
That's a
as
dog.
Oh,
That's that's.
so we
There's
get
also a
the
dog halfway through the code area. Fantastic.
yeah, so we got the
Thank you,
dog calling
Jimmy.
the code 80, which is good to see. He's obviously excited for that one. So let's see who is going to dive into the pit lane and take this opportunity for the shorter pit stop. Is it at the time for anyone? We're getting Mark Fate for Blackhawk coming in. Juices with Adam Baldwin and GTE also coming in. I just wonder, is this the right time for some teams though, or is it a little bit out of sequence? Having said that, sometimes it is better maybe to come in and fill up. The issue is for them, it's drying so fast, but I think it's too early to pit now for drier tyres.
Yeah, I think it might be, but I think Ajira's just taking the lead. Indeed, there's the By Colors card. Did the Ajira take that lead under code 80?
I'm just trying to see myself. I'm not 100% sure.
Juno Leary, although he's rejoining in about half an hour or so, says he thinks that Ajira Racing Car took that lead under code 80. Question is, of course, when did that Ajira car make that pass? Because of course, as soon as race director Jimmy Allison says code 80 in 10 seconds, the field is frozen from that point. Even if you're a DPI, you cannot pass a GT car on track.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. I'm just trying to look myself on the old replays to see maybe how that has happened. But anyway, let's we're going to be coming back to green flag. Actually, it was Jesper Pedersen. He went off the track. Jesper went off in the Porsche curves on the lap that we just did. That would have been roughly at the time, as you go back to green flag racing, that'll be roughly at the time that we went to the green flag, but as we went to the code 80, I should say. But yeah, Jesper Pedersen went off the track. I don't believe he hit the wall, but he definitely went off into the gravel trap at the Porsche curves, and that is how he lost the lead. Only by a couple of seconds, but an important move indeed.
Yeah, important move indeed, as you said, and again, just goes to show how close these cars are. Of the leaders in any class, only the one ACO came in the DPI.
Yes, certainly did. So we've now got a half a second battle for the lead of the race. And 30 seconds back is Borja Milan now in the Wanako car, and then another 30 seconds back to Avenoa in the DX Droid. So still four-way battle really for this lead overall. That minute can fluctuate a lot, but now we're coming back to this battle. Burst by Collars and Ajira Racing. They're getting so close. Jesper Pedersen always pushing him, hits the back of the Ajira car into the second chicane. He's got some damage on the front. How is the Ajira car doing though? They definitely went into the wall.
Yeah, that Ajira car went into the wall, and you can see the lights flashing furiously in the background.
That was not a pretty sight, unfortunately, there for Jesper. I mean, it was hard to say from the angle, and he has given that place back. So Jesper, he has redressed the position, and he is obviously basically saying sorry with that one. But for sure, I mean, Ajira, they are not going to be the most happy with that one going into the wall, because they're going to have some damage from that as well.
Yeah, that Ajira car is going to have damage, probably at least right side suspension damage, right front most likely, right rear possibly slightly as well. As here comes By Collis car going around the outside, coming up towards Indianapolis, and indeed makes that move stick. The Ajira Racing car comes out of the throttle.
And that is, oh, he goes too wide again.
Oh no, the Ajira car retakes the lead!
Oh wow, Jesper Pedersen, yeah, two of the braking zones just going a little bit too deep. And you can just see though, the racing line is getting that bit drier, but it's not quite enough to push it to the limit still.
Yeah, that's still not quite good enough to push to the limit. As you said, this By Collins First Esports car now back in to second place. Having a look at live timing, they are in second place by, I make that about 3.5 seconds.
God, this race is giving it everything. So Jesper, in a space for lap, goes off, loses the lead, makes contact with Ajira, and then retakes the lead again, but then goes off.
And then goes
for
off
another time.
Indianapolis.
That is a very entertaining lap indeed, from our point of view as spectators. But certainly, not for Bicolor's Burst, not the prettiest lap indeed. And just remember, they are your championship leaders in the DPI. They don't really have anyone to challenge them, with Nitavelix not showing up and Seawolf having a bad day. So they just need to make sure they get to the 12-hour point to get the points, and then keep themselves in a decent place, and then they should be all good. But for sure, some risks being taken there to still try and get that lead.
Yeah, trying to get that lead, because of course you always want to win the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It doesn't matter what the championship implications are. You always want to win this race.
Well, yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter where you are in the championship. This is the goal. This is the main reason why lots of drivers sign up to the VEC and other championships who sort of run events like this as well, because the 24 is so special. It's such a challenge. The other races we do this season have been sort of 6 to 8 hours. Then this one is literally between 3 and 4 times the length of those. It is an immense challenge for the teams and the drivers, and just getting to the end is good, but for sure it's the one they all want to win.
Yeah, they're having a battle for second place in the in the LMP2 class, I should say, rather. Wavestream versus Netrix P1 Sim Grand Prix. Just half a second separating the two of them as they're coming up towards Indianapolis. Now, that dry line certainly is expanding, isn't it? Again, as you said earlier, the next set of pit stops might be very interesting in order to see what sort of tyre strategy these teams go for.
And the thing is, with all the rain that we've had, with all the Code 80s, I couldn't necessarily tell you exactly when some drivers are going to be pitting as well, because it's all over the place with the normal cycle that we see, which is roughly 40 minutes-ish for the P2s and DPs, and then about an hour or so for the GTs. But obviously that's been completely wiped out. The wet stints are obviously a lot longer because the laps are slower and you use less fuel. So you, if you're lucky, you may be able to sneak an extra lap with a bit of saving. And then for for the fact that people are pitting at completely different times to be on the right tyre at the right time.
Yeah, it's got a quick yellow in Sector 1 if I find the correct tab. Oh no, I've accidentally clicked on the rules. I don't know who's gone off. It's someone went off there in Sector 1, probably again, because this is very difficult conditions at the moment. And oh no, I believe it's number 49 again.
Oh no, that is not the news that I would have wanted to hear. But let's see. As you come out to start another lap for these guys, let's see how Network's P1 Sim Grand Prix can do. Colin Spork still at the wheel on the back of Renz Klopp. And the way that they are fighting, they're not closing down on the leader, Martin Hemmingson, and the racing team at this moment in time. So they need to just focus on this second place for now. And this has really been a nice battle so far between these guys. A lot of pressure being put on between the two Dutch drivers.
Yeah, as you said, a lot of pressure being put on, particularly that way from esports car. We're coming to Touch Rouge, that gap 0.4 of a second. This is almost prime slipstream opportunity, isn't it? 0.4 of a second back to perhaps 7 or 8 tenths is a prime slipstream opportunity.
Did we work out? I can't remember if we worked out if Spork had a bit of damage on that car or not.
We didn't. I think we just speculated. We haven't seen an onboard, so I'm not sure.
Because I wonder if that could be hindering some top speed potentially as well, as getting a yellow in
number 2
sector
car.
3. Whose number? That's
DX Droids in 4th place overall in DPIs. Indianapolis again.
How many cars have we seen go off of that corner? I think
An incredible
really,
number, yeah.
I think it's really the hardest corner on the track. I don't know, it's the commitment you've got to have through the kink into the braking zone with the wet conditions. Like, it all just builds up to be such a hard race. And as you say, with DX Droids, they're just losing out on this battle for the podium. They're now 50 seconds behind the 3rd place car of Borja Milan, who's actually making some really good progress now, getting back towards the leaders.
Yeah, Bora making some very good progress, as you said. But having a look at this Netrix car, still closing, 1.5 tenths that gap. And They might be able to make a move coming down towards Mulsanne corner. They're going to dip towards the inside. No, deciding to stay behind for now. Perhaps we'll see a move coming up towards Indianapolis.
Yeah, this is obviously coming back to the place where Spork went off. I don't believe it wasn't Klopp, was it? It was the other way for him that had a bit of an issue. So hopefully Klopp is going to be okay. But let's see the slipstream now for Netrex P1 Sim Grand Prix getting the run up towards Indianapolis. But I don't think this time around they're going to be close enough, or are they? They're starting to get pulled in now, starting to get that toe and the slipstream, but not quite close enough this time around, which is what I was saying is not a slam dunk move as he's looking towards the inside, but decides not to back out of it. It's yeah, you really have to try and get a run. It's not, you know, the slipstream isn't a gimme for the place.
Yeah, he still needs to fight for that position, and we've seen this many times. But again, we're talking about cooperation quite a few times before. That was Wayframe car isn't cooperating when they come side by side.
Well, let's see how they do. Is they've got, is that the satellite, I think, DPI coming up behind them, who might be getting involved. But obviously, we said this a few times before, the LMP2s and the DPIs aren't actually too different in terms of the actual corner speed, especially in the higher speed stuff. Is really on the straights where the DPI just has way more power. Colin Spork, though, almost pushing the Wayframe car through, and you can see that racing line is now very much defined and very much at a car's width. So there's certainly some good lap time, some good performance that'll be coming in as the satellite car there dives it down the inside and gets in between the two LMP2s, just separating that battle a little bit.
Yeah, separating that battle ever so slightly, as you said, but again, it's still so close between all these cars, isn't it?
It's amazing to see. I'm loving it. The fact that obviously we're coming up towards what would that be, 5 hours of racing almost completed, which is close enough to obviously some of the races that we've had this season. We had a couple of 6-hour races, and that is the normal distance. But no, we are still going to be going for another 18 hours once we get to that point, which is obviously the mega important part of Le Mans, is the fact that it goes for the whole 24 hours. And Spork, he's got plenty of time to make this overtake, but I think it's going to be a bit sooner than that when he finally gets a run.
Yeah, but sooner than that, as you said. But again, when he gets the run, the question is when. The question is when.
Yeah, it definitely is a when at this moment in time. He's dropped off the back because of that DPI getting past him. Such is the way of the traffic, but he's working his way back up. And the important point, I think, for a car like this Netrex P1 Sim is that Spork, he's quite young. I think he's only about 17 years old still. He's still pretty young, but he's very fast, and he's going to be certainly an amazing talent to come in the next few years. But he is just so dedicated at this moment in time. We need to see what the speed is like of the other drivers in that Netrex car as well as we get over the night, and the other drivers get involved in the car. They need to be keeping up with the speed that Colin is showing.
Yeah, indeed, as you said, Colin Spork trying to regain that position from that Wayframe car after that incident. Well, I would say the incident that we saw. We didn't actually see the incident at Indianapolis, but I'm just wondering. I don't actually think there's any suspension damage on that, because it looks to be driving fairly okay.
I think it is. I just hope he hasn't got top speed damage, because in our car in 49, we had this a little bit early on. My teammate Tom Oldermenger, he went frontwards into the wall at the Indianapolis. He basically just locked up the brakes and went straight, and he lost a couple of Ks from that. And even just a couple of Ks was enough to make it really difficult to overtake, and even to overtake the GTEs in a nice, timely manner on the straights as well. So I really hope for his sake that isn't what he's got. So yeah, let's see how the one works out. But he's still there in that third place for now as he comes to this battle. 7th place in the GTE category. Moving Sim Racing has pulled away a bit of a gap. As he goes too wide there in the Ford chicanes, he's going to go over the gravel and rejoin. He's got Bert Knops not too far behind, but that battle with Team Iris has spread out, with Jesper Eriksson now 14 seconds behind Knops.
Yeah, 14 seconds is a big gap. as you said, but again, there's still over 19 hours to go. That 14 seconds is easily can easily change depending on a single mistake from one of these drivers.
I certainly can. We saw that battle for the DPI lead with Pedersen and Dutton. Pedersen making some contact there. He has been faster on the last lap, but that gap has now moved out to 5 seconds. And I'm sure both cars will have some damage repairs at their next pit stop as well, which could be a important factor for that, because one thing with the VEC as well is the damage repairs are a bit longer than you may expect in other series as well, which is obviously to promote cleaner driving, and I think for that point it does actually work pretty well. But for sure, even for smaller contacts, it can be a decent amount of time that you're sitting in the pit lane. So I think a few drivers there who have been at fault for contact would be kicking themselves a little bit for that one.
Yeah, again, as you said, it's all about keeping it clean. Especially, as we've said many times before, with only 6 races this season, the emphasis is on keeping it clean.
Certainly is, and keeping it clean is the difficult part. It's a track with a lot of straights. It's got a lot of straights and chicanes, but the corners are therefore very important, and you have to push through them. And there's a lot of fast, tricky corners, like Tetra Rouge is a difficult one. Indy, we've already mentioned, loads of drivers going off there. The Porsche curves, and even the final 4 chicanes, they are all difficult corners that you have to master to really get fast around this track. But all of them, unsurprisingly, are pretty high speed and pretty awkward. So yeah, it's easy to make a mistake, and in those corners specifically, the barriers are very close to you.
Yeah, again, there's so many places where the barrier seems to come very quickly at you. As you said, these corners also, as I was saying before, the Porsche curves, because that with the width of the track there's become less.
Absolutely, and it's really only that first right-hander where you have the big gravel runoff. After that, as you say, you got the sort of the safer barrier through the next one as well, and then even through the next part of it, if you go off, the barriers are too far away, and you might be finding yourself in the wall, which unfortunately have to admit, I have been in a few of those barriers sometimes over the course of my racing career.
Oh no.
57 is off in the final chicane, I think, and that is one of the GTEs, which is the 50. Oh, it's the Go Team Racing. That car's been around before. They've got back going, but I believe they had a bit of a spin there in the 4 chicanes. No cars around them by the looks of it, so I think it was on their own.
Yeah, it's always a little bit painful when you go around on your own, isn't it?
Again, I've done that a couple of times. It is painful. You see yourself spinning, and all you can think is, why have I done that?
Yeah.
You know, most of the time, if there's no one around you, there's no pressure either on you. I did actually have that a bit earlier in this race, in my I think my first stint. Went just too fast into the first Porsche curve, so through the left-hander, I just bonked the wall a little bit on the outside, and just for the next lap thinking, why did I do that? No, I'm not under pressure, not in any need for pushing, but it can happen, and especially in these conditions, you just put a wheel off into that more wet track, and yeah, you're having a bit of a spin around.
Yeah, a bit of a spin, as you said, and again, it's especially more painful if you have a little bit of suspension damage due to that burst of the wall as well.
Yeah, the damage also, I should say, makes it a bit more difficult. The worst part that I find with the damage is not necessarily the fact that you're just slower, but it's the balance that gets changed as well. And often if you get damage on one side, maybe say the left corners then become more oversteery, but therefore the right corners become more understeery. And getting to grips with that is quite difficult, because sometimes with the damage repairs, you basically wait until your next pit stop before you go for the repairs on that. As we've got a car around, I think it's the 48 car, 48 LMP2 has gone around at the Porsche curves. That is the wafering car of Smoreglio. He's been around before, and there he goes another time, but he is back going.
Excuse me, yes, as you said, getting back going again. Again, as we've said so many times before, that's incredibly important, because you need to reach 12 hours in order to get points.
which I think is an immense challenge in itself. That rule actually did go in my favour a couple of years ago. I think it was season 11 when I was in the battle for Division 3 championship as it was back then. But our title rivals, they DNF'd in the 11th hour. So they didn't make it to the 12 hour, and therefore they got 0 points. And because we were already ahead in the points, I think about 10 or 15 points ahead, something like that. So we effectively won by default. So we had the next basically 13 hours just driving around to get to the finish for the sake of it. But yeah, we won the race that time around, so it was pretty fun at least. But for sure, 13 hours of driving knowing you've won the championship is I've had worse drives, that is to be said.
Oh, have we? Have we?
As we see a yellow flag again, another car is off. It's number 57 again in the Indianapolis. Go Team Racing. Yeah. Tommy Teasdale has gone off, rejoining there on your screen for Go Team Racing. GT, this car's been in the wars, hasn't it?
Yeah, this car has not had a fun time today at Le Mans.
As we've got Jesper Pedersen in the pit lane for the DPIs. Second place he was when he came in, obviously dropping back to third as it stands, maybe dropping back behind DX Droids. We'll see how long his pit stop is. But I wonder if there's eventually now going to be a driver swap. We've seen Ajira and Wanako driver swapping in the time that Jesper's been in the car. And now that we are almost 5 hours into the race, I do wonder if it is
side
time.
by side. Oh no, that's no good at all. The Go Team car's going straight across the runoff there at the Porch of Carbs.
And that car is, yes, not enjoying life at the moment, are they? As their sister teammate of the LMP2 comes past. So, yes, not the way that they would have wanted their race to go. But the cool thing with this, they've got plenty of time to get back.
It's a 223 car, the Revolution Sim Racing. Philip Bachman, I think, just went off at Indianapolis again.
Oh no, why is it about the last 3 laps or so? We've seen a number of cars having some mistakes, and I think you might be right. So yeah, this guy's this race has certainly been quite difficult for some teams.
Yeah, as you said, very difficult. But as long as you get to that 12-hour mark, you then get the points. I think that's what a lot of these teams are aiming for. So having to clear that Red Bull Racing Esports, sorry, the Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports.
Yeah, you've got it.
There we go. Currently in first position there in the GTE car, and I don't think you can actually see second place behind them.
I mean, they're having a nice race, aren't they? Really, with how it's worked out. They've got 9 seconds to Stolzer behind, but then they've got another minute and 3 seconds to Arisi in third place. So. You can just about see the Ferrari right in the background of the shot actually there as well. So the top two still fairly close together, but the fact that they've got a third of, well, really almost a third of a lap is just showing the pace that they're showing, and performing so far. They're really the standout teams that we've seen battle all the way through the season.
Yeah, again, it's got another yellow flag
for on-off racing.
Who is that? Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's on-off racing. Is that no rear wing? I think that might be no rear wing.
That
for
Indianapolis
on-off
again.
Racing, who is driving DeFore, is driving that car at this. Oh, and he's gone for a spin.
That's no good.
Because he's got no rear wing, he's got all the aero balance on the front.
Yeah, that's at Indianapolis again, isn't it?
This corner's Arnage now, but yeah, I think his initial crash, you're right, was at Indianapolis.
That's no good. No rear wing coming through the Porsche curves. Ooh, that'll be interesting.
Well, I really hope he knows, because the second he tips it in at any speed
that rear
over
end will go,
like 100 mile an hour, he is going to be spinning around, because all the downforce is on the front now as we get a code 80. So let's see if this is going to see. We got Spork and Prosciutto in the pit lane already for the LMP2s.
There we go, the code 80 enforced there by race director Jimmy Allison.
Indeed, it'll be a short code 80, as Jimmy Allison reminds the teams there, because as always, we pretty much just wait until they get back to the pit lane. But even from the Porsche curves at 80Ks, it is going to be a minute or so which is enough time to make a pit stop as we're seeing a few teams coming in. We've got Wanako, they've come in. We've now got Jan Woznica in the Networks P1 Sim, they've come in. Prosciutto is also in the leader of the GTEs, the Oracle Red Bull Racing car. Dennis Jordan, he's come in, as well as a couple of others here and there. So some teams using that as an opportunity for a bit of a cheeky pit stop.
Yeah, just might as well top up the tank and change some tires. It's going to be interesting, the tire strategy though, isn't it?
Right, exactly. It sort of puts you off because you never know when a Code 80 is going to come. So you might be halfway for a stint. You may be only 2 laps in. You may be 2 laps away from pitting again. But you just sort of have to go with it most of the time. As we're coming back to green flag, and On-Off Racing will then be having to get back. As we're seeing Dennis Jordan, he's eating. He's having a bit of some munch as he goes for his pit stop.
As we've gone back to a green flag, and look at this, there's, well, in particular, this Red Bull racing car. Some nutrition going on in the Oracle Red Bull team. What was that? I want to have a longer camera shot to see what is that.
I know Dennis is a very, like, a healthy, sort of, I guess, diet, and you know, so he's sort of trying to keep himself really fit, which is good to see. So I doubt he's going to be having any sort of chocolate or anything like that.
I don't know where Dennis. Where is he? Is he in the Netherlands? I can't remember actually.
He's German. I can't remember exactly where it is, but I know it's somewhere sort of in Western Germany, I believe.
It's fine. It's not Bavaria. It doesn't count. But away from esports here, away from esports we're looking at here, and look at that dry line. It's certainly opened up a little bit. Just about a car width now.
Yeah, it's getting there, and I wouldn't be surprised if, as we say, at this next pit stop, some teams start trying things on the tyres. And yes, we have. So, Bohem Milan, he's on softs. David Mrocek, he's got in the Bicolors Burst. He's on softs. Avino. For DX Droids, he's on soft as well. For the LMP2s, Mark Vate for Blackhawk is also on the soft. So we're seeing the slicks starting to come back out, and that is it's a little bit risky, first of all, but if you make it work, you are a lot faster.
Yeah, a lot faster, as you said. It's all about that speed. It's got a yellow in Sector 1 for whom I wasn't able to move across quick enough, but it's most likely,
I believe.
Yeah, I was going to
who
see
is that? Juices. Well, they're 4th place in the GTE.
Yeah, 4th place. It's Roy de Monk. That'll be a driver change. So it might have been just coming directly out of the pits.
No, I think he's been in the car last time I checked. So I think he's just had a bit of a mistake himself. If I'm not mistaken, there's some other guys coming into the pit lane now. We've got Serge Bakker for ground effect DPI. We've got Martin Hemmingson from the lead of LMP2. We've got Philip Backman, who was the Revolution Sim Racing DPI, the 223, who caused that first Code 80 a good hour or so ago now.
Yeah, as you said, a good hour or so ago. Now, so we're rapidly approaching 5 hours to go.
Absolutely, and let's...
Sorry, 5 hours gone, I should say, rather, 19 to go.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's getting to that point. Obviously, in the hours, we are trying to work out the calendar for next year, and we have already released the first 3. We've got the 6 hours of Monza, the 8 hours of Spa, the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta. And then on the 11th of February 2023, already next year, we're going to Daytona for a 12-hour race. The 12-hour Thunder there at Daytona, which is going to be a fantastic race. Love that track. A great addition in the recent DLC. And of course, that is going to be coming your way with Formula Pro on Monday as well. So yeah, loads of action for the for Daytona coming your way, because it's a great track, and Neil, I'm very happy that that's going to be included next season.
Yeah, Daytona is going to be very, very fun. It's going to be very high speed as well, especially with the banking. Of course, with the banking, the only real time that all these drivers have to deal with the banking is when we've gone to Indianapolis. But even then, we've never actually used the layout with the final corner at Indianapolis. Well, I should say turn 1 at Indianapolis, the final corner of of the speedway layout. I don't think we've used that, so I think this might be perhaps the first time that these drivers would have dealt with serious banking.
And it's proper banking around there as well. It's
Yes, 20, 27, 28 degrees or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty crazy. But we're just getting to that hour point now. 5 hours gone. Neil, you've been here for the last 3 hours. And as we get towards the end of this first sort of stint of the broadcast, we bring back Ewan O'Leary. So, Neil, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. What has been your highlights so far of this race?
Oh, there's so many. I think perhaps many of these three-way battles that we've had, I always love a three-way battle.
Absolutely. So yeah, Neil, thank you very much. And unfortunately, that's Neil Dunn, because he won't be here in the morning for the second part of the broadcast. So until next season, Neil, it's been a pleasure.
Indeed, that is it for season 14 from me, but hopefully I'll be back for season 15. Hopefully you'll schedule me, Cameron.
Absolutely. So yeah, well, I mean, we'll see you obviously then for the 6 Hours of Monza on the 20th of August, which is actually not too far away.
No, and you say see me, hopefully Jimmy will be able to get the technology to do face cams for next season.
Well,
I'm promising them all season in commentary, but they've never appeared.
Absolutely, we'll try our best, but yes, it's into the 6th hour now, so we are already coming to the end of what would be our normal race distance, and Ewan O'Leary here for the final hour of this part of the broadcast. And you may have been away for 2 hours, but I'm sure you're watching, and that was pretty crazy, wasn't it?
It certainly was. I have certainly been watching as well. It's been very, very entertaining indeed to listen to the two of you for the last couple of hours, and yeah, happy to be back in the booth again. It hasn't got any less interesting since I left, which I'm very glad about. Because sometimes at this end of the race, it does start to get a little bit. We're just kind of talking about nothing really, but certainly not the case on this race at all. Because we've just had a change for the lead. I can inform you, Monaco after their over the last two Code 80s, they've utilised them very well, and just topped off on fuel, and it's allowed them to take a pretty healthy 18-second lead over Burst Esport, and they've got over half a minute, nearly 3/4 of a minute actually on Ajira Racing. So it's all changed in DPI.
Did you know how long these stops were though? Because I just wonder if Ajira and Bicola's Burst had some damage repairs that maybe they have taken as well. Ooh. Because that could have elongated their stops a little bit.
I don't know.
But I think you might be right with Monaco. They were certainly taking advantage of those Code 80s, and that has also been a factor into how this has worked out.
They certainly did. I don't know if you have any more information on what tyres people are on at this stage, but that might point us towards something as well, because surely they can't be on full wets anymore. There's a clear dry line now. People were on inters at this stage, and even some GTEs decided to go for dry tyres at this stage in the cycle last time around. So here we are. Yeah, lots of dry tyres out now. So that could be changing the race just a little bit. We've got Racing Team out in the lead on those dry tyres in LMP2, intermediates for Netrex, etc. So yeah, it's a little bit all over the place, and that might. So these battles are going to change very quickly over the next hour, I would suspect.
Oh, they certainly are. It's great to see the different tyre strategies though, because I also think that Monaco were the first ones to go to the softs, which is going to help them effectively undercutting as well, because we've really got that dry line now, and it seems to be working, but it is so sketchy. You can't go even a centimetre, or especially on the soft tyres. In the inters, you can kind of get away with it, but on the softs, you can't go a centimetre onto that wet bit, especially under braking. You're really going to be not having a nice time, which of course you have to do when overtaking traffic. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's hard as well, because you're not really going to extend that dry line, really. If everybody's on dries, nobody's going to want to go on to the wet part, so it's not going to get any. This line's not going to get much wider. Last time around, we did see people stay on it wets and at least intermediates for quite a long time, but that did not really, or that has not really happened here on this occasion, unfortunately. So, well, unfortunately, if you want to see a wide dry line, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, it's very tricky conditions. Just see if any of these gaps are really. The problem is, loads of people have got cut tracks at the minute, and so you can't really see what their lap time is, which is a bit of a problem. Trying to see whether the Juice's Motorsport Club GTE being on wets, is that really hurting them? I think it looks like it is, really. Adam Serez looks like he's closing in quite quickly there.
Yes, it's changing very quickly for some of these drivers. Just look at those pit stops though. 7 for the leaders in DPI, but only 3 for the leaders in GTE. And we've had over 5 hours of this race, so certainly very different between these guys. But we've got a battle now for 3rd place. Go Team Racing defending from Blackhawk. Blackhawk dropping down due to some bad strategy in the first part of the race, but really starting to come back through these next few hours side by side there on the dry line. So Go Team Racing going to have to drop in, and Blackhawk there working their way up into 3rd.
Yeah, very impressed with Blackhawk actually in this latter portion of the first part of the race, really, because as you mentioned, they were miles away by the end of the first few hours of this race. They got a really bad strategy call for the second shower. They decided to put intermediates on, but it pelted it down, and the full wets were 20 seconds a lap quicker at its widest point. That is absolutely astonishing. So they lost a 40-second lead, and it turned into nearly a 1-minute deficit to the front of the race. They've now closed it to about 30 seconds, 40 seconds to the lead of the race now, but it just makes you wonder where they would be had they made the right call when the second little bit of rainfall came down.
And I'll tell you what, Blackhawk have done a good season. They've been very fast throughout. As Go Team now get passed by the Bicolors Burst DPI. They're sitting 4th in the championship, and they're only 4 points off Waveframe number 36, who are 3rd. So they might be able to get themselves onto the podium for the season. And if they have a good race, they're only 11 points behind the number 47 Go Team Racing as well. So that move that they just made is actually quite crucial from that point of view as well, if Go Team Racing continue to go down the field. So Blackhawk, they didn't start the season too good, but they got a win and a 2nd place as well coming after that. So they've really shown their speed throughout the season.
They certainly have. Let's see. And this is the problem for the LMP2s. Look, you can't pass the GTs through these corners. You've just got to follow, and that's really going to hurt Martin Hemmingson, that is, who's just behind there. Ferris Stanley now, who's got into that car. He's really going to have to just stay behind through this entire first sector, and now he's going to have to go through because he's on the dries, whereas Jan Vosnicker just behind is on intermediate tyres and would be able to overtake in that situation. However, Vosnicker did a 51.7 that last lap, which was 4.7 seconds slower than Stanley and 9 seconds slower than Mark Veet. I don't know what Mark Veet did on that last lap, but he absolutely rocketed away from everybody there. So I don't know what that's all about, but either way, these intermediates maybe even do look a little bit too treaded for this weather, which I'm amazed about because the dry line is so narrow.
Yeah, but if you keep it in that dry line, then you are certainly quicker, but you need to make it work. And that 42, I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, that's well, sort of under 10 seconds off the dry time. So we're really getting back down towards proper dry weather for those guys at least. But I'm sure that is a pretty good, clean lap from him to be that much faster. As you're right, I mean, that was 6 seconds faster than the guy behind. And 9 seconds faster than the guy ahead. I mean, that's a huge chunk of time.
It really is. But then again, then here are the tyres that everybody's using. Top 4 in GTE are on the dries. The rest are on wets, and so they're getting away a little bit. Really, we're seeing a bit of a break in the field now. Adam Serez just got past Roy Demunic, and he's really pulling away about 5 seconds a lap at this stage. Certainly if I was a GTE, I would be putting the wets on, because after all, they don't really have to move off the racing line very often. It's the prototypes that are expected to make their way off course.
Which is funny, because more GTs are still on the wets. But yeah, that's how it goes. As we get a yellow flag
222.
in Sector 3, the 222, you are correct. And yes, that is not going to be what they want, because they are already, effectively last in the DPIs of the cars that are really running towards the front.
They're running so slowly through the Porsche curves as well. Very concerning. The 23 very nearly clattered into them. And thankfully, oh my word, is that the sun? My goodness, it's suddenly got very bright. Oh, outside, there's a look up there into Arnage. And ground effect are really having trouble here. This is Loic Meunier. Oh my goodness me.
Slow down.
Yeah, please slow down. Thankfully,
Wow.
he just wants to get into the pit lane as quickly as possible. But he's in now. But wow,
That car was so close to crashing. I do not know how he kept that one in a line, but wow. Also, Revolution, as you say, four-wheel locking up into Arnage and pushing off. Ericsson was that, it looks like. And it was actually Revolution who ended up losing more time from that. But I did think I saw some damage on Ericsson's car, some sort of crabbing. So I really hope that isn't too bad for them, because that was not their fault at all.
no. It's just, well, I don't think Mohamed El Ghurabi meant to do that either, but just locked up the brakes going into Arnage and slid straight into those battling GTEs. So that was a bit of drama to wake us up there. There's a couple of DPIs are now in. That was Rookie Monsters coming in. Don't know if that was scheduled or not. Let's have a look at the little incident here. I was so blinded by the sun, and maybe he was as well. Down the inside, this is what happens when you go onto the wet portion on the inside of Arnage. He's on dry tyres there, by the way, and that is exactly why he had absolutely no power to stop at all.
Yeah,
Oh
I think he was
God.
getting distracted by the old sunrise there coming out. So fair enough for that one, but
Nice.
not nice to make contact in that corner. Arnage is so difficult though. I don't know why, but at Arnage, even in dry conditions, you can't fully brake into that corner. There's just something about it. You have to only like half brake every time that you go into there. It's very weird indeed. As we jump back to Ferris Stanley there in first place, of course, in the LMP2s. He's a new driver to this car. He was added to the entry to this race because obviously Hemmingson and Andonovski, they've been a duo over the course of the season. But for this race, of course, you generally want an extra driver or two.
Yes, they've got four, and they've got four very good ones actually as well to add on to Stanley. Got Erhan Yoski, who's season 12 champion in the hypercars, that hypercar season. Hemmingson as well, who's we saw who he swapped out for earlier on, and Andonovski, who started this car a little bit earlier on. So I'm not sure this car looks like it's going straight, if you see what I mean. Is that car crabbing? What is going on?
Oh, you are right. He is turning a little bit to the right, I think.
Yes. Yeah, he's definitely got right hand down. He's all over the place. I was about to comment about how quickly he's getting caught by Jan Vozica and Mark Veet, who's on a mission right now, by the way. Astonishing lap times from Mark Veet in the 41s. 10 seconds very nearly quicker than this car last time around. No idea what's happening to Stanley, but he is all over the road on the straight.
And they're obviously leading the championship and in quite a nice position with that. So they don't want to risk anything regarding a DNF before the halfway point. Otherwise, that could be tears for their championship aspirations. Stanley's a very good driver. He's in GT Pro, for instance, and other high-level competitions. So he certainly knows what he's doing, but he's definitely had a bit of contact with something or someone.
Yeah, you can see it here, sort of the yeah, look at the it looks right hand down, doesn't it, from this angle? I know it's hard to tell. It's not actually as bad as I thought it was going to be. I really thought there was going to be some proper steering going into that.
Yeah, I think it's just towed in massively.
Yeah.
Which is not going to be the nicest thing to drive. And as you say, he's going to be losing time hand over fist as we get another yellow flag in Sector 3. The 64 is around. Who is the number
Satellite
64?
Eastars, Pauli Ahonen. They were really up in contention for a podium finish, actually, in the first 4 hours of this race, but they've really fallen away and they're already a lap down in this race now. And another incident, that's the second of Pauli Ahenen's stint. He's not been out there for very long. More bad news for Ferris Stanley as well is not only the fact he's getting caught, he's not even halfway through this stint yet, I don't think. Next pit stop is going to be lap 83. He's only about to complete lap 77 right now. He's still got 6 laps of this stint to go.
That is not a nice situation to be in, you're right, because it means no matter what he does, he's going to be out of sequence with that, because either he's going to be really slow and lose a lot of the track position from that, or he's going to pit out of sequence. But I don't think the pitting out of sequence is going to be too crazy, considering I'm sure we're going to get more rain during this race to spice things up. But you are right, that's this satellite car that we've seen. It was P3 P3, I think, at one
Yeah.
point in my commentating stint, and now down in P15. That is not the race they would have wanted, as Stanley continues from P1 in the
Oh, here we go.
LMP2s.
Well, it's hard to tell. We'll see in a minute because oh dear, we're
That's
going around the
definitely
corner.
turning right.
Yeah, it's behaving just weirdly.
Yeah, I think it's just either the toe or camber's just all over the place. So it's sort of pushing the car, darting the car to the sides.
It is almost uncontrollable for Stanley at the moment. Through the corners, he actually seems to be doing all right. If we stay on board here,
He was,
see
he was quicker than Jan Wozniacki last lap by 3 seconds.
Wow,
So
I mean-
Wozniacki on the inters is really struggling.
he is. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised about that because there's so much wet patches for you to go around the lap traffic where these guys simply will not be able to do that. I'm surprised he's not doing more here, but
Another
clearly
yellow.
struggling. I mean, there's yellows all the time. It's hard to catch everything
Yeah,
at
it might
the
be in the
moment.
number 2 again, having some issues with Dick's droids. DPI, I think, may have just gone from the forged canes a little bit. They are going back going, so hopefully that wasn't too bad for them. But yeah, as you're right, so many yellow flags throughout this race. It's pretty crazy as we're getting another one. The number 48 has gone around. Does that Go Team Racing off at the Forest S's?
No, it's way free beasts. Go team
Oh,
of the
yes.
47. 48 is go. Dear Revolution having problems. Their tyres weren't revoluting there, I can tell you. That's not a word, but you know what I mean. Into Mulsanne corner. I've made a word up. There you are. Have that one for free. No, he's just got off into the Mulsanne corner there. Danilo Smariglio was the one to go off, and another one
Angry Bull.
must have been a Mar. Well, that's the Angry Bull Racing car anyway. I don't know if it's still him. Let's have a look. It's David Lespers now who's driving that car, but off at the Dunlop chicane. And Nick Westphal might have been involved there, or just getting through. Don't know.
And then the 57 is also off. The Go Team Racing GT. That car's been off so many times in the last half hour or so. We've mentioned them quite a few times. And yeah, somehow all these cars are still going. But there's been a lot of incidents in the last couple of hours. Just maybe slightly onto the wet
On
because
the
of the
wet.
car coming out, but not able to recover it. And as you see there, when you're on the wet stuff, you just have no grip.
Straight in front of the race leader, Dennis Jordan. Or GTE race leader, Dennis Jordan. Thankfully getting through for his sake. But yeah, I mean, Nedev had a great start to this race in that car, but unfortunately, as you say, in the last half an hour or so, they really have struggled. They're now 4 laps away from Jordan already in this one. Jordan himself, by the way, is being caught by Dylan, who's going quicker than him at the moment. He's generally being caught. The Red Bull car is generally being caught by somebody throughout every stint, but they're just staying ahead enough to have retained this lead, and they've retained it since pretty much the end of the first hour at this stage. I don't remember a lot of time of them not being in the lead.
And that is just what they're good at, isn't it? I mean, we know obviously Dennis Jordan and Alex Siebel as well from other iterations, but also Yuri Kasdorp. They're just consistent drivers who are just always there towards the front, and they know how to keep the car going and getting it to the end, because as always in these races, that is the most important. As we jump to Mark Veit here for Black Hawk Racing, 1.5 seconds behind Wozniacki here for the second place in the LMP2s, and they're only now 14 seconds behind Ferris Stanley for the lead in LMP2. So Black Hawk, they might somehow find themselves back towards the front, which is pretty crazy considering the race they've had.
Yeah, they could find themselves in the lead by the end of this stint. We're about halfway through now, and so, well, maybe 2/3 of the way through this stint now. But we could well see them in the lead before too long. Let's go down the Mulsanne straight again then and see if he's too far back for a move now, but what's it going to be like into the braking zone particularly? He's going to want to get through on this Corvette before the braking zone, although it's getting less wet offline. You can just see that secondary dry line, if you like, opening up, and just had to squeeze onto the dry line again to brake in there. But look at the difference in that tyre performance. The dry tyres there able to brake so much later than the inters.
Absolutely, just so much more grip indeed, and that is, yeah, pretty crazy amount to see. But Veit still needs to make his way, getting the slipstream on the Netrex P1 Sim Grand Prix car, trying to think about it, going to the right, going to the left, but he doesn't want to go off the racing line onto the wet stuff. And NetRex are holding on as it stands. This is turning into a really good battle. On the last lap, Vate actually did get a cut track, so they need to be careful to not do that too many times, otherwise they will be getting a penalty.
They certainly will. Into the Mulsanne chicanes, we've seen over the past few moments that, or the past few hours, that the dry lines really are very narrow into the Mulsanne chicanes. However, into Mulsanne corner itself, it does tend to get a little bit wide. You can see just about 2 cars width there, but there was only that amount of space and not much room to move at all. So Mark Vate did not go for that move there. It's all allowing Mugen Sim Racing to have a lovely ride on the back of these guys, by the way. He's absolutely loving this at the moment. I think it's Coloxai, is it? No, it's Roland Zooks, excuse me. 1 lap down, of course, but really benefiting from the slipstream from these two. And once again, a wider dry line coming into Indianapolis for Mark Vate to maybe take advantage of. He does just tuck to the outside line here just to make sure he gets himself onto the dry bit. But once again, he's finding it difficult to get through.
And that is the track position and the king of the inter tyres. But of course, Vosnice so slow at this moment in comparison. I mean, actually, his last lap wasn't too bad still, but compared to what Vate was doing a bit earlier, it's certainly a lot slower, and that is not what they would have wanted. Of course, in terms of the race pace, but now Vate, can he go to the outside? The Porsche curves, that is going to be an absolutely brave move if he can hold on to that one. He knows he's got the grip, bit of contact between the two. Now Vate is having to back out of it as Rosica once again gets to the inside and holds the dry line. As long as there's just a single car line, I don't know how Vate is going to overtake it at this moment.
No, it's exactly. I do not see how he's going to get through here, really. But I'm sure he will do. You saw the pace on the laps previous to when he actually caught up. He surely will be able to make that move soon, or sooner rather than later. Anyway, go down into the forward chicanes again. There you can see Roland Zooks just right behind them as well, trying to make his way through. Good traction from Zooks as well, but he is a lap down and won't really want to get involved in this fight. Waiting to see when we will finally see the leader coming into some of these shots as well, but we are a few laps away from that. Vosnica off the road for Go Team Racing. It's the 37 car.
I think he was trying to let them through, but
just went wrong, yeah.
Because you actually do need to remember. So in class, especially, you do need to let the sort of move over for the blue flags. So that is what he was doing, but of course that has not worked out, because actually that was a fight. Johan Kurjan there losing out to Roland Zooks, who managed to get through just by following the leaders.
Absolutely. Yeah, you are correct. Zooks, so what is this car just up in front here?
This is another lap down on-off racing.
Another lap down on-off racing. Okay, yeah, good spot there. So I thought it was a NetRex car, that's why I was confused. Where they come from?
They've only got one. Because the other car got
no, that's why
demoted.
Right. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, okay, yeah, I realise my mistakes now.
One put down, yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I am. Well, slowly, but I am getting there. Mark Vate then, can he make his way through? Finally, there's going to be a little bit of slipstream off the lap car here for Vosnica, which makes life even more difficult. But they both pull to the inside simultaneously. They want to tuck back into the dry line, though, especially Vate, although maybe not. He's going to go to the inside line. He's on all the wet stuff. Vosnica making sure that he is, and Vate has to brake early because he's on that inside line and won't be able to make that move. This is the problem that he has. He's running up against, and he hasn't found a solution to it yet.
And this is working out very well for NetRex, but also racing team, who've been able to pull away a little bit by a couple of seconds here and there. Mark Vate now towards the outside, come up towards milestone corner, getting the tiniest bit of slipstream from the Vargas Sim Racing car ahead of him. He's on the dry line now. He's going towards the outside, and he's finally, after many laps, made it stick. But can he make it to the apex? Yes, he just about can. And there he goes. And I assume he's now going to pull away from the NetRex on those soft tyres.
He certainly is. That was hard work, but he's finally got it done, and NetRex won't be long before coming into the pit lane. They might just bite the bullet and come in early here, because Vosnica is certainly spurting through those tyres and struggling with them right now. He's 3 laps away from a pit stop here. Surely it wouldn't be too bad for him to just come in right now and put some new tyres on, because he's clearly losing time.
Yeah, I think the thing is, though, ideally, he's not losing that much time. Tyre's 37-second stop, so I don't think he's going to lose that by the time he makes his next pit stop. So hopefully he can stay out because, excuse me, because otherwise he's going to be losing some laps because, or not some laps, some seconds because of that. And doing it out of sequence. He's now got Zooks all over the back of him, which is going to be putting him off as well in his fight for P2.
It will be putting him off through the Porsche curves once again.
Oh wow, another yellow flag. 64 is off at Arnage.
Oh, not Satellite again. Pauli Ahonen is having a nightmare stint. He's a very solid driver, is Pauli Ahonen, but he's not having a solid stint. As here comes Vosnica. My goodness, free wide coming towards the Ford chicanes. Oh my word, that is unbelievable. Although he's on the inside line once again and not able to do it despite having the intermediate tyres on. Not able to make that work. That was unbelievable. This is the problem that Mark V is coming across. He cannot go off the dry line, making it very difficult to go through on these lap cars. And Vosnica came up to him like a steam train, made it free wide, and that will have been a heart-in-mouth moment for everybody.
And you saw there when he came to the braking zone, Vosnica knew he could go on the inside with those inter tyres. He could have broken, but of course the slicks on the dry part is still able to brake later, and Mark Veit managed to hold on. But the guy's really pushing there because Vosnica knew that that was an important move. As now Veit's got some clear air, he's going to pull away, and I don't think Networks are going to be able to come back because there's already a few seconds between them in just a couple of corners, really.
Absolutely, and there's not much traffic now up towards the four of them here. There's 366 Seawolf cars just going through the first chicane now, and then that's it. There's another car in isolation, so a little bit less traffic coming up for these LMP2s, as well as in terms of the DPIs overtaking them as well. There's a few less of them about. Gap for the lead in the overall race is coming down, and it's only 3.5 seconds. Derek Rocek is the quickest DPI out there by some margin out here at this stage, and he's closing in on Boya Milan, who I don't think has changed tyres for a while. He's been on these dry tyres for a little bit now. Let me just see here. His last stint was 6 laps. The stint before that was 4. And then the one before that was 11, but that was a normal one. But then the one before that was only 2 because there was another Code 80. They've utilised 3 Code 80s in the last 5 pit stops.
That's pretty mad. But we did have that little sequence of Code 80s, and everyone says cautions, read cautions. But now, as you say, Mocek is getting close, and they have dropped Ajira by some 40 seconds now. Remember, Dutton had the lead and was batting Jesper Pedersen, but they are now 40 seconds behind the Black Colours Burst eSport car. So, yeah, but hard to say exactly on the lap times, though, because Mocek, Dutton, Avinoa, and Zuba have all got cut tracks on the previous lap, which means their lap times are basically zeroed out on the live timing, so we can't see what their last laps were. Oh, so hopefully this time around.
David Mocek, as we were talking about it there, is off the road at the Porsche curves. The road at the Porsche curves. I'm not entirely sure how, but he's lost a good 15 because he's got no rear wing. He's got no rear wing. The championship leader in DPI off the road with no rear wing damage for David Mocek, who will have to come in and repair.
And that is going to be, I mean, that's going to be, possibly even a lap of damage repairs as well. So fortunately for them, the Seawolf car, who's really their main rival, is not having a good day. But this is not going to be a nice sight. I assume he's just going to go too wide. Gets the left wheels onto the damp patch, goes unfortunately backwards. No, he just manages to spin around, but unfortunately the rear end hits as well, loses the rear wing. Yeah, just a driver mistake, a little bit too wide. Easily done though, easily done.
Easily done. Would have been huge for the championship if Seawolf Net Race were still here, and they will be kicking themselves. By the way, I think I saw Jan Katau in the chat not so long ago speaking about how that on earth that happened. We were kind of wondering how on earth has he driven into someone on the straight. Apparently, according to him, was changing some settings at the time, wasn't really looking, and hence why he clattered into the back of Revolution. So just one of those things, really. It's such a coincidence that the one time you decide to look down at your steering wheel or whatever down the straight, or your computer or whatever down the straight, the one time you do that, there's a car in the road.
Yeah, it's difficult. That straight especially, it's so long that, the run from Mulsanne Corner to Indianapolis, you're not really concentrating. You know, you're sort of looking ahead, but especially on the lap, if maybe you've got a relative thing and you've just seen coming out of the corner that someone's, you know, 30 seconds ahead, you're not really going to be looking straight down the road. And I should say, if you're maybe changing some pit settings or something like that, brake bars, looking away, you're not really going to be seeing a black car with obviously being surrounded by the spray as well. Very difficult situation to be in, as we're obviously looking at this battle for the P2 in the GTEs. Martin Derlin is getting very close to Lorenzo Arisi once he gets past his Blackhawk GTE.
Absolutely, this has been a battle that's been brewing for a while. Mainstream Esports, by the way, took great advantage of, I'm not sure if it was the last Code 80, but one of the recent ones. That we have had 4 now, so I don't know which one it was, but he took great advantage. He was running 4th at the time, behind Satellite, this car, John Lacey, and Red Bull. All 3 of those cars went past the pit lane before the Code 80 was called, and then it was called, and then Arisi, well, it was, I don't think it was him at the time, but it could have been. It was certainly that car that came into the pit lane, bang on time, almost on schedule. Well, slightly off schedule, but only a few laps before schedule. So they took great advantage of that, and they've leapfrogged right up into 2nd place and right in the conversation for this race. Now, this was 2 Code 80s ago. On that time, I believe that was the time when we had 2 in quick succession. Or maybe not, don't really know. But what I can tell you, over the last Code 80, we did see people take, a lot of cars actually, taking great advantage of that. So the 52 car of Sim Racing for Holland got right into the conversation for the race win. Your Name Here Racing did, and Deuce's Motorsport Club. Those 3 cars, along with Arisi, took great advantage of the Code 80 as well to get themselves into the conversation. Unfortunately for them, as we noted with the tyre selections not so long ago, they stayed on the wet tyres for far too long, and so they all find themselves now, Roy de Munich finds himself over 100 seconds from the top 4.
It's a difficult one to really, always a 31 racing team is off Indianapolis.
Wow.
The racing team, Ferris Stanley at the wheel, has gone off, and that could be quite big for their race if he's got even more damage. He is back going again though, but I do wonder if Ferris Stanley has just increased the amount of damage on that car.
Quite possibly. That's the LMP2 leader in the race and the championship. It was at the time anyway, because Mark Veet has recovered to the lead again. Blackhawk Racing have completed their recovery back to the front of the field. Astonishingly, they've managed to get back to the front of the field. Very, very impressive indeed from them. Helped out, of course, by Ferris Stanley, driving the only Ligier in the field, going off at Indianapolis. What drama we have seen in this race. It doesn't feel like we're 5.5 hours into this, because we have been talking about the, I know this sounds stupid to say, we've been talking about the race for the entire time. That never happens.
I understand I get the point that you're trying to make. Obviously, we're here the whole time, but sometimes there isn't anything specific to talk about in the race at that time. But you're right, it's been action the whole way through the first 5.5 hours, which is amazing to see. Always Revolution getting really wiggly there in front of Ajira, who are now obviously the leader with Ben Dutton there. Bohemian 11 seconds behind, and by Carlos Burst, number 4, Darren Mojek, has now dropped down to 5th place. Fortunately for him, there's another 2 minutes 24 seconds to the car behind him.
And their championship rivals are down in 8th. Could weigh off the front runners. Good 3 laps down on him.
Sorry, I was just thinking, they've actually lost a lot less time than I thought they were going to lose with that damage. So to be in 5th place, I think, is actually quite fortunate with how things have worked out. They can definitely do something from there. I mean, they do obviously have a couple of minutes to get themselves back on the podium, but I think that's definitely possible with the pace that they've got.
Maybe. We'll see how the night goes, really. We're basically going to be off the air for 12 hours. We'll be keeping an eye on things, of course, behind the scenes. But we're going to have pictures throughout the night, by the way, but we're not going to have commentary. We are going to have just the pure engine sounds. That's going to be absolutely beautiful at night, of course. I think a lot of people will have been hoping for a nice dry race and a nice dry running throughout the night and whatever, but they are not going to get that, and they're not going to be able to see where the wet patches are anymore.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, I'll be getting back in the 49 a bit later on, and I do not look forward to wet night stints. They can be a bit tragic, especially when it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. It's like the worst time of the night because it's not late, but it's not early either. It's just that weird bit in the middle. Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting one for these for drivers to get a grips with, because we don't always see this, but because we had a bit of obviously an earlier start compared to sometimes for some 24-hour races, we've actually had a lot of daytime running before we get to the night.
Yeah, I don't quite know when we started in sim.
It was 1 o'clock.
It was okay. It was real time.
Like in real time, yeah.
Okay, it was real time. So what? I mean, the sun sets about 10 these days at night. Maybe it'll be about 9 because of the dark, because of the overcast nature of the circuit deck. But we could well get 8 hours of light running.
Yeah, I believe the track in game is obviously at the date with when the race would be at sort of the end of June, when. Also middle of June, where it's pretty much the longest day. So yeah, it's probably getting towards near 9:10 p.m. by the time we get to lights, the dark even. So yeah, you're right. It's going to be like 8 hours into the race.
It is, and then we're going to be sun rising about 7 hours before the end. It gets, or maybe even 8 hours again, to be honest, because I don't know, it rises about 5. Does it? Maybe I don't even know.
4 or 5 in the morning. Yeah.
I'm not often up at that time, so I don't know. But
it's because you always get the late stints on AHU.
Well, that's not my fault or yours. I don't ask
want to
for
set
that.
an alarm.
Lewis just avoids me, really. He doesn't want to commentate with me. Anyway, yeah, we will be hearing from him actually at 6 a.m. tomorrow, or 7 a.m. in Europe, alongside Zach Sweeney, who will be opening us up once more from the darkness of no commentary for the middle of the night. We'll be opening up with Zach and Lewis tomorrow morning. So I hope you'll join us for that, as we try and reach the conclusion of this race. Not entirely sure how this race is really going to look by that point. I mean, predicting the amount of showers between now and then is probably going to be difficult. But I'm not sure really. I can't imagine it's going to be this close. It will be ludicrous to suggest it would be after 18 hours. But hey, you never know. We don't know what's going to happen.
Well, how many times have we seen 24-hour races come down to, a final lap still, or even just, the final few laps? It's still a possibility. There's a lot of variables that come into it, and therefore, as you say, we just can't predict at all what is going to happen, which is great to see. We thought David Roche there for a point was going to be coming back and probably sailing towards the lead. But now he's down in 5th place, and we've also seen, Ferris Stanley, he's gone off and lost some time. He's now actually in the pit lane, is Ferris Stanley. I guess he might have some damage repairs causing a longer stop. We'll have to see about that one, because he's had a few bonks here and there.
That was on schedule. That was 10 laps again. In the real wet conditions, they were actually able to do 11, or some of them were. Colin Sport was the only one who wasn't able to, actually. And that was starting to hurt them a little bit, but they've not done too badly in the end out of it. Have NetRex. 48 was off there, by the way, but nothing too major. Yeah, it was starting to hurt NetRex a little bit, but they've gotten away with it because the wet weather has gone away again.
It's funny that you said about 10 laps, because
exactly 10 laps.
Don't know how
it's the way it was last season, I know anyway.
Yeah, but we've got more fuel this year in the LMP2s. We've got an extra 10 litres, so we've got so at least in our car we can do 11 laps. But of course, with the way it worked out, we probably haven't done that so far with the Code 80s and the rain and everything. But interesting that they've done 10 laps multiple times for that one.
10 laps last 3 times now for the 31, last 3 times for the 47, last 4 times for the 27 NetRex, because as I say, Sport was struggling a little bit with fuel consumption. So yeah, we've had a lot of 10 lap stints so far, but that was the norm the last 2 seasons. That has been the norm. I know you've got more fuel, but I'm sorry to burst your bubble as well, but you're not high up enough for me to keep count of how many laps you do in a stint. Sorry,
That's absolutely fine.
Sorry.
Fence taken.
I can tell. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of 10 lap stints going on. For example, I say that, the 36 hasn't completed its stint yet, and they have been, on the last 3 stints, they have done 11. So if Andrea Terzi goes past the pit lane this time, then he is starting to really get himself a nice little bit of a buffer in terms of trying to save a pit stop?
I think someone just retired. I didn't see who it was though, but I think I just saw someone on the track map buzz back to the pit lane. Was it possibly the 41? I'm not sure. Juicy's Motorsport Club LMP2. It might be them. Although I think they might have done it a few laps ago. But someone definitely, I think, just went back to the pit lane. So hopefully that is not a car out of the race. There's a Giro go into the pit lane from the lead. So that is going to give back Wanako the lead. As we're seeing a battle here between Butler Power Motorsports and Burst Esport there. Maris Burt, 12th place. And Tom Odermayer dropping down to 13th.
Absolutely. Yeah, we didn't comment on at the time, but the 50 Juices Motorsport Club LMP2 is out of the race to become our third retirement. We've still got 40 cars remaining at nearly 6 hours in. Very surprised to see Boya Milan still out there, because he pitted a lap earlier than Ben Dutton before this pit stop cycle, and now Dutton's in. Although that was very short. Did he even stop there? Did he even stop?
What do you reckon that was a drive-through?
Well, I don't know for what, because he's not got a cut track on the last lap, and that would indicate it was for that.
You do have 5 laps to serve it, and obviously around here, 5 laps is a long, long way.
Well, I don't really know. Yeah, is anybody going to tell us about that? Probably not. If we ask one of the Agira guys, they might not tell us. Too much I might not as well if I was on one of their teams, to be fair. So there you go. But yeah, 41 seconds is now the gap. What was it before? About 20? Or less?
It was definitely less, but I think Dutton has just been a bit slower because he was losing a lot of time in the last half hour or so that we've been checking.
Well, I'm just surprised to see. I'm really surprised to see Boya Milan still out there, because this is his 13th lap of the stint, which is easily the longest any DPI has gone today so far. But we haven't. This is basically the first normal stint of the race. I said this earlier, but then it turned out not to be quite so normal. So, really struggling to get a handle on the strategy here today.
I hope that is not a mistake, and because it is possible when you have longer stints that you can forget to go into the pit lane. It's been done before, so I do hope that is a planned. Because his pace is still being good, so it's not like he's been massively saving fuel.
Yeah. A certain commentator that's going to be on tomorrow, indeed, has done that before. Not pitting when they needed to, but we're not. To be fair, he did finish second at this race a few years ago. So a few years ago, I'll say that. What was it? 6 years ago, maybe 5? Don't know. Long time. Oof.
8,
Long time.
probably season 8. Yeah.
Probably season 8. Yeah, probably the one where
What about
everyone
the
crashed.
number 8?
Yeah.
The 8 has actually gone around at the second chicane.
Yep.
Which is Rookie Monsters. They are currently in 6th place. They're 2.5 minutes off the next car, but that isn't going to help their day. They are back going though.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're all a bit confused at the moment about Ben Dutton's pit stop. Well, I certainly am anyway. Because I don't know. Yes, well, anything really. I just don't know. There he is anyway. There he is on our screens. 36 seconds behind Boya Milan at this stage. But why did this car come down pit lane last time around? Was it a normal stop? Because the gap is only 35 seconds. We've got a bit of a replay here. He did stop in the box. Let's see how long this stop was. This is Jim Allison on the cameras, by the way, doing a good job again, once again.
Yeah, I'm trying to think off the top of my head how long a refuel is, and I think it's like a full tank's 30 something.
Yeah, 30 something.
30 something seconds long.
Are we just going a bit? Am I just going a bit mad, and this was just normal, and we've been freaking out over absolutely nothing?
I think it was fine. I think the gap is bigger because I think he was just losing time in that last stint comparatively. Because as I was mentioning at a point, just the amount of time that he had lost to the likes of David Mocek in the battle before Mocek crashed. What have you seen?
How have we? I'm sure we've missed Boya Milan's pit stop here, because there's no way he's done 14 laps. This is his 14th lap now, apparently. But I have clearly missed his pit stop. So I'll go back and figure out when that was. But yes, he's certainly been in. He has got a big lead though. Although saying that, I don't think Milan changed tyres last time around and Dutton did, because already the gap was 40 seconds when he came out. It's already went down to 35 a minute
Yes,
ago.
I think that's correct because on the previous time, it was the other way around with when they changed tyres. So this time around, obviously, it would have flip-flopped back.
Yeah. Right, well, panic over. Ben Dutton's pit stop was absolutely fine.
Literally shaking.
It turns out the gap was about 17 seconds 5 minutes ago. I've gone back, I've stream snapped ourselves again. It was about 17 seconds before that pit stop, so it's switched around to the tune of about 55 seconds. Is that? Yeah. It's a 55-second swing. As far as
Sounds about right for a pit
well,
stop plus a drive-through plus fuel.
yeah, for Dutton it does, but that would suggest that Milan hasn't pitted. No? He must have.
Visible confusion.
Visible confusion, audible confusion. Yeah. Anyway, shall we just move on? Because those two seem quite happy with how things are at the moment. LMP2, Mark Vaid and Ferris Stanley are still not that far apart. There's about 5 seconds at this stage. Yeah, they're not really battling just yet, but it might happen. Those two staying very close together. Jan Vosnik are not too far away. Neither is Andrea Terzi. LMP2 is looking very tasty, although Terzi is in again now on the. Oh no, yeah, it's absolutely on schedule. I think. Don't know. I'm gonna give up soon. In GTE, what I do know is that the 63 of Waveframe Esports just came in on the last lap, and so that has allowed Red Bull Racing Esports, Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports even, out into the lead ahead of Jean Lacey Esports Academy. 16.5 seconds are between them. I think we're going to see a great fight between those two in the night as well.
Oh, absolutely. These battles are going on in multiple categories now, which is good to see. But especially this one at the top of the LMP2s is going to rage on. And just to reiterate the point, just remember Blackhawk, they were leading the way by quite a margin, about 30-40 seconds. They went back to about 8th or 9th place, and then they've worked themselves back up again into the lead. They've done a really good job this race, showing some amazing speed and strategy as well. Even though that strategy earlier of staying out on the dries didn't completely work out in the long run, it doesn't really matter because they got themselves back up to the front. And at the end, it doesn't matter if you win by a couple of seconds or a couple of laps. The win is what is most important. So fair play for that one. But yeah, Ferris Stanley there in second place will be probably a bit disappointed with the couple of mistakes that he's made so far to lose that lead.
Absolutely. Probably will be. There he is, Ferris Stanley, just making his way out of the Mulsanne corner. There's the Seawolf car just in behind. All DPIs are still in the race, by the way. I know we've seen chaos for some of them. Ground effect, we saw Luc Munier not so long ago in this hour, really making his way back to the pit lane spiritedly. Just about making it in. Seawolf net race as well. We saw Yanka Tao lose a wheel, try to repair it, and then well, I never quite got to the bottom of that. Why did it repair second time?
So the only way I can think of is that in the damage menu, you can either repair the suspension, the aero, or both. There's like 3 settings. So maybe he only had the aero one selected,
Right, yeah.
rather than both. Is my assumption, because I don't see any other reason why it wouldn't have repaired it the first time and not the second, because he had such a long run back to the pit lane as well, that there was enough time for the game to recognize what was going on. And normally it automatically works it out what to repair, but maybe he just got unlucky.
All right, okay, that's mystery solved at least. I'm glad about that. And Revolution Sim Racing, of course, also have had a number of issues throughout the race so far. We're coming towards the end of the first 6 hours. We'll do a run through just before we leave you here this afternoon for the first part of the broadcast. As I mentioned, no commentary through the middle 12 hours of this race, but you will have pictures and the sights and sounds of Le Mans, which I hope you will enjoy. It's on a separate. We'll be switching over stream, by the way, at that point, so look out for that. We'll remind you, of course, in 10 minutes' time here, Cam. But I just want to remind you of what happened here in Season 9, it was, purely because that was our closest winning margin that we've had in the VEC 24 Hours of Le Mans. It was now 5 years ago, since 40 seconds separated 1 and 2, and we have 3 cars on the lead lap as well. Most cars we ever had on the lead lap. The closest VEC 24 hours of Le Mans. Are those records going to be broken this year? Is the question I'm posing to you.
Oof. Ooh, that is an interesting one. I mean, it's looking pretty close so far, that is for sure.
Well, we always say that.
But as you say, still 18 hours to go, so still plenty of things that can happen, but it is looking good, especially in the DPIs. I think, I mean, we've seen Davin Moshe already get back up there into that 4th place. I think he's going to be able to work his way back onto the podium and probably challenging as well, so that's going to bring back that battle. So I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see something like that. And even in the LMP2s, I think this battle between Racing Team and Blackhawk, that's going to rage on as well.
I've had some confirmation. I think this is either Yankatao or someone from Seawolf correcting us. Apparently the game crashed during the first repair. That's why they left someone said they left the server, but then they emerged all of a sudden. So the game crashed during the first repair, so it didn't work, I'm presuming. And so that's why. Thanks very much to everybody, by the way, who's been in the chat informing us on stuff that we're unaware of so far. So that's why it cost them quite so much time.
That is so bad as well, because then when they left the pit lane, I think that would effectively be, so basically the lap we did the code 80, I think that was effectively their outlap to start again with the way that the game works. So when you disconnect and join back, you then have to go and restart the lap that you were just on. So that, that explains a lot of how they lost so much time from that, and that is a very unfortunate way, because that's an unlucky way to pretty much lose an extra lap.
Yeah, absolutely. It is indeed. So, gap at the front's 31 seconds. Ben Dutton certainly has newer tyres than Boyer Milan. I think we can deduce that as much I'm clueless on everything else, but it looks like that is happening right now. As Boyer Milan has to go 3 wide to make his way past a couple of cars. Big bump on the right hand side there.
It's really bumpy there on the. So you see, you've got the 2 lanes of the road. Then you've got the dotted line. Then where that hard shoulder is outside the dotted line, it is so bumpy. That's why you see the cars only just move over there into the braking zone, because you don't want to be driving down, because you actually lose top speed because of it, because the car's bouncing so much. It's pretty crazy actually, how bumpy it is out there.
Absolutely. What we've also been doing, by the way, of course, is announcing Season 15, first of all, and then announcing the first 4 of the circuits. We didn't quite clarify at the time, but we will be doing the final 4 circuits and the final 4 races, I should say, on the second stream on Sunday morning, so make sure you join us for that. It will be good to see. What have you made of the 4 tracks so far, Cam? I'm personally pleased with a couple of kind of familiar ones, the 6 Hours of Monza to open up as we did this season. Really enjoyed that race this season. 8 Hours of Spa last season was my favourite race of last season, I have to say. And we got a couple of new ones. 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta returning for the first time since season 5, and Daytona back on the calendar for the first time since season 4, maybe. So, a long time anyway. A couple of new circuits. What have you made of the calendar so far?
I think it's great. That I mean, to me, that really. That is an exciting prospect of what is to come. As you say, a couple of old school circuits that are obviously going to really work well. But then you always, especially in an 8-race calendar, there's time to have a couple of the more unique tracks. And Road Atlanta is amazing. It genuinely is one of my favourite tracks. Just to drive physically on its own. But then when you add in multi-class racing, it's so difficult, but so fast at the same time. And the laps, because it's so short, they just keep on ticking off. It's a great event and a great atmosphere. Then you obviously get to Daytona for the 4th race, which is always such a spectacle around that track. It's got so many straights that you can obviously overtake nicely as well, so it just works with multi-class, and I'm really looking forward to that.
It's a 12-hour race, that one at Daytona. I'm not sure when the last time we had a 12-hour was.
Wasn't this season.
Or last.
I don't think we had it last season, because I think Sebring was also
1,000 miles.
Yeah.
It's been the 1,000 miles for a while. I'm not sure if season 11 had a 12 hours of Sebring.
Oh, you are challenging. I think season 12 was was a 12 hour. But,
I will
11
check very briefly while we're chatting away here. I know that in season 10 we had a 12 hours of Istanbul.
We did.
Which might even be the last one. No, the 1,000 miles was at Indy in season 11, so we did have a 12 hours of Sebring there. What about 12? No, we didn't have a 12 hour there. So yeah, first time since season 11 we've had a 12-hour race. First time in 4 years. Doesn't feel like that, but it is.
It's a big challenge. A 12-hour race. It's quite a big jump from like a 6 or a 12 in terms of the driving. Because if it's a 6-hour race, especially in like the DPIs, LMP2s, say it's like a 9-stint race. So generally, maybe you have 3 drivers and you do a triple each, or you have 2. Maybe you have a couple of doubles and you have one random stint at the end, and with an 8-hour you just sort of add on another double stint. But for a 12-hour race, it really gets difficult for a 2-driver team. You really sort of need to start adding in the 3rd driver for that and things like that. It really just changes the strategy a bit. The extra 4 hours adds a lot of complexity, which is great to see. And of course, with the new timings that we have in the last couple of seasons, going to the 1 p.m. I should say, means that the finish time is a lot nicer than the old 5 a.m. back in the day.
Yeah, 5 a.m. Europe.
That was close between the Black Hawks.
It was. That would have been awkward. Go Team Racing's GTE, by the way, been off at Tetrus again. They were quite a long way past Tetrus, which is why I've noted it. But I think they are okay in terms of running pace. Just don't want to make sure they're running with bits hanging off their car in the 57 GTE. As Georgi Nedev mentioned in the YouTube chat not so long ago, had a fantastic first 4 hours of the race or so, very solid at least. But then it's really fallen apart since then for them.
It certainly has. The what was it? The 57, I believe, is their car. They've not had the nicest last hour or 2 hours really of the race, really since I've been in the commentary box. Unfortunately, we've said their name a few times, but not for the right reasons. And I'm sure they will want to come back from that one. As we're seeing on screen, the P1 in the GT's Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, number 77, Dennis Jordan leading the way. Last lap, 6.5 seconds faster than Martin Durlan behind, who is now over a minute behind as well. So yeah, looking pretty good for them at this moment. But I do wonder, is there a pit stop involved with that gap?
Yes, there is. Dennis Jordan's due in. Well, he was due in last lap actually, but this is my next point. The Red Bull has been able to go longer on fuel than the Jean Alesi Esports Academy Ferrari, and that is going to be crucial throughout the night as well, of course. Dennis Jordan, now remarkably, has never won this race. He's won the VEC title in season 11. He's never won the VEC 24 Hours of Le Mans somehow.
Wow.
So
That's amazing, because he's been around for years.
He has been around for years. Season 11 was his title-winning season. Not sure if he was with us
season 10 as well.
Was he with season 10? Okay.
I'm pretty sure he won the P2 in season 10. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
Oh no, you're right. He did. Sorry, yeah, I completely forgot because he wasn't with Siebel. If he's not with Siebel, I just think he's not there.
Who was he with back in season 10?
I'll tell you in a sec. Hang on.
Because I cannot remember. It
was Tobias Polotza and Argenis Riera in the Wanaco car. He was a Wanaco driver at the time, or driving for Wanaco at least.
You are right. He was, because I remember in season 11, he did VEC, obviously with, was it ACR back then?
Yeah, ACR.
Bit of a slide there. But then in VLMS, he drove for Wanaco still. That is right. Certainly.
I forgot about that. I completely forgot the Wanaco Dennis Jordan.
Absolutely, yeah. No, he certainly does get on with those boys. Wanaco, for those who don't know, such like a fun. Orientated team. They really have got a good bunch of guys over there. Like to have a bit of a laugh, and Nico himself is he's a good guy. We'll paint you a nice livery as well if you ask him nicely and fill up his pockets in a nice way, of course.
Absolutely. Yes, of course. But yeah, either way, Wanaco still leading this race. Of course, we're now 6 hours into, or very nearly 6 hours into this VEC 24 Hours of Le Mans. So we're going to be leaving you very shortly with the commentary here. But before we do that, I'm going to give you one quick rundown of the top 5 in each category before we leave you. And speaking of Monaco, they are leading this race at the moment. Boya Milan is driving that car right now, but leading ahead of Ben Dutton. 27.5 seconds is the gap right now. Even Avinoa for DX Droids has found himself made his way onto the podium just over a minute back. Then after that, certainly issue for David Mocek. He's got himself up into 4th now, ahead of James Zuber, who's driving for VRS Satellite Racing. Then in LMP2, we've got Black Hawk Racing, who have had a real yo-yo for 6 hours of the race, but they're on the up at the moment. Mark Veet is currently leading ahead of Ferris Stanley in the 2nd place. 16 seconds separate them. Then this car on your screen right now, or was on your screen there, the Netrex Grand Prix of Jan Vosnicker. Then it's Moritz Mel, who's back into the Go Team Racing LMP2. Then it's Wave Freebie Sports and Andrea Terzi, rounding out your top 5 in LMP2. Finally, in GTE, Dennis Jordan is in the pit lane right now, but I'm expecting him to emerge before Martin Darland overtakes him, and indeed he leaves right now. He will emerge in the GTE lead for Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports. John Lacey, Esports Academy, trying to win this race for the 2nd year in a row, currently in 2nd. Waveframe Esports in 3rd, with Mugen Sim Racing having a great performance today. 4th place for them so far in Gable Hevesy. And it's Roy de Munich in the 5th place for Juice's Motorsport Club. Cam, it's been a pleasure this last hour. I know we'll be on the last few hours together, I think, tomorrow morning. How have you seen this race so far?
Yeah, it's been a brilliant first quarter of the race, but still that all-important 3 quarters to go. Yeah, it's been an amazing start. The weather has been on, it's been off, it's been all over the place, and the strategy has really opened up. We don't know how it's going to look in 12 hours' time when we get back to the commentating as well. So yeah, it's really been an immense start to this final race of the season. And the good bit is we still don't know who is going to win, so can't wait to find out.
Absolutely can't wait either. Big thank you to everybody who's been watching here this afternoon, this first part of the VEC 24 Hours of Le Mans. A big thanks to Zach Sweeney, Neil Heatley, and also Cam Roger, who has been here as well alongside me, Ewan O'Leary. Thanks to Jimmy Allison as well, behind the cameras and on race control here once again. We'll be back at 7 a.m. European time, 6 a.m. UK time, so make sure you join us then. But for now, here are the sights and sounds of Le Mans as we go through the night for the next 12 hours.